8 rankings after Prax. Are we crazy? I mean, it annoys me. I mean,
ไลฟ์ไอดีแล้วเนี่ยไลฟ์ไอดีไลฟ์ไอดีโอเคน้องมาแล้วสวัสดีครับสวัสดีชาว EMEA สวัสดีครับผมเองอยากเล่นใหม่เข้า Minecraft ทิ้งไว้ดีกว่าอีลิทอยากให้พี่มาลองเล่นเกมแม่งแบบแรมทำงานเท่าไหร่วะดูก่อนไม่น่ามีปัญหาป่ะ48% performance เครื่องเซิร์ฟแลกบอกอีอิลิติกเจอ BBL เหรอได้ลุ้นนะเนี่ยแต่ผมว่าเฮเลติก20
เฮลิติก20ดิวันนี้ไม่ได้ลุ้น
ไม่ลุ้นเลยเหรอ
ไม่ลุ้นเลย
โอ้กอด
โอ้อ้าวอะ
ว่าขึ้นเวที
พุธแน่นอน
วันนี้ให้ใครครับอยู่วันนี้เดี๋ยวผมต้องเดินก่อนเปิดกล้องยกลู่ก่อน
Harbour fan.
เย็บปกผิด เอาไม่ใช่ BBL เหรอ ใครอ่ะ แป๊บนึงนะ เอ้าว่ะมันไม่ใช่ BBL มันใครวะ เอ้ยวันนี้มันเจอใครนะ TH ไม่ใช่ BBL ใช่ไหม
มีเฮดเฮ้ย โอ้โห
นาวีดิ
เจอนะแองวันนี้
ครับปกผิดเดี๋ยวแจ้ง
แต
ก่อก น
แตกเจ็ดอ่ะ พวกคนที่แปดมันออกจากเกมไปเนาะ
เดี๋ยวเดี๋ยวแก้ปก ผมก็ว่า VL มันแข่งเมื่อวาน
แป
นี่
ด
ค่ะ
น่าจะเล่นเคลถูกแมป
Sure, actually.
อีแครก เดี๋ยวมาหนึ่งไปยกลู่มาเดินก่อน
กดปิด
ดูแข่งมันต้องเดินดิ
พุธแร็กเฟรดเทโจโยรุเฮียแซนฮอกว่ะ ยังคงเป็นฮาร์เบอร์นะ คนนี้
ตาแดกมันเห็นอะไรในฮาร์เบอร์วะ
ไม่เข้าใจเหมือนกันน่าจะเห็นภาพแบบ ไอบล็อกเนี่ยไปวางบอมตรงเอลอง
สโมกนัวๆใช่ไหม
เออ
ออริจินอลเลยนะ Harper World ออริจินอลคอมสมัยก่อน
เก่าจัด
choosing it, they have to be very prepared.
เพิ่งตื่นมาเมื่อปี
I think
2023
also
ลุก
it
มา
was
แข่ง
highlighted on the desk that they were looking at the Sentinels. I'm looking more so at Cracks and Aves. I think they've been
Yeah.
high peaks but low lows. Whoever's going to perform better on the day genuinely could
ได้ยิน
end
เสียงกัน
up
ใช่ปะ
being the difference maker. But already we're seeing a bit of early congestion for this B long spot. I say a
เรียก
bit.
ของก่อนครับ
Casey have sent the majority
ทร
of
ง
their
ดูทร
team.
ง
Yeah, they piled 3 players in early on. Remember, this is a map that, like we said, a surprise to see when KC have been picking Icebox, but that was banned out early. They'll be perfectly happy. Pearl's the only other map they've been picking in this stage, so somewhere both teams will be comfortable, as we said. The pistol didn't see that aggression on B, so KC have rotated over, ready for this A site hit. And this could be a problem. Icewall already going to cut them off, slow down the push slightly.
Sugetsu in position. Starting strong, hasn't managed to be isolated by the utility at the back.
ทำไมเหมือนไม่ได้ดู
Keeping that
KC
position
นาน
for the
มาก
rest of the team to rotate into, but they do have to be careful because Anna Captain already peeking forward, and well, the defensive side just fighting from that back corner has done fantastically well. It's going to be an in-zone flawless to kick things off.
หาย
Yeah,
แล้ว
to kick things
Hold,
off, and
hold,
very,
hold.
very good start for the side of KC. Kameto must be very happy today, starting off things like that. And thinking about KC just wanting to go for that 5v5, and oh my god, guys, I was promised that it was Lauren. It was told to me
Oh, well,
that this specific color was only saved for
อันนี้
Pansy.
คือทุกอย่าง
Maybe
ที่
the tricards.
ฟุตพยายาม
No, I
ทำคือ
think with the
KC
tricards,
แบบ
we just always have to do round 1 twice.
เหมือนพยายามไป
right?
แกะแผนนั้นหมดเลย
pistol.
เทคอีกแล้วพี่
อ้าวชิบหายแล้ว
ซาแดก
She's
ยัง
in the
ทำ
building, that's the issue.
There's a fourth
มันไป
headset.
มันไปเฟกลองใช่ไหม ให้ยูรูวับกับแบบให้ใช้
Is
สุด
it
อะ
on? That's the real question.
Oh, we can find out,
เสร็จก็
can't
ไป
we?
I can hear
โยก
it.
ไปกลาง
I don't know
ติด
if the
แถบประตู
audience
does.
เพื่อจะไม่ให้หลังมาประตูมันก็ดันมาทำลายแถบทิ้งอีก
Pansy, can we, production, can we please open that?
สวัสดีครับ
Oh, you're in the arena.
So, Lauren, what have you done? Explain yourself.
I was
ตัว
a
ก
bit
ดดัน
hungry.
ปุ๊บแม่งไม่ยอม
A little hungry. And on the way in, look, there was some cables.
เอาเว
You didn't.
What did it taste
You had a
มี
nibble,
อะไร
didn't you?
วะคอมมึงมีอะไรให้ติด
You
วะ
didn't fancy Danny
มึงจะเทค
Dorito
เลยนัก
instead.
หนาใช่ไหม
เออ มีอะไรวะ
No, funny enough, didn't go for that actually. I thought I didn't even go for a full snack. I just all. You know what I mean?
Can
Save
you-
them for
can you
later.
tell
พี่เลย
us
ของ
which-
ขึ้นเลยนะ
No, that will ruin the surprise.
likes walls as well.
Huh? No,
No?
we can't
Okay.
talk about
Not the
that.
blue wall,
Okay.
at least.
How is the tech pause though? How's it going for you guys?
มันมีอะไรให้เทคนักหนา โอ้ขึ้นอีกหน่อยนี่มีอะไรให้เทคอยู่นั่นอ่ะ
คู่นี้ใครดีกว่าล่ะครับ ไม่ค่อยได้ดู ให้ฟุตครับผมดูเอลมันช่วงนี้กำลังมาเป็นบางวัน
เข้ามาแล้วเทคเลยกูอย่างเซ็งเลย
ซีตื่นโอ้โหเพิ่งวินแรกเองอย่าบอกว่าตื่นซีมันชอบแบบละเมออ่ะ ตื่นแบบละเมออ่ะ
โคตรหนาวเลยเดินไงให้ร้อนวะ แต่เดินแค่นี้มันก็135แล้วนะยังไม่รู้สึกเหนื่อยนี่ถ้าเดินวันละ10 โลจะผอมป่าวะกล้ามเนื้อคงไปหมดอยากกินเนื้อเยอะ
ฟุต
มันมีรายการฟินไปแบบดูวอตปาร์ตี้แล้วก็เดินไปด้วยมั้งแล้วก็เรียกว่าทำเวลาว่างให้เป็นประโยชน์เมื่อไหร่ผมจะเลิกเทคเนี่ยฮะแต่นี่ไม่ได้ดูจบไวๆแล้วรีบไปเล่นไมค์ครับแม่งเอออยากให้กูเดินนานใช่ไหมฮะเดี๋ยวรอบหน้าจะใส่พวกไอ้นี่มาด้วยพวกแบบเขาเรียกว่าไง
แย่ละเดี๋ยวมาเข้าห้องน้ำก่อน
โดน10 บาทบวก10 นาทีอะไรเงี้ยโอ้ยบ้าเกินโดน100นี่เดินเงินว่างเฮ้ยมันจัดเลยโอ้โหมันมีอะไรให้นี่นักหนาวอะมันเป็นปัญหาที่เซิร์ฟเวอร์หรืออะไรวะมีปัญหาในทุกวี่ทุกวันผู้นี้ขอให้เคซีผู้นี้ผมให้เคซีพี่เอ๋ยให้พุทธแต่เคซีมันผ่านด่านตรวจไปนานแล้วดิพี่พี่โอบาทละพี่อะมันเขียนว่า in game issue อ่ะน่าจะเสียเซิร์ฟเวอร์ปะมันจะเทคทำไมนักหนาวเนี่ยEMEAเนี่ยยาวด้วยดูทรงคู่ต่อไปเฮเลติก20เลยแองไม่น่าไหวกับพี่บูธ
เฮ้ยหายแล้วครับนะ
แคสเตอร์คงแบบเตรียมเรื่องสเปรย์ล้างมาคุยกันนะถ้ามึงจะเทคนิคกูเล่น Minecraft อะจอยเซิร์ฟเวอร์แล้วแชมเปี้ยนจัดทีมจะไหวโบเป็นปัญหาที่แลนด์วงแลนด์ก็ดูว่าไลออดจะไหวไหมเหนื่อยกับมันแล้วเนี่ย ยังอีกเหรอเอกได้ทุกวี่ทุกวัน
เอ๊ะว่าเริ่มกี่โมง
มีสิทธิ์5 ทุ่ม
ตัวนะ
ไม่รู้เหมือนกันอาจจะใกล้มาก็ได้
พี่จะกดเกมแล้วนะโอเลยสุดยอดยินซูสู้ๆครับเอฟจะเติมบอร์ดกับตัวใหม่ปะ
อะไรนะ
บอร์ดกับตัว
ไม่
ให
ได้เติมเลยพี่
โคตรสวยอะรอบเนี้ย
ใช่เหรอ
ใช่
ตัวอะไรอ่ะ
โดเน
โดเนนะ
อะไรเว้น
น่าส
แต่
น
ไร
ใจ
เว้นก็น่าเหมือนไรเว้นยังไม่มีสักตัวนะ
สนใจอะไรเว้นเงี้ยที่ว่าเขานี้นาน โอ้โหเซ็งครับเซ็งโคตร
เอซีมีสิทธิ์ยับโอ้โหจะยับได้ไงเพิ่งนำไปก่อน1-0นะไม่น่าจะต่อจากเดิมครับ
แล้วก็เดินต่อไป ล่าสุดก็ปั่นสล็อตกันแล้ว
ปั่นไปเลย
เฮ้ย มาแล้ว
Not a lot in Alpha, but definitely these two teams have some experience with it. The audience is ready, and so are the players. 20 seconds to the beginning of that first round. And Tom, you were speaking about something happening in B Long.
Yeah, I was talking about that. Mitch definitely didn't say that.
Yes.
Sorry.
Great idea, Tom.
So I was talking about the fact that there's 3 people here.
You know,
But
I'll
the
just
crazy
leave.
thing is, there's a couple people here
I
as well.
said it. I will leave it.
Well, I
ศูนย์ใหม่เลยเหรอ
was there from FUT that there was that heavy of a
ศูนย์ใหม่
presence, but definitely that there were players around there. We're resetting the pistol round. They've played it once before, and it is almost interesting then to see if there's going to be a change of identity, but KC sticking to what we saw last time. Global control around middle, but 3 players looking for a fight on long. It's only a decoy that they run into. With the gate crash from FUT, they'll again set their sights on that A site. Without those tech issues, we'll see how
ดี
these
ดี
fights
ดี
go
ดี
down.
เติมใหม่
Now almost just becomes a game of, do you do the same thing twice? Do you risk it again when it failed so miserably well, I guess in round 0 that we're never going to see, for now at least.
It's pretty similar, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is. We don't
Zeus
have-
going down instead of Jet.
I don't think we have Sugetsu yet in the pit, but I think he knows that there's a very high chance of the salvos going into that position, so just playing on the edge of the exact same spot.
Oh, they pinged the wall. They knew it was there, and still they didn't both make it through. But you can still jump over it, so ready to push on into the site. Now, the vines have gone up. That's going to slow them a moment. It's going to get the rotations coming through as Martin's making his way to the spawn. But the players on site have a bit of a fight. It was flawless last time, but now FUT are putting up a bit of a better fight. 4 versus 3 as the spike is going down and no contention possible. This is looked like a little bit of a better scenario until Sugetsu drops Zeus, and we're back to even footing with a snake in the grass of Martin up close, waiting to emerge from that smoke. Flank on its way around, but a little late from Sadek. Martin's gone early and he's been caught. The herd thinning out. Sadek's flank finally gets one. They know where the last player is, but it's Mr. Fallen.
Yes,
Salvo's online, and he'll use them in a moment. For now, the time not really pressuring him, and he'll use them as the rotation comes around, moving into a new angle. The defuse started. It's going to be halfway, but here comes Mr. Fallen swinging in. He doesn't get the kill. The clock, what he's playing with here, attempting to run it all the way down. The shoulder peek's working. Sadek gets the kill, but the clock desperately low. Too low, in fact. It was flawless from KC last time, but 1-0 to FUT. Starting off Pearl.
The duel of the IGLs right off the bat we see on round 1, and a different result this time around. When we speak about FUT and we look back at what they've done in the past, especially on this map, it was a lot about punishing the mistakes or any errors that the other team was making on the other side. We see different footing against
เจ็บ
KC.
ที่ข้างในแต่พูด
You
ไม่อ
saw
อก
that.
พูดไม่ออกได้
But we just have to wait and see how this is going to translate for the rest, because that was a very small show-in. Let's see if KC wants to apparently double down on this aggression on B Long.
I like the fact that FUT were confident enough in their pistol round strat to almost run it identically. Like the same salvos were thrown in, the same util to the back of sight, but this time winning the battles at a captain, farming up a few, but we're now looking mostly at Zeus. I can't afford to lose any more players.
It's going to start to get costly. Oh man, Aves even wins that fight.
เอาแล้วไง
Onto Yedeje of all people,
เป็นเหลือง
swinging wide and another
เอา
opportunity to put bodies on the floor. Sadic's coming in, a classic in hand, half HP on
น่ามีอะไร
Zeus.
แซนแฮก
An
มี
upgrade
แค่
to a Bulldog
มี
at
แค่ผม
least. There is a real opportunity, especially if they go for this plan to 1v1, could be isolated. We'll see it here. Oh, it's Sadic getting
Hey.
the first and the second. It might not have been flawless to start, but it's pretty damn good in the
Holy
second.
shit.
And Sadic's laughing his ass off.
I mean, it's something to be very happy and something to celebrate at the end of the
Sanhat.
round. Again, he is the last one to be joining the party. And
KC
God, we
went
just
around
love
challenge.
that party. Yeah, after that, you call it. Yeah, Mr. Fallen's like, that
Oh.
was not legal. That was not
You
legal.
see the script here, it says 2-0 to FUT, so we're just going to keep reset until we get there.
เชี่ยพกเก็บสองเป็นไป
Oh
ได้อ่ะ
man, that's a tough way to come out of that into a pause, but
เป็นไปได้เพราะ
maybe
พี่เอ๋
it's
ยไง
good for FUT's mental. They'll need a moment
Oh,
after
man,
that.
that could-
Sadic's on a
couldn't have
5-0 start. His classic's looking good.
Yeah.
Good signs for KC at least.
There's even a Red Bull clutch. There you go.
There it was, yes.
Coming in
something a little
so
extra.
flawless to a Red Bull
I'm just here for the sponsors.
เดี๋ยวเชื่อว่า
That's my role for the day. I'm just going to be reading out all of
เชื่อจัด
the sponsor call outs. So there you go. That was a Red Bull clutch. We saw earlier an in-zone flawless, but that round was wiped from
Never
existence.
โลไหมโลแบ็กหนึ่งราวไหมเมื่อกี้
But yeah,
KC
wait
ได้
and see. Because obviously I'm assuming it's going to be a
มันโล
similar
อีกกำหมัด
scenario
อะ
with that being
ถ้าโลนี่แม่ง
investigated.
โค
So
ตรโคตรสุดอะ
talking about
บอกเลย
that round, it's got to be brutal, especially for KC when first you take the pistol, then the second round, if anything, at times can be more valuable. You get an upgrade, although it's only one gun because only one player survived, but also you destroy your opponent's economy. You're going to get a few orbs along the way as well for that reckoning, which I'll be honest, it took me a moment to remember that alt's name because I think this is the first time in an absurd amount of time I've actually casted someone playing Harbor.
You haven't casted Sanic this year.
No, I don't think we
No,
have.
I don't think we have. We've dodged him every step of the way somehow.
Or he's dodged us.
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean, I can understand
be
it from his side.
surprised. Wow.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
I love you guys. But yeah.
Maybe that's what Sue meant when she said I was sassy.
Yes.
It's the bold.
Wait, you thought
โอ้ย
That's not what sassy means.
ไม่ได้ดู G2 นะใจเย็น
เคยดู G2 ด้วยเหรอเนี่ย
ไม่ได้ดู
Going into round 3, everything's as it should be. 1-1. KC did manage
As
to
it should
upset
be,
in that previous
1-1?
round. This fight did really happen. It wasn't just in your imagination. And Sadic can keep that smile on his face. They get that second round win, which, as you said, Tom, can often be
Still
more
red.
valuable than taking the initial. I believe they're still tweaking some settings, but it will not be as extended of a pause. We won't be keeping Lauren an extra hour.
อารมณ์ดี
yes, that's the stage we want to see today.
โค้ด
Definitely.
จดเสร็จแล้วก็แบบเอ๊ะ
Heng almost smiled as
Along
well.
the
He
tap.
was very
It was
close.
close.
He was
very
close. He was holding it. He was
รี
holding
รี
it.
ใหม่
You know, he's
โค้ด
got to
โค้ด
resist.
จ
He
ดเสร็จก็
can't
รี
look
ใหม่
too happy. You want to. It's only 1-1. It's only been balanced. Sadic doesn't look quite as happy right now.
He's meditating.
Oh.
He's keeping his mind focused. 5-0 start for him. That's not including the first pistol round.
See, I don't think he got anyone in the first.
Yeah.
I think it was Sugetsu and was it Elite or Abed? I think it was Elite.
I don't know.
Okay.
I can't remember. It seems like 10 hours ago, but I see a timer moving.
It hasn't hit 0 yet. We're gonna wait.
We're back. Just wait. Yeah, it's gonna go 3, 2, Red Studio.
Pansy will open the door on 1 and everything will turn red.
Well, we've kept her away. She's not chewing any more cables for the rest of the game.
He has the mood lighting for the room.
1-1 we go. KC, they get a lot of weapons out of this, a huge economic advantage, and a boost in the early half. Sugetsu already spotting a bit of contact. You can see that FUT are going to try to use this, the disadvantages that they've got. Try to make up for it with the numbers. Early fight on A, they don't get anyone there. Embed out of captain, he's going to be able to still use his stars, or what few he has, to assist the squad. And they'll again look to pressure up towards Art. They've seen that this is where there was a wall waiting for them before, but the setup has changed.
Yeah, very careful approach from the side of KC, just with those stars.
Okay. Martin definitely here to
มา
play.
ติง
Moving towards his ultimate already. That dimensional drift will likely be online in the next round. Potential to fight for an orb. If so, and well, in terms of cost, or more importantly, in terms of finances for KC, this is as good as it gets. You get to eco a round, you win that eco, you get a free gun, and then, well, if this one comes out flawless, they're in a great spot.
I love the wall position as well. They've given up so much space, but they'll make up for it by holding the extremities. And then if there's a deep push down to the real danger, if they go water into your own spawn, the wall's going to catch them.
I put that down with a misclick when I start the round.
No, Tom, you were ahead of the curve, okay?
Yeah.
Cerebral gameplay from Tom the Biz, and Sadik picking up another, this time through the smoke. These ones a little easier than the fight he had last time. But he knows just how dangerous the classic can be.
Flawless. There we go. We got it in the end.
We got there.
Good job, guys.
Does that mean that we get to see the next round is the question?
No, unfortunately, we're going to be reset. No, I'm kidding. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't panic. Oh, the collab as well. 2 barrels, 3 kills.
I was saying, I really like how patient and how much space KC were given. Just playing with those stars. Just... Oh my God, what are we
doing?
Is this
Oh, no.
tactical?
Oh no, I was joking, guys. I was kidding.
Guys.
I was kidding. We don't need the red LEDs.
Guys.
The timer's frozen in game.
พี่พีเกอร์มันเครียดบ้างเปล่าวะ
You promised me.
No, I'm
I see
panicking.
Mr. Fallen smiling, and that usually makes me happy, but right now, yeah, I don't see anybody with their hands on their keyboards.
No, I'm panicking. This is certainly a bumpy start for both of the squads. And
There it is. There it is. Spoke too soon when we were speaking about having a next round.
ต่อเนื่องเลย
อยากรู้ว่ามีอะไร
Just
วะ
having a couple of fights every few minutes.
Hey, I appreciate you guys in the crowd as well. We get a cheer for the tech pause. We'll see how long that stays. Oh man, they can't catch a break.
We've got the Let's Go tech.
Let's go mini boo
We made it, guys.
Mola. Well, a little break in the action. Certainly not the first time.
ยืดเส้นยืดสาย
Stretches in.
Yeah.
So Getsu's
Side to side.
warming up his
feet,
wrist.
Yeah. Keep that blood flowing.
At least it's not the winter. It's still warm in the studio, so no one's
กำหมัด
freezing up down there.
คนดูนี่
but,
กำหมัดไง
my goodness, it's certainly not an ideal start.
Buff Fade. I feel like we need to buff Sky. There's only,
Mr. Fallen begs to differ.
I would have said buff Harbor,
did
but
they win?
I said Mr. Fallen begs to differ. I didn't say Mr. Fallen.
You didn't say it was right. You said
Exactly.
he begs to differ.
Do you know, when I was having an interview with him and I was asking him about the compositions and thinking also about the Lotus coming up later after, well, if we ever finish this off. Thinking of the Lotus coming in later.
after the 6th pistol round.
After the... We'll get past the bonus eventually. If there is even a bonus. But as I was saying, after last week and the performance that we saw against Team Liquid, that 1-13, maybe that Jet does not come back. Maybe we go back to the FUT that changes composition after this work.
Quiz.
Wait.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to go with number 3. I think it was Indiana, purely because I don't know anything about
Where
Indiana.
am
I want to
visiting
learn about it.
From? New York, United States, Indiana. She's very pretty, so I'm gonna say New York. You're gonna go for Indiana?
Was it? I'm guessing I'll go Singapore then.
Yeah, I guess. Can you find the correct one? Which one was the correct one? Indiana.
Oh, was it?
Let's
Yeah,
do it
there you
go.
for the first time.
I don't know
Is that
anything
new?
about Indiana except that person is from there. So there we go. That's the first fact I've got. Perhaps we'll learn more as time goes on. League officials are swapping the stage PC. Which one of those pesky PCs?
It's Sadax. It has to be Sadax.
He's 7-0 at the moment. I don't think it's Sadax.
First with the
Someone
classic, then with the
accidentally installed wall
bulldog.
hacks on his one.
Yeah. Whenever he clicks, he's on someone's head. It's a unique problem to have. Yeah, and again, I think one of the things we'll clarify as we move on is whether or not that's the 2-1 will hold its water, or whether we'll be back to
โอ้พัง เฮ้ย
even footing. Either way, it
ทั้ง
was
หมุ
a
น
round
ทั้ง
where FUT didn't have a lot to work with,
อย่า
but
นะ
it
อ
would
ย่า
be a
นะ
shame to scrub that collab.
That'd be a shame to scrub the end zone flawless. That'd be the second one.
It looks so bad on us because it's been only after like the sponsors, and it makes me sad.
So,
Yeah, that's true.
a little update for the folks at home as we will move away from the caster desk. League officials have confirmed a hardware issue on stage. So while we wait for the PC to be swapped out, could take a moment, we're going to go off to a break. So we will see you after this.
no ไอ้เหี้ยเดี๋ยวกูหนีไปเล่น Minecraft แล้วเริ่มมีความเซ็ง
นี่มีคนติดต่อใช่เหรอมันต้องไม่รู้ดิขอ10 นาที
โอ้โห
แม่งคิดถูกสุดๆ บอกเลย เข้า TFT มา
วนเข้ามากูเดินไปเท่าไหร่แล้วเนี่ย37 นาทีแล้วเหรอเดินโคตรเร็ว
โคตรงงไม่มีอะไรให้รีบอ่ะ
ติดแน่นอนครับแบบนี้ไม่ต้องสืบให้เปิดเอียบัตครับผม โอ้10 นาทีเร็วอ่ะนี่จะโคตรบ้าเบื่อเลยหนีไปเล่น Minecraft ได้ปะไม่อยากดูแล้วติดพอสเลยขนาดนี้ 45สี่เดิน45 นาทีแล้วไอ้เหี้ยโคตรเร็วอ่ะนี่ผมยืนเล่น Minecraft อยู่แล้วรอไอ้เหี้ยเทคพอสทำวาร์ป
ยัง
พี่เอ้ยผมจะหนีไปเล่น Minecraft แล้วเริ่มเดือดแล้ว
พี่จะจบแล้วเนี่ย
พี่แล้วผมเดินบนลู่ใช่ป่ะแล้ว
เออ
ระหว่างรอมันเทคพอสอ่ะผมก็กด Minecraft ด้วยนั่งดูนู่นนี่นั่นดูมอด50 นาทีแล้ว เดินแป๊บเดียว เดี๋ยว
ไม่
ร
ไป
อ
เอาไอ้ออกเมนที่แบบเปลี่ยนคีย์เป็นพลังโจมตี
อัน
5%
นี้
อ่ะ คือ
อันนี้ผม
ตัวเว
ให้
ท
โอ
มัน
กา
จะ
ส
กากเหรอตัวเวทมันจะกากเหรอ
ไม่รู้เหมือนกัน
หายละ ดาเมจตัวเวทไม่มีเลยตอนนี้
อันเนี้ยผมให้โอกาสถ้าแม่งจอแดงอีกครั้งเดียวไปละ
มาแล้ว
นี่มาละแล้วเคซีแม่ง ตอนแรกได้6แล้วก็แพ้รีมาใหม่ก็แพ้
ผม
6
ไม่ใช่นี่
The PC, and hopefully that's going to be the end.
ผมให้โอกาสอีกครั้งเดียว
Perhaps not the end of FUT's troubles. They're 1 round on the board out of 4 played so far, but technically 3. And the barriers will go up with KC playing a bonus, but a pretty powerful one as well. He's been dropping bodies with that outlaw in play. Ult used by Zeus right away, and he's going to be clearing a lot of space down here on B. Already found that vice wall as well, so some of the danger are already well aware of. A late play by Yedije, very much expected. Martin still shredding on the outlaw.
This is a dimensional drift and a reckoning now for a post-plant. This is as good as it gets for this retake utility. The setup could be sublime, but then you look at the other side, Teo online could be perfect and exactly, they're going to use it early.
K-Crush used by Zeus, he's back on the site, evaded that early danger. Mr. Fallen picks up one decoy and flash used, and Martin gets his reward. Low HP on Mr. Fallen, but he's getting some of it back. Abez quickly dispatches him, and Cracks doesn't last much longer. It's all down to Atacaptain. The spike already being diffused. He's gonna pop the stun, and it's beautiful! Denying with the shot just in time, and that'll pull it back to a 1v1. So desperately close to taking it across the line, but the defuse under his nose. A Red Bull clutch for Atacaptain. No trouble for FUT.
And we were speaking about the amount of tools that KC had to stop that from happening to have a very good retake. We also saw FUT already battling against what was happening on B at the beginning of the round. What a beautiful play to close things out in round 4.
I think just normally in those cases you want to have the grab well. The stun not particularly useful in many occasions, but just expecting them to be stood.
ขนาดมันเอาไอ้นั่นออกเลยด้วยนะ
That player
มันยังเอาไอ้นั่นออกเลยไอ้
is
นั่น
enough
อ่ะ
for it to be taken over the
เสากลาง
line. Up until that point, a decent round for
อ๋
KC.
โหตอนแรกแม่งมีมันก็ไม่ได้โหดเลยแต่ก็โหดอยู่
Greater in hand for Martin.
เจอไอ้นั่นเนี่ย
And they
ของ
now
จริง
go
เลย
back to that slightly more classic setup, but the B site is open other than that singular wall. It's there for information. Other than that, there is nothing behind it to slow them down.
It's KC right up into mid, and now they know where Yedije is.
คาดบอกเลย
He could be in trouble, have some support on the sideline, but he's caught off by Sagetsu, and Atacaptain just fades away. They try to take control of the space on A as a result, but the off is waiting for them. Martin upgrading his sniper, and this time to great success as Footer left with just 3.
Yeah, different approach coming in now, but of course, FUT have already acknowledged that maybe there is some freedom to be had on B. The operators playing on A, but watch out, you never know with that.
มันไม่ได้เดินมันยังเดิน
Break past the wall, which is going to pull the full rotation. The majority of players making their way back through the spawn. Everything available for this defensive side, and with 30 seconds left. Are they giving up the round? Assumption I can make there's no way they're going to run all the way back towards the A site, try and make it through the vines and whatever, other info they'll have. So that is just going to be a full-on save from the side of FUT after a round victory off a clutch. I guess the problem is, the finances won't be there in the next round.
Yeah, exactly. It was so important that for them to have won that round number 4, because otherwise that financial problem would have come much earlier. But the approach from KC in this round, looking for something different. We were speaking about leaving B open and having that double push on from B. Having the harbor, one of the tools that you can use those to open and create those situations and more favorable duels. So KC is very aware of where their winning conditions are, and it's so good to see that from the defense we are going to see this productivity coming from them.
Yeah, and like you pointed out as well, just cutting up that
เราเดินเกินชั่วโมงไปก็ไม่มีความหมายเลย
with
นะ
the
พี่
vice wall, and I feel like
เปิด
the
กล้ามเนื้อ
lead
ไป
has been a real pain on their side. You can see FUT in some of these rounds picking out where they think the wall will be, but it's changed. It's hard. It's water.
เดินเยอะมันไม่ใช่เอากล้ามเนื้อ
And
เล
the
ย
last round, it's on B long,
กล้าม
so
เนื้อมันต้อง
never really knowing where they have to
ต้องฮิต
apply
ใช่ไหม
that pressure to take the information out of KC's hands early. Harbor wall used as well at the start of this round to block off any mid control. And it looks like again we'll see KC looking to pinch into that angle late. The retake on mid is a nice approach, but FUT have gone the other direction. They're sending it all down through A long. blitzing their
ซุย
way
เลย
into the
คิดถึง
site.
สมัย
And
เอ
because
เปียก
they
รุ่งเรือง
had set up for this mid take, KC are all close by, but mostly locked out from one angle
จ่าย
inside
อะไร
the
กันเยอะ
park.
แยะวะเนี่ยมีอะไรใครจะให้อะไรอีกไหม
The FUT have decided to go for something far more direct based off having a few weaker weapons. They're being slaughtered though, not able to get past that cross whatsoever. And it is all too easy. This wasn't an eco round. This wasn't a weak buy. If anything, they still had those 3 guns and they get absolutely nothing.
Much more frontal, right? We were seeing FUT trying to test the map a little bit, and Casey having again a different approach. You move Martin with that operator onto Art. You live Suigetsu, trying to get that first pick, trying to be that first engagement, not only because he can retrieve his stars and just create a segue for himself out, he was also 1 away from his ultimate. So if he got that first kill and got out of the fight, they could play for a full retake. They didn't need to. So now they're going to have a couple of ultimates to work with for this round. And as you were mentioning, Tom, FUT not having the best economy for round number 7.
โอ้เพราะว่าปิดตรงนั้นเลยเหรอ
Been utterly obliterated. 1 player alive, saving guns for the next, and then only getting a singular kill. This is about as good as it could get for KC. They are flying high.
มันใช้
And
มัน
I'm
ใช้
a
นี่
bit
คุ้มจัด
concerned.
เลย
Like
อะ
the
ไอ้
last
แซนฮอ
round,
กอะ
you're trying to go
ฮา
for
ร์เบอ
these
ร์
all-in direct takes, but you give up a lot of space. And with what they've already seen,
คือ
with
เริ่มมา
aggressive
ก็คือปิด
pushes coming through from KC
ทุกด้าน
quite
ทุกบอม
regularly, they had to know
คนเดียว
quite quickly they were going to figure out where they were going. But they still took their time. They were still quite slow. That's why there were so many players there in the last round. I think that could also come off the bat of Yedajay's having a very quiet start. I don't think he's got a single kill on the board, and if your lurker's getting wrecked, you group up.
I was a
ฮา
little
ร์เบอร์
worried
กับหนู
early.
แข่งกับคนนี้
Minute
เอาอยู่
30
แล้ว
on the
นี่ครับ
clock.
ผม
And
ใช้อ
you
ยู่
see
คนเดียว
KC where previously they had this
ใครมา
anti-ego
ท้า
wall
ชิงกัน
down
แบบ
in
นี้
quarter, and then a lot of players playing the extremity, just containing the control that they'd given up. Well, they were playing a little bit more aggressive. They were fighting for that middle
30
control.
seconds left.
And up against the eco, that gave opportunities to FUT. There was a moment where 4 players, or 3 I think, were stacked up on Art, ready to push in with 1 on long, and an op that they were up against in one of those fights. It could have presented an opportunity. But KC fell back, they gave the space, and they're confident that they can just chip away at whatever site the push comes in on. And you can see there is no worry. So far, we're on track for an in-zone flawless. And with a stunned-up Mr. Fallen Classic in hand, there was no other conclusion possible. KC, 5 players alive, in-zone flawless, and 5 rounds on the board. This defensive side is looking very hard to crack. But let's not forget that that is FUT playing an eco.
It's so important what you're saying. It's difficult to crack. Every single round, we're seeing a different default played in by KC. So if you're FUT, if you're trying to see any gaps, anything that you can exploit, if we speak about the individuals, we see Mr. Fallen that was super successful and that can take advantage of those cracks. But by KC just doing something different, just having different setups for the Vice, putting the operator at different positions, but still putting that pressure onto them, FUT have to go back into the drawing board and trying to condition the opponent to follow their plan instead of just being second place to them.
And it's even the harbor walls are changing
Yeah.
up. I mean, we can look at
Harbor.
almost every PC utility now. This same one that we've seen in the previous round up against the
Big
pistols
pot.
is used for this much more passive mid-control. You're denying that burst aggression from FUT.
And now Elite is the one having the operator. With Martin having his ultimate, he knows that he can have more impact with that.
Oh, they've utilized the salvos already just to destroy some of that early utility that's been placed down by the Vice. That's gone in through to middle and has given them some extra space. They're not really finding any resistance. It's a passive hold on one side and then an incredibly aggressive push on the other. A lot of information already garnered once again for KC, and they may start rotating a player back towards that B site.
Oh, the gate crash. Look at it going through. They're not going to trip the wire instead. Going to allow this deeper rotation from Martin. Whether he pops the ult first or not, I suppose, remains to be seen. If he gets contact, possibility to fall back. But the fight coming in on the B site, gets the TP in. Zeus with a double opening. And now, well, have whatever flank you like, KC. The site is there for FUT. The plant secured. And indeed, you can see that Martin is going to go back towards middle, perhaps into the waiting arms of Yedajay.
He's got incredibly deep control, even has a cam to play off as well, so any surprise factor will be gone within a second. And the second he turns around, a really nice little setup for Yedajay to just get an easy pick. For the remaining 2, they have unlimited credits. They are literally at the peak, so the idea is to well, not even get the ults online. It's just about doing damage, as both already available.
Do you want to, as we're saying, you know, like you already have your ultimates. I think it's time to maybe like remove yourself. Okay, there is some damage if you're a vest.
สูงจัด
When it comes to the
โอ้โห
cost,
มันโดนตัดไป
weapons
รั
on
ว
the floor, Aves with a 3-piece, but no time left to defuse that spike.
เงิน
Running
มั
to
น
the
ตัดหมด
hills
เลยมัน
is his only
เล่นได้
option. He'll
ไอ้
make it
ฟุต
far
เนี่ย
enough away. For KC,
พุทธก็มาเสิร์ฟ
that lead
เออ
closed in on
แต่มันกลับยากอยู่แล้วนะ
just two
มันไม่มี
behind
สโมกกลับ
it, proving that they can take that more direct approach with great success, denying the angle of the operator early on. Salvos coming
พอ
in
มัน
from
ได้วิน
behind the smokes,
ฝั่ง
and the
พลาด
TP
จะได้สะดุดเลย
worked wonders.
Yeah, we were speaking about the TP coming in from our team, but it was actually the one
โคตร
from
แสบไอ้
Zeus
กล้อง
that we should be paying attention to when we're speaking about FUT. Come on, you need to
ผม
make
จัด
them play your game. This kind of execute, this kind of putting all the pressure on
ผมจั
them,
ด
finding that gap, spotting where their operator is not in play, and just taking advantage of that. Also thinking about the ultimates that you have to work with to make things easy for you.
I think the surprise factor as well. This is what Zeus and Mr. Fallen have always been able to bring as a combo. Those explosive
เพื่อน
plays
ตายนะ
that worked for them in the last round. This far, it's an
เจอ
aggressive
โม
one
เมน
that
ต์
fails
ที่สุด
miserably. The rest of the team not even able to capitalize. Sugetsu coming out with 2, but Yedaje and Mr. Fallen have evened things up.
Oh, the cage as well in the cross. That's going to keep Elite guessing whether he's already made it through. Prowler is sent in to confirm that information, and Martin realizes the ult isn't needed. They've already read that the rotate is underway. Yedaje trips the wall as well, so there's no late round security for KC. Have to be worried about all of those angles, but they have made it here ahead of the push. Foot a little late, bringing this spike to sight. And if it's a 1-by-1 fight, Elite may have a real chance to just end this round here and now, but the ult is sent in, and he's sent out of elbow, out of the round. Still one watching from up
เป็น
above.
สกิลไล่
What
ระ
do
ห
they
ว่าง
have
ต้อง
to
วาง
deal
ปิด
with it?
ต้องเล่นในไซด์
Can't
นะ
put a smoke in, instead just having to swing in, but luckily Aves was tight in the corner,
Don't
not
remember
able to pick them until the plant is already down. A 2 versus 2 as a result, and Martin putting the dimensional drift into play to try to find these last players.
They have the info on where the majority are for one side, and he's trying to garner it for his squad. 2 versus 2. Both players spotted, but it seems like both players are going to end up losing their fights. Foot climbing back into this attack side, and they've made a dent, but KC will still be able to buy comfortably again.
And what a way to turn things around. I think that JetTJ, we were speaking about him not being able to get the kills, even getting that one onto Martin a couple of rounds ago. And I think that it's given him the confidence back. And also, Mr. Fallen is making sure that playing backside is just not an option this past 2 rounds. They're on B. And we absolutely know that when we're speaking about FUT and speaking about being confident, being comfortable, everybody is going to be cheering up each of the players.
Yeah, I also want to talk back to something that was mentioned on the desk about the best Teo player within our region. And I will say for me, utility-wise, Mr. Fallen actually is my favorite. I think he's so incredibly good at putting players into position, but also making things very awkward for other players. I think we go onto the defensive side of this map in particular, and he was the guy that proved to me that Teo was going to be a game changer because of his plant denial, because of how much space he's able to take. And I think you're witnessing it here. In both the last 2 rounds they've won because his utility has given them an advantage from a position where they were at a disadvantage. That's something that I think you look at any other agent, there are times where that's possible, but to do it consistently is so much more difficult. Is he 4-9 on the board? Sure. But 3 kills have come off his utility alone.
Yeah, and I think we saw that as well in a lot of the games recently. Looking at Lotus especially, you'll see Tejo's not having that much impact when it comes to the individual duels in some of the games recently. But it's not about that. It's the control of the map. 007 will Elite. Not quite. He's got some assists.
Oh yeah, I think Yedaje was closer, but has stepped up over the last couple of rounds. A quiet start.
Elite would have wanted to look more and pull that operator through. It's back in the hands of Martin. And again, we're seeing the same setup from KC, but this time it's not just the vice wall towards B. Having that gate crash to escape from Martin means he's going to get that little bit more aggressive, find some information. But that info is going to be obtained across the map as pressure is applied on Art and through the double doors.
โยรู้ที่จริงใจ
There's no real space for FUT to take without a serious brawl.
With all the things that we have seen happen in our mid, they decide to double down and just try and see if KC want to go back towards those fights.
Already forcing back the angles. I like what we've also seen from Sadak. utilizing all of that harbor utility towards the door. So if you want to try and aggressively swing into it, you're going to get slowed. And even though that slow is not much, if you're trying to swing as a team, it just makes it that little bit more disjointed. He has used up the majority of it though, but that delay puts FUT down to just 40 seconds as they look to build into a site where all of the thorns currently lay. They're going to be slowed down a lot on this entry.
Especially late round, that gate crash from Martin's usually allowed for early rotations, but it was still in the elbow of B, so he's not going to be here to back up the troops with the op and all those smokes down. Maybe it's for the best. He'll be in the late round if needed as the plant comes in from FUT. Mr. Fallen previously got shredded as soon as the spike hit the ground. This time, he'll be able to retreat and set those salvos up. KC want to get ahead of the problem. Already picking off Zeus before he can fall back. Spotting order. Spamming it back, but Sada gets nothing for his trouble. Up goes the Cosmic Divide, but that's the signal for Yedajay. He's going to start his flank, wrapping his way all the way around. And all they have to do is delay, but they can't. They're all in the ground. All the spam's giving Yedajay away, and he can't stop the defuse from there. That could have changed the game, but instead, the round was already lost.
ยิงขู่อะ
I love the way that they combine their utility to just make all of these fights so awkward. An abundance of smokes, an observer's nightmare.
มันก็ใช้ได้นะไอ้แผนยิงขู่อย่างน้อยก็แสดงให้รู้ว่ากูอยู่ตรงเนี้ยมึงจะมุดเข้ามาก็มามันก็เลยลังเล
ได้เลยเจ็บเลย
And by that point, well, you're narrowing things down to 2 or 3 angles that need to be held rather than an abundance of them as you would normally in this site retake.
I love the awareness that we're seeing from KC. This is probably a lot of what we were seeing on that first round. Actually, was never the first round, but it happened. But it actually never happened.
Imagine that.
Yeah, because we saw KC that was very passive, that was already expecting of all this utility that we're speaking, the smokes, the plan coming down, and already thinking of how to battle from within the site. And even though FUT have requested here timeout, there are things that they have changed that they're doing better. For example, we were speaking about them going on to Arts, and even when they were back when Yedajay was going to put that camp, Mr. Fallen went with him. Taking those 2v1s, potentially always having a refrag is definitely a good sign that we expect to see from a team like KC, sorry, from FUT. But then when we look at KC, we were speaking about Yedajay already, you know, has that flank. The only reason why Sadak looks and
ไปทุบชั้นหนังสือหรือเก็บหนังสือ
ก่อนแข่งคืนเนี้ยต้องชวนทีวันไปเที่ยว
taking their balls.
ขนาดเรารวมกลุ่มได้มันอย่างยากเลยแล้วพี่บอกว่าแกไปเล่นคนเดียว
I don't think it's going to be that we have the majority of those superstars. Like, they picked up a lot of players that were very good in their own positions. Swapped a lot of roles around to try and fit things in. But you look at the scoreboard right now, and other than Elite having a bit of a quieter performance, everybody else. Yeah, okay. But everybody else has been really good so far. So it's a dangerous time for FUT. Obviously, we talk about the value of trying to get first in that group, but more importantly, the burden of being fourth. It's a single elimination match if you finish fourth in your group.
มีทางเดียวก็ต้องพาเมโทรไปเที่ยวอ่ะ
Immediate breakage of that drone.
วิดีโอบอกว่าพี่เหนื่อยว่ะเทนยิงไปหมดแล้ว
Signal default from FUT. In fact, looking a bit more towards the extremities this time, seeing Yedajay side out of captain. He's just a few pixels away from being picked off by Martin, but it's Zeus to give away the opening duel. Sadak clean in that shot. Martin gets an opportunity of his own. Even faked in case one of his teammates could make that call and force Sadak forward, but Ada won't fall for the bait, at least not for now. Now it's to rotate back.
They still have the issue of delay though, 40 seconds. They haven't been clearing out any of this Vice utility, even if he has been having a rough game statistically. Every time they enter this site, they're met with thorns, which do damage and delay you severely in terms of that time. 25 seconds to make their move. There's now 3 players on this side. They all potentially even the grab one. They're going to try and swing off the back of it. Elite does well. Sugetsu in tandem, and that clock is now ticking very fast against FUT. But they find the openers. Both kills incredibly quick. They're going to get the spike back. Reckoning already in. It'll reveal them and stun them up. Somehow Yedajay survives the shot from the operator. So desperately low, but he'll come out with 4.
ไอตัววางได้แล้วเรียบร้อยเลย
But they did. Unbelievable display from Yedajay. Yeah, they're down to the last couple of seconds. Reckoning put into play against them. One of them has to plant, and Yedajay even steps behind the wall for a moment. You think that's the opportunity? Able to catch him going back through. He got hit by it as as well.
He got hit by an op.
Yeah, but it's the fact that he didn't die. He felt invincible.
There you go.
แบบนี้ด่านกันหรือด่านบุก
For him, it was absolutely nice. I think he
Well,
was
I
almost
put my mind.
stunned also when he peeks for the last one, and of course.
I
โอ้ย
didn't
มัน
even
ยืนเลยว่ะ
realize that
พี่
shot hit him.
เดือดจัด
Unbelievable.
Wait. You thought Martin
หรือ
missed.
ว่าสปาร์ตาคัส
That's a good point.
Doesn't happen at
I'm
all.
sorry, Martin. Please don't watch the VOD back.
เนี่ยบอกมันไม่ยิง
He will.
มันเอาใหญ่
That was Tom speaking. This is Tom. I'm Tom. Be mad,
Right.
be mad with Tom.
I'm Mitch.
เฮ้ย
It's weird, Tom. Your voice sounds a lot
คน
lower
ทุ่มเท
as in
เนี่ย
from
แต่
where it's
คุ้ม
coming
แล้ว
from.
Wow. Well, there was absolutely no need for that at the record show. That violation was unprompted. KC, 6 rounds. Let's see if the FUT can equalize by the time they close this one out. Half has one more round to play with Aves tagged up already. The defenders of the B site could be in trouble. The Arsenal being brought over to Elite, and the weapons out of the hands of
Sweet.
FUT. They're not able to stand a chance in that first fight.
เอกลักษ
You've
ณ์มาก
still got the
พี่
wall to break on through. That's going to isolate one of these players,
มันดูคลี
leaving
น
out a
นะไอ้
captain
พิ
on
ซู
his own.
ดูคีนแล้วดูหันแบบเร็ว
อืม
Still, we've already seen massive rounds
Yeah.
from him already.
Oh,
And the
wait.
2
Oi,
for
lahan.
in the third as he swings back around, leaving Sugetsu
เชี่ย
standing.
พี่ฟุก
เลยเจออย่างนี้
Back-to-back 4Ks from the side of FUT. And well, it's been clutches that have got them close in this half, but they go in even.
4 out of the 5 last.
นักลาดเกมเมอร์หืมไอตัวสามนี่แบบเดือดเลย ปวดหัวเลยโคตรเกลียดสิโดนแบบนี้ โอ้ยเชียร์อัพหน่อยโว้ย
จดก่อนไลน์อัพ
There, in fact, yes, Sadak knows a lot about the harbor, knows a lot also about micromanaging it, but it was not before EMEA. Before EMEA, he had not played it himself. But now we're seeing a different phase. We already saw a little bit of utility, but no movement on the side of FUT. I promise you guys, the PCs are working.
Is that a promise you can keep?
Yes. For now.
If this studio goes red after this, man, we're going to be having words.
Please.
I'm going to start questioning if Pansy has paid you off to just curse our cast.
มันจะป่าเมื่อไหร่วะ
That's not better. I'd do it for free. Thanks, mate. I appreciate that one. That makes me feel so much better about myself. Nonetheless, Mr. Fallen already spotting that additional pressure. Has the salve online, has the stun available as well to slow them down. And they're both going to look to sit towards that backside position. There you go. That's that additional delay. 35 seconds left on the clock. A rotation already coming in from Zeus to join them. But Mr. Fallen wants to try and be the hero himself. They're not expecting him within the smoke. It's the surprise factor of the leader. He may not think he's one of the better aimers, one of the better Teos.
แล้วเข้ามาแบบเข้ามาเสิร์ฟเลยหันข้างแผง
Well,
เขา
they
เลย
think
เมื่
the
อกี้
round's gone. 12 seconds.
ไปรอเวลาเปล่ารอเวลาเปล่า
Players to run past, and one of them is Mr.
ไปทางคุ
Fallen.
ม
He's
ซะ
got
แล้ว
his
ไง
own 4K up on the board.
That's 3 in a row.
Got jealous of Ada Captain in the previous round, and you know the best part is, a humble guy that he is, he's probably going to say, that was all Ada Captain, great smoke.
Yeah, from 3 different players, so the 3
Yada Jay.
back to back.
Then out of captain.
Yeah.
And then Mr. Fallen. That's absurd.
Yeah, exactly. And we were speaking about the harbor, right? And we saw that wall, that height being used from Sadak, and that was the trigger to send in the salvos, and also for him to also just put himself in a situation. You're mentioning the smoke from Ada Captain. He has the balls to just go, this is the play. This is exactly how I can get the most out of this situation, and definitely a 4K
ที่
is
ได้
the
2-0
most.
ครับ
Yeah, I think there's a lot of IGLs at the moment that when things go bad, will try and put the rounds on their back. I think Mr. Fallen is one of the few I don't mind because he genuinely has the individual skill to back it up. I'd say Mini does as well.
But he's a caster now, so.
Yeah. That's the Mini I'm referring to.
You've not seen him in ranked at 4 a.m.
You're correct, I haven't. Neither of his opponents either. He always goes missing.
Until they're 11-3 down. 7-6. FUT on the defensive side. They put a round on the board, and now it should be the easy conversion. But this is where KC were able to disrupt the flow of the game in the previous half. It was Sadak popping off with a little 2-piece to finish it off. Aves getting more than he should have over on long. Now they're on the attack, grouped up. Safety in numbers, perhaps. Spams don't land on anyone. A decent start. Sadak up to his old tricks, but he's only good for 1. And it should be housekeeping from this point. I like the little crossfire that they're attempting to put into place. Getsu and Aves.
Cracks, give me a 4K.
One enemy remaining.
Nice from Sagetsu. A little more. The damage would be felt, and it got a little bit closer than I like to
เกือบ
see.
หายหมด
Only 3.
Oh, Lord. But they
All I'm going to
survived.
say is the KC classic stonks are going through the roof right
I don't know
now.
what they put
I
in
might
there,
have to
man.
get one just to see if it
บูริ
works.
โคครับ
I think it might be more than just the skin, Tom.
What is it then?
Yeah,
It's the players.
what are you trying to say?
It's the players. It's the skin.
I
I'm
told
saying
you,
you're not as
I
good
Are
as
you
them.
saying we
You-
should
you-
not buy the
Did
case?
you
Absolutely.
forget?
That's not what I said.
I was
That's not
sat
what I
here. I said I'm working for the sponsors today. I do something that, you know, try and sell some bundles. My man comes in and goes, "Yeah, it's not the skin. It is the skin. It's the skin. Buy them all."
100%.
We're speaking about the bonus now for FUT. Mr.
พี่
Fallen
ซุยกดไป
Let's go.
16
with a
ล้าน
bucky
จัด
Let's go.
and a
Just
dream,
keeping it.
and 1 away from his ult. So
Hey, he's hiding in smokes. What other gun would you want?
exactly
Probably a judge, but
based.
Oh, they're coming his way. Chance! Mr. Fallen with 1. Stun up close and a fallback. Salvos to be sent.
got his ult.
It's going to be sent through. That's going to force them forward.
Ui.
Right into the bucky. Mr. Fallen.
Ui,
He's not
Stalin
even
ทำอย่างนี้
taking
ได้เหรอเพื่อน
the weapons on the ground. He knows what he wants.
ปืนอย่าง
That's
โหด
another bucky kill. Decoy sent through on the flash
Ui.
from Mr. Fallen.
อุ้ย
He's got
ยัดลู่
ช็อตเนี้ยบอกเลย
ทุกซองเอ็ด
that might be the
Bastard.
greatest play of all time.
If that is not our play of the week, I will quit. Of the week. We have a sponsor at the end of the day, Thomas. I thought that you were
We
aware of
got
this.
change it to play of the year or something. Weak doesn't cut it.
the ult in the middle as well. He took the decoy and the player out in 1. Oh my!
Yeah, but he's definitely not the best Echo in the league.
No, guys.
Right.
No.
Overrated.
He gets the first kill, he backs off, uses the ult, gets now.
Can we just move on to map
gosh.
2?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone recovers from being aced by a bucky.
I am not recovered.
Well, 3 back-to-back 4Ks is bad enough, but an ace with a bucky then.
They have remembered that they are Turkish. Yinsu had that question. You guys can shoot. They definitely can.
Supposed to get an ace.
Yeah.
Mr. Farlin has to up him with an ace from a bucky. Martin, well, he's going to try and bring something back. 4K maybe? Add a captain, try and add another to the tally. He's under serious pressure, going to run out of bullets. That doesn't help. Max is there to try and react, but they got to be careful. Maybe getting a little bit overzealous in this round, a little overconfident, and well,
จะมีบอม
they've
ด้วย
swapped places.
บอมมีปืนนะได้เล่นครับ
Back after that
โอ้
previous
ย
round so quickly. We're into a 2v2. Rifle for Aves, but low HP. Elite just on the Sheriff. But honestly, post-plant here, great potential with 2 Razor Vines still online to play with an Aves. With low HP, he wants a bit more. And that was deathly close. Grazing the players, but not quite dealing the damage he needed to. They'll fall back though. And like I said, a Haunt as well online for Aves to play behind smokes. Well, there are none either. FUT have to just step out in the open, and both Razor Vines on the spike. It's going to be time delay, bleeding that clock dry before they'll have a chance.
He could seize them both behind the pillar, put them low, but it's just down to time. No, he's going to check close.
แพ้เนี่ย
Was a little bit nervous about that position. Spike tapped, Horn utilized, nice shot from Elite. This is going to be an immediate swing back, an important round to take. It would have been the mental completely obliterated, but an immediate response and a pace save card.
50
We've hit them all this game.
Very important for KC, yes.
50 กินกับอะไรก็อร่อย
Very important for them after the round with the Bucky. After us going insane, it is very easy to lose your mental and to think, what the hell was that? It is so good to see that the response from that is being very fast, even though they have that weaker weaponry, to see if the FUT are still celebrating in their heads.
บีถ้าได้แผ่นนี้มันคือแบบ
If it
what
was
the hell
Mr.
มาก
Farlin who swapped PC.
ไม่เหลือคนสุดท้ายไม่เหลือคอนโทรลเลอร์นี่โอ้โห
No, I think it was because KC all left the stage, so I don't know.
But would they have left the save because it was a problem on the other side?
Who knows?
But if it was Mr. Farlin, check him PC.
Yeah, whatever, whoever swapped that one in.
To be fair, it was all on
They have
camera,
jersey
and
on?
we saw it. It was a Bucky, and you know, like, we saw everything. Do you think?
He's got some sort of an implant in his brain. I don't know what's happened, but the switch has been flicked. But for KC, an immediate response, a necessary one after losing that 3rd round and a half, and a timeout called here to steady the ship as they attempt to push right back up into the lead. But 2 rounds between them and FUT.
Can we change his name to Sir Fallen? Because I think that deserves a knighthood.
A knighthood,
if I'm
yeah.
honest.
You
I
win
think
it wrong,
that's...
Mom.
Is that
Maybe
how
if
you
they
do it
win,
in the
maybe if
UK?
they win the map.
Yeah. You get 5 kills with the Bucky, you get knighted. That's what it is.
I'll
Okay.
make sure to
Pull out
On
Charles,
the same
get
round,
Charles
it has
out.
to be an ace.
Yeah, it has to be an ace. What, just
Okay.
5 kills in a game? You could just
That's what you
end
said.
your whole game.
I'm just double checking if I can be a knight as well.
I'll make sure I only get a 4K with the Bucky then. 9-7. 2 rounds in it as we get
So
right back into the
probably
game.
an ace with an Odin. What did you get?
Deported.
Exiled? Is that so? That's why Mitch is Irish, right? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
He was sent to the north.
Need that back.
Whoa.
Covering it.
oh no. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. My watch has started. As KC make their way towards the B side, already blitzing through the double doors, and the B side under threat. Rotations from FUT will come in, perhaps a little bit too late. This is a pacey take that KC are going for. The pressure then applied onto Zeus, a flash around the back and a spam from Yedishe. That's done quite a bit of damage, and they're just waiting for that wall to fall. Zeus gets ahead of it. Fat Crack stepping in,
Hey,
is put in
Sud
the
Odi.
dirt. Zeus
Sud man
wants
แน่นอน
to
จริงว่ะ
keep
โอ้โห
control
เจ
of
อ
the
ท่ายาก
backside, but a
ต้องกระโดด
swing
อ่ะ
in leaves Martin on 5 HP, but it's enough.
เห็นเพื่อนหัวขาดเป็นต่อ
I was going to say it will hold them back, but it's more so just Yedishe dancing. The Astral Wall utilized
อีกกลางบน
to
พร้อมกัน
divide them from their opponents, but it's FUT. You know that there's going to be a temptation to play through this. The problem is they can't hear the spike being planted. They'll get the information from the top of the screen. But they still have an awful lot to do. Luckily this time, and a captain is still alive.
Very easy to play for this post man. Yesterday had also used this camera to get some information onto site. The 3v3 in all the positions are favoring KC for this post plant.
There's nothing left to block vision once the smoke goes down. Mr. Fallen's got one through it.
ครึ่งแล้ว
That's
ค
a
รับ
good start off the spike as it's already gotten to half. They want to force the fights and out of captain claiming head. Sagetsu tries to deny but doesn't get there in time. Without a captain closing that one out. FUT push up to double digits. The gap back up to
งงว่าทำไม
3. And they are on their way to closing out this map. Top damage done to the economy of KC.
Yeah, the scary prospect here is the amount of ultimates that are already online for FUT as well.
รอบแรก
มันกำลังดึงดาวอยู่
The impact
Yeah.
that can be had
น่าจะดึงดาวอยู่ปะ
with a Mr. Fallen, Armageddon. Dimensional
Nah,
drift
nah,
as well would be the
keep on
perfect
going.
combo. And a lot of close
The Fan Hawk
ultimates for
don't remember
KC
that.
with orbs being in fairly favorable positions, especially on the A side of the map. But
Out
because of
that.
that, it seems like FUT want to try and face them on it.
Slowly but surely, again, starting KC taking up mid, using that Harvey utility to get some pressure, maybe for some of the fights. But FUT have not been very eager to engage in these early duels. Happy to do so on their own terms, as you were mentioning, Tom. Cracks and Ada Captain already pushing through it.
And also, you know, if you're FUT right now,
Still
out of
going.
captain, having the ult, Mr. Fallen in the same boat, I imagine retakes would be a serious option. But they go fighting, looking for those duels, and Sagetsu, sure, he goes down. But with the weaker weapons, one-to-one trades, especially when you're on the attack side, you're not going to turn your nose at that. It's a decent start for KC. See if they can make a little bit more work.
I wonder if they got rid of the gun. I'm sure they did. Or
I hear juggled.
I can hear it
Yeah.
being juggled. Okay, they did. That means it can't be retrieved. And already spotting
Oh my God, he has
that
ult again.
push throughout.
I'd be so scared if I was KC. I see Mr. Fallen and I'm like, guys, run.
Would he even bother using it here? You already have a player advantage. Sure, there's a single gun.
Oh.
Okay, well, there's no opportunity now.
Oh, wait,
Martin's found an ultimate of his own. That'll be information.
Shoot me.
Trying to get his teammates the kill, and that's exactly what will happen. Another advantage found. In fact, Elite's still going, and the only man left is Zeus.
1 against 3. A lot of clutches for FUT. A lot of big plays. His teammates have led the charge in so many of them. This one looks so difficult. Even getting rid of some of that utility. Look at what's waiting on long. 2 players stacked up, and it's Elite to claim another. He had a very slow start in that first half, but heating up just in time. The gap back to 2. And KC climbing back into it in a round I didn't expect to see much from them.
Yeah, absolutely. The purchase was not the best for them. We were seeing some sheriffs, some stingers, and we were also seeing, getting rid of the gun, making sure that they were not going to be able to play with it. In the meantime, Mr. Fallen did get that kill. But as I was saying, KC baiting that plant, trying to bait that ultimate so they could work against it. It wasn't even needed after getting the kill on the Turkish IGL. And that didn't look like Sanak was very happy after getting that round.
And does he know they won? Is he aware of that?
I feel like FUT so far has been incredibly poor versus low buy rounds. A lot of their individual prowess, fighting things on their own and not necessarily having that synergy and retakes has cost them so many a time. Wanting to get ahead of things, maybe even getting a little bit cocky. And I guess when you see how many multi-frags they have, you can kind of understand why. But versus the pistols, value really doesn't seem to be there. In this round, ults are very good. That's the main thing we're looking at for FUT. And of course, that singular invested rifle for Zeus. Of course, the
ไม่
benefit
ทัน
of
หรอก
him
นะโหไม่ไหวครับ
not playing the operator so much is he can afford to do this without losing too much.
Very quick rotations also on the side of FUT because of
กรรม
having
การ
that
ทีมสุดท้ายดันเป็น
weaker
ทีวัน
weaponry.
เนี่ยยาก
And
เล
of
ย
course, with all this noise, they need to do something.
Yeah, they've made the right read. Prowler catching 1. KC may look to pounce on that.
Well, that's not going to do much.
No, not taking anything away. I'm
Oh,
really
that's
not
the
sure
spike.
the logic there. Spike goes deep and gets dropped.
Hey,
They go
no, Fan Hawk.
jumping through. This is messy from KC.
Fan Hawk
A team
มัน
that's
ต้องให้แบบนั้น
looked
จริงๆหรอ
controlled so far. But now they're being controlled. The ultimate of Mr. Fallen sends them back.
Yeah, good
Runs
luck.
this clock down. 14 seconds. Spike behind enemy lines. And a cosmic divide blocking them off. There is no way in. And so all they can do is look for a way out with these two
ทำไมบอม
weapons.
มันถึงไปอยู่นั้น
I am at a bit of a loss for what we just witnessed. If this was an
Fan
eco,
Hawk
I
มาให้
don't mind that from KC. Flood in, go back, whatever. But Spike
เอามา
leading
ตี
the
หรอ
charge, weapons up against pistols, and ult that removes rifles when they don't have
And a
any.
pay safe card
ขอภาพ
thrifty.
ชายดิ
Don't forget that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, that's I wouldn't want to take your job.
No.
Tom.
ผมไปอ่านแชท
That's
หัน
why I'm
กลับมา
here.
พอดีมีคนกระโดดเข้าไปเป็นมอบ
Yeah, but of course, as we see in the replay, I want to see is
Yeah, Fan Hawk.
Sadak going
Hey,
in
Fan
on the
Hawk.
push him with the spike. Also thinking about Mr. Falling maybe having that ultimate again, trying to bait the plan, but leaving that spike there also trigger Mr. Falling to use his ultimate. All the utilities.
ทำไม
all in.
IGL ถึงทำแบบ
Also,
นั้น
he
ครับ
gets to use
ทำไมอะ
that cosmic
โอ้
divide to make sure that that spike was actually for the defense.
มันอยากไปแทนข้างหลังเราเลย
Yetajay, they saw he was on the right, and then
ก็น่า
Sadak
จะแบบ
looks left on
เดี๋ย
the
ว
way
เกม
through.
ยากเกมง่ายเกินไป
Man.
Hello. Martin, though, already kicked
เรีย
this
บร้อย
round
สุด
off
โดน
much
จับ
better
กุม
than the last.
หรือมันอยากย้ายทีม
Gone from action.
อยากอยู่คุณ
Looking
หรือ
like
เปล่า
they're not going to try
เล่น
and
งี้
commit off the back of anything, just falling back with the advantage they've had. I'm going to be honest, it seemed like that last round was just a mass misread. Like, I think the use of the steel guard
แข่ง
as
จบ
well
ดูรีเพย์มัน
was
จะ
just
รู้สึกยัง
them
ไงวะเนี่ย
thinking maybe there was a full investment there and there wouldn't be a gamble.
They were scared of the
I
bookie.
think that when it's that close, no, maybe not the bucket, but when it's that close to
Hey,
the,
it would take
the
it away.
score, I don't know. That's the kind of thing that you can misread.
I think Mr. Fallen's on the site. Quick, use the steel guard. It's a low buy. That bookie's gone. Easy round. But, well, it didn't prove to
He
be.
at least can't ace us with a shorty.
Well, that's what you think. You might regret that. Sadak, this time he gets the better of them inside the cove.
แก้ตัวแก้ตัว
Inside it, not outside. That's the key piece of information. Dive back to
เฮ้ยนี่เอามาอีกแล้ว
Spike down.
Oh,นี่มันช่วยดัน
แค่ได้ยิงไปนะเมื่อกี้
So
นะ
that one doesn't work out. And, well, KC look a lot better in this round up against what should be more resistance.
Spike planted.
A little bit more of the same plan, right?
That was it. It's the synergy. The difference in synergy there was huge because before, I think just when you're up against a low buy, your opponent's much more likely to be within your smokes, around the coves, like in odd positions. Whereas when you run this strat again and again and again in your pracs, you're going to have a rough idea of where people are going to be when you push this through together. So
Like the pistol.
ท็อป3ของ
Sure,
OT
why not?
เฮลิเต็ด
Which
แน่นอน
ones?
Yeah,
Like they got
yeah.
to play it twice. It's
But
not
not
many
big team.
options. There's not many times in life that you're gonna get to play the same pistol twice. With
then
a
again, I
different
say
outcome.
that the second one went.
เหลือเชื่อเฮลิไอเอฟติกมากเลยอะปลอมแบบ
I was curious as well. They used the same utility. I suppose not many teams
ปลอม
go
มัน
into
ดูกวน
like,
ตีนดี
what
นะ
do we
เดี๋ยว
do
ขึ้
if
น
we
เดี๋ยว
have
ลง
to play this a
Just
second
want
time?
to be fair,
How should we
you
swap
know.
it up?
As in,
Oh,
we
đau
want
quá
to
thủ
be
vậy.
fair, you know.
เฮลิติกลิควิด
But they got
3
the
ทีม
second, and that's
Yeah.
put them in a decent spot in the first half. But now they're climbing
NBA
right back
การ
up
แข่งขัน
after
สู
a
งดีนะ
big response towards the end
แต่
of the
ทีม
first
ไม่ยัง
half
เดือ
from
ด
FUT. 4 out of 5 of the last rounds. KC putting one on, losing the next. One on, losing the next. It's been back and forth for the last couple, but they're 2 behind. We now need to see them start streaking rounds together. Sadak reckoning his ultimate online for Harbor.
The only one.
That's the only one on the server, indeed.
ไปเล่น
Perhaps that
Minecraft
can
ดีกว่า
bridge the gap slightly between the two. FUT have looked good, though. They've always been able to fight back in these rifle rounds.
But they just disrespect that ult
ใช่
completely.
โบเตอร์มัน
Like
มี
the amount of times I've seen
โค้ด
someone
เฉพาะ
just
ตัว
step,
โค้ดฝึกยิ
jiggle
ง
back into the same angle. I think it's one that's great for information.
โปสเตอร์นี่โคตรคุ้มเลยนะ
I mean,
ได้
only
ได้
KC is
ไอจีเอล
something that
เหมือน
you
ได้
can
โค้
be
ดไป
prepared for, right?
Yeah.
And only KC.
Immediately used, actually more so towards the
Yeah.
swarm, but that does mean it's given a lot of a gap over to Zeus. This is not a
วัน
play
นี้
you
แทน
can
เราได้
let
น้อง
go
ทีม
and miss, but I
โค
think
ตร
they've
คุ้ม
utilized it just
เป็น
to
ทั้ง
try
คา
and
ลิส
clear
เตอ
some of
ร์
those
เป็น
mid
ไอจีเอล
positions that they've had problems with, already getting full information on where this guy is, but he still manages to take down Sadak.
เป็นเชียร์ลีดเดอร์ด้วยโบเตอร์
At least one. Numbers on site, though, still going to allow a plant. They tap it to bait the fights, and the trades are at least found. KC doing well. The spike finally finds its way to the floor. The spams through the smokes in return. Not going to land anything. Sugetsu does well to provide that bit of cover. But the spot that they've planted in, it's not going to allow them to fall back to long. That's why Sugetsu's keeping that control later on towards the laneway. He'll have a crossfire here with Martin. Once they step their way out, and it's looking clean. Ada Captain finds one, knows Martin is close, but can't deal with him. And now escaping back with the gate crash. Ult online. A gate crash sent back into the elbow. That can be used just to cause a headache for Yetajay, who even now is clearing out those angles. Good swing from Martin. Great read on the timing. And with a 3-piece, he's put them down to a gap of just 1 round.
Yeah, double digits for them. And Martin also one of the players that throughout the year we were speaking about him being in this
ปิดเสียง
Euro
ครับ
jail.
ไอพวกปิดเสียงนี่โหด
I
ค
would
น
say
หัว
most, if not all, of the matches that he's played. he's played with
How
this
long did-
agent and him being able to find a
But
couple
don't
of
see
kills
him.
here.
ยิงเพื่อนด้วย
also
นะ
being able to
ยิงเพื่อน
retrieve
ด้วย
play from
อะไร
a
เข้าเป้า
much
ยิงหมด
much
จังหวะ
safer angle.
มาจริง
Speaking
ยิง
about
ทุ
the
กอย่าง
layer and also of utility,
ที่เป็น
after
CS
that
นี่คือ
spike
แม่งโดน
goes down, they're being
disconnect
very,
เลย
very cautious, both of the teams, onto when to
พวกนี้
invest
มาติน
what
เอาเรื่อง
because of how
Evident ก็ปิด
close
เสียง
every
นะพี่เอ้ย
single one of these rounds
Hell.
have been.
I want to ask, who's the
ผมมาครับส
sort
วั
of
สดีครับสวั
prison
สดีครับ
guard
คุณธนเดช
at Euro Jail?
What do you mean?
Like, who would be
น่าจะ
guarding
ไม่ได้ดู
the
แล้ว
Euro
Evan Did
Jail?
หมดหวังแล้วเหรอ
น่าจะไม่ได้ไปไหนหรอก
You mean like the ultimate Euro or
No, who's locking them up? Is it Eng?
Eng? Yeah, of course.
Eng has him just
ไอ้เชี่ย
trapped.
เค
ไม่
ซี
ปิด
โย
เสียง
นให้
Yes, of course.
วินหนึ่งนะ
no?
Get back in there.
Yes.
ถ้าชนะแบบนี้ก็2-0เลยไอ้แต่โลตัส
Does Jet have a
What
gate
weird,
crash? No.
โอ้แต่ล่าสุดโดน
I like the
ลิควิด
wall
ไว้นี่
used here by
งอมเลย
KC. And just trying to rob that
นี่ลิควิด
information.
เขาแก้
And around like this,
โล
you
ตัสไว้อย่าง
mentioned
โห
it
ดเลย
earlier when FUT were on that low buy, you're likely
They
to
have
make
a ban,
those
man.
over rotations. You're likely to
Team
move as a
แม่งโหดจัด
pack. When you see that contact, wall goes down,
Team
and
Liquid
they're
นั่น
ready
น่ะ
to pounce on
Good
these
Batman.
players on A. They're expecting Sadik to come running through a cove any second. And instead, KC have gone the other direction. They've already taken backside B control, and the plant should be easily secured.
Suigetsu has gotten that orb. If he gets the
Both
spike
from
down, he
the
will also
Confederate
have that
Unit.
cosmic
Both
divide in case they
From
need it
Hanan.
for that post plant.
ก็โบสปีที่แล้วมันก็หนักพอ
I
ๆเอ
have
เว
a
เดน
feeling they will not.
Yeah.
Weaponry not the best.
เอเวเดน
and
เหรอ
FUT's plan is to try and get ahead of it.
บอกโบ
They
ส
know
แนะ
that if it
นำโค้ด
gets
ให้
into a
เอเวน
post-plant
เดสหน่อย
scenario, they don't
โค้ด
have
ซ้อ
the
มอยู่
utility or the weaponry if those players are all sat back towards long.
พา
They
เอ
try
นา
and
ที
fight
กลับมา
front.
พังงาด
It didn't work this time.
And a captain good for one, but it doesn't change
ที่ดู
anything.
ดิ
Well,
ขนาดวิกเตอร์มันยัง
Suigetsu, you
แบบ
know, he will have the
ไม่
ultimate
อยู่อะ
for the upcoming rounds.
ไม่ไหวแล้ว
You
ยุคนี้
see
เด็ก
that
ยิ
the
งโหด
rest
เกิ
of
น
the players in KC now bringing things very, very close up together. 11-11 on this pro. Guys, I know that you have had a lot of overtimes this
เอ็น
year.
เอตอนนี้ที่ดูมีทรงอยู่ G2 เลย
And we've had some lengthy ones, your 18,
G2
16s.
ร้อย
That was
ที
good
เซนติเนล
Normally on split though.
On
Yeah.
split,
It may be
yeah. I
R.
feel
Split
like
when we
that
go,
has
geez.
always been on split for you.
Well,
Or Bind.
Valorant
Bind is still the longest one.
ทรงที่แบบสู้โซนอื่นได้สบายๆ VG2
I know you're probably here
อ๋อมี
somewhere.
มีให้จีทู
He's really hearing this.
ส่วน EMEA ก็
Looks
โอ้
like we
โห
could
มี
be on track for
เย
another
อะเลย
right 11-11, but the wins
แป
have
ซิฟิกเรา
changed.
ดีกว่า
Now it seems
ที่ดู
like
สู้
it's
โซนอื่นได้
KC
ก็มี
who are
เกา
on
หลี
course to
แก๊งเกา
close
หลี
this one out 3
เกาหลี
rounds in a row. Their struggle was to connect consecutive rounds to get a follow-up, and they've done that now with 3 in a row. It's
แต่
FUT
ถ้า
calling
แต่
the
ทารอนเห็น
timeout,
เขาซ้อมกับโซนอื่น
realizing
เขา
that
โหดเหมื
this
อนกัน
map, a map in which they led for quite a
สู้ได้
while
เหรอ
since that end of the last
จะซ้อม
half
ได้
gave
ไง
them
อ่ะ
that
อ๋อ
little
เวลา
bit
บิน
of
ไปเงี้ยเหร
a
อ
boost.
ไปช่วงที่แบบว่าเขาบินมางาน
Now
อีเวน
it's
ต์ใหญ่
slipping from their
Ah.
grasp, and they're none too happy about that. As the timeout comes to a close, we see the last
ตอนนี้
words
อินโด
of
พังงาด
guys uttered to the boys. The
อิน
fist
โดเก่ง
bumps
กับเกา
are
หลี
in,
ด้วยตอนนี้
and the timer in game already ticking. Barriers will go up 2 more times. We go the distance,
อ้าวเหรอ
OT or not.
เพราะว่ามันหายไปเลย
Takes it in the end is anyone's guess.
I'd
Well,
say
look.
what we've seen so far is KC
พี่เบสยังยงลงนรกอยู่
on
วะ
average have looked like the better team. FUT
อัน
have
นี้
had
ลองแวะไป
way
ถาม
more hero plays
Yes.
and set plays.
Sound
So I wonder if
muted.
the pause is for some sort of
ออกมาละเพราะว่าตาย
เป็นไงบ้างครับ
คือไฟคิปเปอร์มันไหม้ปุ๊บแล้วไอ้พูดไฟแม่งเกิดเลย
กำลังเดือดเลย
at least an early fight for the orb once again, but that is just to get Zeus at that
Microphone
mentioned
muted.
grip.
Microphone
An immediate
activated.
rotation, the pre-round gate crash.
ทำไมถึงเปลี่ยน TS อ่ะอันเก่าหมดอายุ
That
แล้ว
was going to be a pacey
อัน
rotation
เก่าเหมือนแบบ
unless they
เช่า
saw
เซิร์
some
ฟไปแล้วมัน
serious
เช่า
contact.
เดือนละ
Oh.
6,000 มีหลาย
no
เซิร์ฟ
control over
อัน
A
นี้ทำใหม่เหลือไม่ถึ
long,
ง
B
พัน
long secured, even the laneway
ประหยัด
being
งบใช่ไหม
watched by this camera. So
แล้วจ่ายมา
side of
3-4
FUT
ปี
have
อะ
quite a bit of map control.
Oh,
to
ดือนละ
Bobby.
6,000
They
เลยเหรอ
don't know about
Right.
B long necessarily, but that
เช่า
will be spotted by Zeus in a
ChatGPT แบบ
moment.
$200ได้นะ
Same start that we've seen from KC, right? Or right again, just putting the hover utility onto mid, getting that control, and then making a decision after that. But they've already lost over 40 seconds of this round.
โลตัสเคซีโหดไหมแมปของเคซีมันต้องโหดอยู่แล้วครับ แต่ว่าฟุตอะฟุตโลตัสก็มีของครับผมแมปหน้า
มี
ก็จะ
ทีมเดียวครับที่เลือกโลตัสมาแล้วโดนกระทืบบ่อยมาก
Think about the KC post plants.
โอ้โหอย่าให้พูดเลย
A lot of it has revolved around sitting back passive
ที
in
ม
these
แถว
positions.
ๆประเทศนั่นแหละ
It gives up
ป
that
ระเทศแถวนั้น
control though and looks to try and support yet
บ่อยเหลือเกิน
It's a problem that both
แป๊บนึง
players are
ผม
going to
เข้า
have
น้ำ
effect
ฝาก
from off-site. And indeed, that resistance seen KC wrap all the way around, but FUT have realized it just in time. They've come back into the A site. Mr. Fallen will still be close by. In fact, he's already past that cosmic divide, destroying some of the utility, giving away his position. Add a captain close as well. Now 4 players with a quick rotation from Zeus. The ultimate had been put into play. information found earlier, but they could definitely use it now. The decoy will be the one to try to claim it. Mr. Fallen, good only for a trade. And look at the position. Oh, out of captain. The position of Aves, though. This was what drew my eye, but Krax has caught him around the edge of the smoke. It's been round after round put up. KC seemed to have full control, but now locked out by a cosmic divide. They know exactly where Sugetsu is. He hasn't got a star on, so he's got to peek his head through. And out of captain rips it clean off with a three-piece.
ขอขึ้นแท่นไปก่อนนะ
And love to see that, of course, FUT still has it in them. I feel like, especially once he gets to puts that cosmic divide down, the first move from Fallen is actually push. And the moment where Ada is like, no, I don't have a clean slate, he goes back and wait until everybody's ready to make this kind of plays. Also, the position that Ada Captain had to be making those kills, to put all that pressure at once, was so favorable for them. And then when we're speaking about the overtimes, if FUT had not won that round, of course the economy would have not been the best for this one. So this is the only way that we could have had to the overtime.
Ultimates once again are close. Martine's dimensional drift has garnered them so much space throughout these rounds. That's where I'd expect the orb to go, but Aves being able to get that nightfall as well may mean that they'll look to fight for the second. They won't be able to, though. Mr. Fallen has already picked that up. Armageddon. You talk of impactful ults, that's definitely been number one.
Well, it's been a while since we've seen the Pearl from FUT, going back to week 1. For KC, they showed their strength on it just the previous week, dominating mates 13-2, but a bit of a difficult finisher up against FUT this time. One round to bring them to overtime, or to bring FUT KC's map choice with a map under their belt. It's Martine who's going to try to be the difference maker up close. Good spray. Catches out of captain, the hero of the previous round, and tucks himself in close, but it's suspected. Zeus receives a shot through the wall. His head barely hanging on. Asatic is down to 6 HP, and Mr. Fallen on 30. Everybody's tagged. It's going to be a narrow margin by which we decide if this is OT or map 2, and with Zeus falling, it's looking more and more likely that we haven't seen the end of Pearl yet. Yedajay late, making his way through Art, but they're ready and waiting for it. 20 seconds. The plant needs to be secured, and that means a cross for Sadik, but he's found one, and Elite will finish it off, bringing us to round 25. We're going to overtime.
So it was true.
Oh, good call.
Yeah, with you, it just goes to the overtimes. You do the sponsors. You're in charge. You're here forever.
Let's be honest, a few scripts have been flipped today. We normally get the OTs, and Lauren normally gets the tech pauses. We got the tech pauses. Maybe I thought we wouldn't get the OTs. You know,
we ticked all the boxes today.
Yeah. That's where they're going to break records later today.
Oh yes.
I'm not saying what records. Something will be broken.
Oh listen, I'm chewing a few cables on my way out. Let me tell you, I'm getting back at Lauren for that one. And yes, we're back into the fray with FUT moving back to the attack side. We'll see if they can find the same sort of spark they did towards the end of the first half. It was 4 out of 5. And a lot of KC's game plan was around either deep control on B or leaving the Vice wall there, and then this mid re-aggression.
He's almost got
but
two
this
there.
time, it's a spam through the doors for one, and as you said, Tom, Zeus is down to 35 HP. A phenomenal start to this round for KC.
Really couldn't hope for much more, just with a seemingly almost random spray through the door. I guess got a little bit of information, maybe off the back of a Prowler, but not a lot to go on. The defensive side are going to continue this aggression. I don't think the Prowler actually cleared out Yedajay, and for that reason, he's now going to make his move. Start pushing up towards A. This is a lot of information to be had for this attacking side. Now, there's still defenders in this position, but it's whether or not maybe they turn their tail and run.
On cooldown.
But with the spike so far committed, I'm not sure they will.
Oh, I'm seeing Yoru walk that way, out of captain down. The spike needs to run for its life. Mr. Fallen barely making it out. Yedajay needs this space. If they go down here, it's done and dusted, especially with Razor Vines blocking them out and actually dividing the forces. Zeus won't be able to make it onto Yedajay to help him out, secure that back site, and with 15 seconds left, KC know what's going on. They've seen the cam. They know the contact is coming this way. 10 seconds left, and that's it. There is no way for Mr. Fallen to get this planted. With 5 players, he'd need a god tier spray. He'd need a bookie to make that round work. It's 13-12. KC with map point.
45.5 นี่คือ
Maybe
ซี
a
รีส์
little bit of an overcook. We saw the first kill, right? Sadak taking
แมปแรก
down
โอดีขนาดนี้ก็
Krax. Maybe
ตู้
not
ป่ากันดิ
having that initiator utility change their plans for what
He
they
just
wanted
spammed
to do
'cause
on
of Prowler.
Yeah. Change their plans completely onto how to take the sites and how to approach this space. Maybe too many cooks in that kitchen because
I think it was just a giga misread.
Yeah.
Like, I think that they thought the fake they'd sold had moved everybody off of the site. They had absolutely no idea that Sugetsu was still in the pit.
would you consider that a fake?
Well, they threw in Anna Captain, threw Util, and
Mr. Fallen
put everything onto that site. So I think it was an attempted fake. It just didn't work.
Not a very
Yeah,
good
but
one.
like, okay.
Not a very good one, but
I didn't consider when the spike is moving towards that side, you know? As in you are trying to cause a reaction, you just don't see it.
But I also wonder if Mr. Fallen went deep to put the salvos in, because if he does it from further away, they would know.
it's obvious. Either way,
อ้าวโอทีเฉย
the plan was, it certainly didn't
No.
come to fruition. KC, again, taking control of this mid space.
Lo
You see
OT.
it a lot in their defense. This is what they hold on to passive and then push back into late. No surprise on their attack. They still focus around that part of the map, splitting back out towards sites. And we've seen the fakes too, often moving up, breaking into utility that would be protecting that B push. I'm a little nervous to see Sadak this far up on his own with the spike.
โคตรฟุ้นหำพี่ย
Especially
ง
with a man like Yedege on the other side, there's a good chance he swings through that smoke. And even now with backup, Martin could have his work cut out for him. If
Dola,
Yedege
don't
does
do it
decide
again,
they
no.
both got utility in their hand, this is really stressing me out.
โอ้โห
Not
ตัว
only
ปลอม
decoy usage,
เสียเชิงเลยอย่างงี้
Sadak finds the pick. It's only going to be Zeus. Typically, his team
เป็นใครใครก็ยิงเมื่อกี้
from their spawn.
มีโผล่เข้ามานิดนึง
But this time he sticks around and notices that they've left B.
Uh.
That gets Mr. Fallen going back to the A side. And a
นี่ไง
captain
ฮะ
with
อั
the
ตรากัปตัน
double.
มั้ยล่ะ
And FUT still have a chance.
Sugetsu in position. 12 seconds left on the clock. They need to get rid of this man before they can do too much more. And that's exactly what Martin will do. But now Mr. Fallen in position as well. Battling versus Sugetsu.
Planted.
It's Zeus
อย่ารีพีกับซุย
still on
บ
that
ทเรียน
long
นี้บทที่
rotation.
1
อะไรนักหนา
Trying to
ประตู
sell
เนี่ย
the
ฮะ
steps with the fake out, trying to give the idea that maybe he's gone a different way. But look how passively the attack has moved. Look how far back they are sitting. Sugetsu has been spotted.
ซ้ำโดนอีกแล้ว
The move here is not going to be possible at all. And Martin
นี่ไงไปก่อนเลย1-0
พุดแม่งชอบหลอกอะเอาจริง
ฝุ่น
หลายทีแล้ว
มันด่านตรวจพี่เกซีมันเคยผ่านด่านตรวจเหรอ
เหมือนจะเก่งอ่ะ เหมือนจะตบหมดแล้วท็อป 3 การันตีอ่ะไอ้เชี่ยแล้วมันก็ชอบหลอก
หลอกพี่เอ๋ยรัว
หลอกมาตั้งแต่ปีที่แล้วแหละ
ๆสีหน้าของคุณว่าโดนพุทธหลอก
เวลาดูพุทธเล่นอ่ะมันได้ความรู้สึกแบบเชี่ยนี่แหละเว้ย
มัน
ท็อ
โห
ป
ด
3
มันดูโหดมากตอนมันชนะ
โห
ใช่
ด
ไหม
อะแต่มันชอบแบบ
พอเจอของแข่งจริงมันก็ดูแบบ
บอกกูอยากได้ที่ 4อะไรเงี้ย
กูอยากได้ที่สี่
โอ้
ตรวจตัวเอง ฟุตแม่งเหมือนเซนช่วงหนึ่งอะ ที่แม่งมาแบบโหดชิบหายสักพักแม่งแพ้รัวๆหลอกเด็กอะล่ารอยยิ้ม
ใช่
แต่โดนเฮเลติกนี่คือไม่ต้องสืบเลยนี่มันโหดตอนนี้คือโหดแล้วกลับมาโหดเลย ต้องดูว่าวันนี้จะล่ารอยยิ้มเยอะเฮเลติก
เฮ้ยวันนี้มันเอาจริงเรื่องติดแล้ว
มันจะเอา50เลยฮะ
มันชอบมาโหดช่วงกลางปีป่ะเฮเดติกปีก่อนอะโอ้โหช่วงกลางปีนี่มาแบบ
ออกไปแล้วไม่ต้องเข้าแล้วนะฮะ
ปัดกันลั่นอ่ะ
ไปประตูทำไมนักหนาโดนโคราชนูมกับฮีโร่
แบบหน้านี่มีอีกไหมฮาร์เบอร์อ่ะ
ซาเด็กมันชอบหยิบคอมแปลกๆมานะ
มันมี
ไม่จะเอา
มันมี
ออก
ช่วงหนึ่งที่ราวมันเริ่มกระจายใช่ป่ะมันก็เริ่มเอาคอมแปลกเข้ามาที่มีฟินิกซ์
เข้าออกวัน
ฟิ
สิ
ก
บ
ฟิ
รอบ
นิกซ์มันไปเล่นนีออน จำได้เลย แล้วก็เละเทะเลยตอนนั้นอะคอมแปลกมันอะ
แต่มาร์ตินนี่มันดูเข้ากับโยรุดีนะ
มันคิดเร็วทำเร็วมาร์ติน
มันดูเล่นเซียนอ่ะ
รอเบนจี้เบนจี้น่าจะยากแหละ ดู
อุ้
แล้
ยว เบนจี้มันก็ตื่นอยู่นะ
น่าจะทรงนี้แหละ ไม่น่าตอนนี้แต่ตอนนี้ลุ้น
แต่ปีแล้วแม่งตื่นกว่า
ใช่ลุ้นมินิบูแบบลั่นกว่านี้
สวัสดีครับ
ดูแล้วมีทางอยู่ เหมือนแบบมันยังสเต็ปอัพเรื่อยๆอยู่มินิบูน่าตามมาก
มิบูมันโหดมากเลยนี่ผมนี่เล่น Minecraft รอเลยครับ
โลตัสถ้ายังไม่เปลี่ยนไม่มีฮาร์เบอร์ โดนละเกมซีแบบนี้1-1
ฮาร์เบอร์แม่งน่ารำคาญจริงนะมึงกว่าจะหมดสโมกมันอะไรอ่ะกูบอกกับบ้างกูตายเลยอะทำไม
ไม่แล้วคือไอ้รอบสเตจ1นี่คือพี่อวยสุดๆอะอยู่ดีๆก็อะไรวะเนี่ยงงไปยิงเฉย
Holy fuck
ตัดไปเดี๋ยวสแปมฮาร์เบอร์เลยแพ็กกิ้งฮูซุดเดี๋ยวมากรอกน้ำ
ไอ้เฮียแล้วแม่งแมลงเข้าบ้านกูจะทำไงอ่ะมีขี้แมลงสัตว์กัดต่อยได้ดิสัตว์สัตว์ดักแมลงสัตว์กัดจ่อยทำไมเขาตายกันรัวๆเลยวะเนี่ยคือหลอกมันขึ้นตายไม่พักเลยไม่พักผ่อนเลยแบบโอ้โหตายแบบคุ้มค่ามากอะหมดยังวะมีเลทด้วยเหรอโอ้โหเกมมันจะอะไรขนาดนั้นวะมันจะยากเหี้ยอะไรขนาดนั้นโอ้โหทำไมหมู่บ้านเราเป็นอย่างนี้แล้ว นี่โดนกูดิซ่าดีนะมีผ้าพันแผลพุดก็ไม่มีทำไมตีแดงก็คราฟของมาตีดิเนี่ยสโตนนะเนี่ยสโตนไปเนี่ยโคตรแรงสโตนไปเนี่ยเห็นนะโล่ก็มีเนี่ยโล่อุ้ยสัตว์ทำไมมันเยอะอย่างเงี้ยเอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยแต่แม่งโคตรเยอะไม่ไหวแล้ววะเกิดอะไรขึ้นทำไมต้องไปหาพี่เบสเดี๋ยวค่อยตามไปที่หลังมันคือบอสเลยนี่หว่าไอ้เหี้ยเสียงไปก็ไปวะไปเอาของก่อนจะได้ของที่นี่ดิบล็อกหินตั้ง30 อันจะได้บล็อกหินโอ้ดูเกมต่อเดี๋ยวปะถ้ามันเดี๋ยวค่อยเล่น ยังไงพวกแมลงนี่โดนธนูยิงเดียวตายเลยเนี่ยมาครับ2-0
เฮ้ยเวเลว่ะ
เวเลสุดว่ะ
because they probably knew a change was coming.
แคนฮอกมันยังแบบ
Interestingly as well, it gives more of an opportunity for Zeus to actually take these fights, but still have a get out of jail free card by utilizing that refract. For now,
มั่นใจอะ
it will be Casey kicking things off over on that attack side. They definitely look good in map number 1, but struggled against some of those individual plays. And well, they're going to match up very early on versus Zeus.
Oh, the stun didn't quite land. Martin able to grab himself one, and it is Zeus falling by the wayside early on. Gives KC a lot of options now, denying that B aggression. They know that they can put the pressure on to see with a door opened as well. It's going to be in the back of Yedajay's mind, but he's got quite a passive setup indeed. Cages there to cover on the cross, a trap to potentially catch them, maybe even a wall bang that could come through. And it looks like his setup will be put to the test, as we can see KC gravitating towards that side of the map. But we also see a little rotation from Cracks and a reveal that's going to get them that info early on.
Broken maybe a little bit too fast by Aves. We also saw Sadak get in that orb early in the round, building towards that reckoning. Walking onto side already.
They'll head
30
into
seconds left.
Cracks in the Edge. 20 seconds left, so they are going to be making their move into this side of the map. Sadak wins his battle, and Cracks so desperately low with the remaining players. Not quite in a spot. I was going to say to fight this one, but Mr. Farlem will try. At a captain. Always been very good with the Classic, but 4 players.
Maybe if it was the KC Classic, it would be a different result.
They got a lot of 4Ks, but this
หมดพลังหรือยังครับ
have to be a pretty big
ว่า
mistake.
หมดเลย
Don't think there's going to be one made already. First kill does go his way, but getting back out of this is not going to be easy. Very nice attempt from Ada Captain. It's not going to be the round going their way.
Yeah, good attempt. Also, love to see KC just making and taking the best out of that harbor, using that cascade and the high tide also to just focus on killing the players that are going to be coming from cascade, which we know if somebody's coming from B is going to be the easiest way to get back onto the side. So pretty good round for KC to kick things off, and maybe on the path of closing this on a 2-0.
I have a question. Has anybody actually played Waylay well on their first attempt? I feel like everybody in their first attempt has sucked, and then like Camo came in, and then with one of the later attempts was really good. Mini Boo had a decent start to a game, but then it really fell off. But it didn't. They ended up getting banged on that map. So I don't think anybody has come straight in, picked Waylay, and been very good, at least in EMEA. Like, obviously not including Jorgamo and like...
For next week, not that down.
Yeah,
we'll definitely be speaking about this.
Let's take a look at the stats. You know, the other interesting thing about KC is that most of the time, these first kind of 2-3 rounds, they play out as a formality, right? Like, we will even have games where we're talking very generically, talking stakes of the game and what we'd seen last week. And especially in these rounds where you've got classics, it's always interesting to see what KC have planned because they're bringing this harbor in. So it's almost like we are seeing things, if not for the first time, I'm sure for much of our audience for the first time, you probably don't see the harbor in ranked, and if you do, the other team probably surrenders. So 1-0 on the board, and KC, again, housekeeping. You're up against classics. You shouldn't be losing that much. They've got a margin for error, which is already being pushed with Elite falling down, but Sadik can recover any weaponry that goes by the wayside if Avez does end up falling. Carrying those 3 rifles through to the next round is all that really matters, and that's why Zeus is trying to make this costly. Those shots don't quite land. So 3 weapons in hand, 1 player to take down. At a captain, how much can you get done?
It's Avez that he's looking for. That's the freest of the kills, and mind you can see where Avez currently is. He wants nothing to do with it. He's all the way back towards the spawn, just watching in case he's trying to trap them in. It should be a relatively easy exit, and I think from this stage, Ada Captain was just hoping that they'd go in this direction. Falling to the spike, of course, you look at the ultimates on the other side. You don't want to give Sanak an opportunity to get that reckoning early. So he's just going to die to the spike instead.
Yeah, and as you were saying, Mitch, we do not see the harbor being played a lot, obviously, and EMEA here is mostly and only KC. But if we take our heads back to when they played against Koi, it was actually on that seaside where they found a lot of success. Yes, they were playing up against Device and actually a double Sentinel, and they were playing around it very well. So just at the beginning of this 2 rounds, we see kind of like the same plan, the same execution onto the site. And what we're seeing right now, it's the part of the map that they want to fight early on.
The other kind of interesting thing in this series is we'll see that buy up from FUT and aggression on A, but KC moving in the other direction, so missing.
นี่เช็คกล้องโอ้ซาเด็กเกินไปหรือเปล่า
You're playing out week 2, Lotus 13-2 to KC. Week 3, Pearl 13-2 to KC. They're happy to play both of these maps, and for FUT, feels like they've been on the back foot, especially now having lost that initial maps. A lot of questions around how this Lotus can play out, bringing in that new agent of Waylay, but like you said, Tom, it does feel like players often struggle to get it done with that. Mr. Fallen, though, no struggles here. KC take control over the site, but they want that little bit more. They get punished.
I think maybe they expected 1, maximum 2 players to be just waiting around that corner. Instead, I think it was the either jump spot or jump fake from Martin, like trying to bait them into taking the fight versus him, and instead they end up just spraying down the majority of the squad. With how much space was taken already, it was that attempt to make it through and just ended up lining up instead of creating an awkward battle for the side of FUT.
มันไว้ใจเพื่อนมากแต่เพื่อนไม่เอาให้มันสักคนเลยพี่
อันนี้มันกระโดดรับหมดเลยเดี๋ยวคนที่จะกระโดดฉีกออกมากระโดดหม่งเข้ามา
We see a lot of teams find value from this ult, but I think KC is so good at having a set play around this ult.
Yeah, exactly.
And
not only that, we also see Sadak at the beginning of the match. We were speaking about how he's grabbing his orb. He is always most likely going to be the one planting the spike, 1 away from that reckoning. We see the TP, the Cascade, and the Dimension of Drift is on play.
มันวาร์ปเข้าอย่างนี้คือมันกะจะใช้สีให้ได้คุ้มที่สุดเลย
That's the final hit. Players grouped up outside B. Shorty in hand and Martin.
โอ้ย
He's got a little
นี่โดนบอดจากข้างนอกอ่ะกูจะสุดเอาไป3
brings it back to
ไอเดือดกับไอเดือด
cracks and out of captain. They can even play this one together if they want. This looked like a lost round from the get-go. A huge play coming in from Martin, but now FUT stand a chance of picking the pieces back up. I believe that door is still shut, so you're giving away your position in the process of breaking it. Paranoia, though, opens the door for cracks. He's seen one, doesn't know. He's seen the player close, but Sugetsu caught him as well.
Headshot. They're both sat within a similar position. This is not going to be an easy spot to clear. Maybe not even one expected.
เกือบอยู่นะเนี่ยกดเป้าลงอีกหน่อยนี่ได้2 ตัวเลย
Martin is going to be the one to take home the round, but what a damn good try from Zeus. Like, he was in no man's land fighting the entirety of the squad.
ทำไมซาแดกมันหัวเราะตลอดเวลาลมดีเลย
to that comeback, that crazy defensive side. But there was a reason that they won, and it was because of Zeus.
เดือด
Absolutely. We'll have to go back to check the numbers,
สุด
especially
ว่าจัด
after this match ends. But something that we can always take into
มี
account
แบ
and
บ
every team
มี
should
เรื่องราว
consider
มา
is
กมายเกิด
Martin
ขึ้นเวอ
coming
ร์
out of his ultimate with that shorty. I think that he has a success rate of doing that is out
เอ็น
of
เก้มัน
this
โดนพลานอ
world.
ยใช่ไหมเมื่อกี้
Three key to that round.
จะใช่
Which
นะ
is still being played.
Out of
หัว
this
ดำมาเลยเมื่อกี้
dimension.
Yes.
See what you did there. Very good.
ฟาลิน
Very
เซ็ง
good,
สละ
Tom.
เมื่อกี้
Top
Thank you,
mark.
sir.
No problem, Dad.
อันนี้แข่งเอาอันดับ
All
เท่าไหร่กัน
push
แล้วครับ
towards the A site, and it seems like free space with the
เหมือน
right
จะ
shooting plan will
สำคัญ
be
นะนั้น
secured.
นี่สำหรับ KC กับ
NJ
ฟุต
waiting around the door.
เพราะมันต้อง
So
แย่ง
often you'll
แย่
see
งอัน
those
ดับกัน
rotations back to the B site,
แย่
but
งอัน
that's
ดับ
not
ที่
the
2
case
3
this time. Deep smoke as
ที่
well.
3 ที่
One
4
way
แล้ว
for
มัน
Martin to play around
Up.
the jump through dangerous, and Zeus is punished immediately. He goes back for
What?
more, and through the smoke, he's dropped Mr.
So-
Fallen. I don't know how Sagetsu saw cracks, but this round, oh, it has quickly come to a conclusion. All KC colors on that feed. As Yedege runs to the C site and attempt to
Adek
save this
pushing Tom
weapon, as
Harbour.
that's the only small victory they could claim.
And we were just on the previous round, before we saw Martin and that dimensional drift that we were speaking about. He's only 2 away from getting his ultimate. Again, that's probably where we see him trying to hunt down wherever Jetije is playing on the map. He's not going to be finding him. But speaking of the win condition for KC, having all of this ultimates to
ขอสักห้า
start
สุด
off
อะ
the round so strongly and conditioning your opponent to just playing for the retake almost.
But the thing I like about it is they're very good at cycling them. So you're only really
Oh,
seeing
spam.
one ult being used to get you into the site, get
Oh,
you
hit
that
the deal.
box spawn.
Is this a get to
So
bullets?
pixel.
He had a
A pixel.
52 headshot percentage coming into this week. A 52!
Well, I'm no surprise then that he's playing that
Then again,
angle.
though, how many kills did he get?
Sui?
เริ่มมั่นใจ
If it's
มั่นใจ
52
กัน
with 4, I'm seeing a few issues
เดี๋ยว
there.
KC ก็ปล่อยไก่
Numbers aren't adding up.
สอง
Numbers aren't adding
ดู
up.
แล้วไม่ดูแล้วเน้นจัดเลย
He's currently
ตอน
It
นี้
was such a good headshot that it counted as an extra percent. It's alright.
Hold.
At least nobody started a
Guys is on his
massive.
Standing up. I absolutely
Whoa.
will, guys, because he's so
ต้องเน้น
expressive.
ขนาดนั้นเลย
Jesus.
I don't
เพราะ
think I've
เห็น
seen
ประ
this
จักษ์ออก
man.
ตัวเองบอก
and
กูจะตก
fired
งาน
up
อยู่แล้วเนี่ย
Man, it's
เอา
He's
ไป
injured himself.
กูจะตกงาน
hard as he
Không phải
sits
khẩu lọ.
back down. Relax.
ปวดใจ
Oh my goodness.
What's
Oh, there you
Day.
go. He heard you. He
Yeah,
is
he needs to
relaxing.
kick back, in through the nose, out through the mouth. It's all going to be all right. Well, Geis has given his words. He's obviously seen a lot of problems.
Did anyone tell him that he's already qualified to playoffs?
It doesn't matter for
He
him.
wants that top seed.
Okay.
He wants it, Tom, and he's not giving it up. Not here on Lotus, but KC. It's not about giving it up. They're not getting it for free. They are taking the lead, taking the reins of their own fate into their own hands. 4-1, and facing a very low buy. It's going to be that rifle saved by Yedege. Nothing else to help them out. Some ultimates they could lean on, but honestly, in a round like this, I think they're better off saving them for the next.
เมื่อกี้ที่ยืนแบบว่าสัตว์ทนไม่ไหวแล้วเดี๋ยวกูลงไปเล่นเองไหม
Another start just taking control of Mount.
อารมณ์โคตรได้
That orb that is also going to be taken by Martin. Some damage done already onto
คือวิ
Zeus.
ธีการใช้ของมันแบบ
And it looks like there's
คอนโทร
nothing
ล
that
หรือ
can
ทำ
stop
อะไร
the
หลาย
KC
อย่าง
monster
ของ
right
ฮา
now.
ร์เบอร์ ดู
อัน
แบบ
นี้คือไอ้
With the rifle will be the one
มัน
to
ปิด
try.
สมิธเลย
รับไม่ทัน
Only real danger in this round
I'll buy
on the
that.
flank, and he has
เมื่อ
managed to
กี้ยก
take
วอล
down
ไป
Sanak,
โอเมน
but
ทีพี
I think
ข้างบ
after
น
the gun was
ใครรอ
spotted,
อยู่ก็เรียบร้อย เจอ
be
เป้า
an
ล่างบน
immediate return towards the B side, which is currently completely open. The only danger was the flank. That's not going to be spotted. They do still have a cam within the site, but it's not going to be an easy retake with the weaponry that they currently have.
Far from it. Stun could help. The old one
and
by
ma.
Zeus. I didn't expect to see it here. Saturate even, but
เชี่ยแม่งไม่สโลว์สักคน
down below Martin. It's not
ตี
quite
ไป
an
เลย
opening
แม่ง
duel.
ช้า
It's been flawless in those so far. 4-0. 2 more to take down.
คือเมื่อ
The
กี้
old
อย่างน้อยมัน
use,
ต้อง
but
สตันก่อนไง
Yedege, he's sneaking his way around the door. Great reposition. He was spotted.
Wait.
Elite caught him.
บัฟเฟอร์ขอร้อง
Yedege's the one to land
เว
the
เล
shot.
เนี่ย
Best ult
Martin
in the
comes
game.
out of
กัก
ult,
กัน
pops in. Best ult in the game, of course. Of course. And he manages to grab the plant. Coming out of the ultimate, no more utility to
ท้ายเป็น
fall back
Martin
on.
อีก
Martin's going to
โอ้โห
have to do this. Just a man and his rifle.
He's heard the steps. He may have
He
been
did.
close enough. He's going to go looking and finds the kill onto Yedege.
คนสุด
Maybe
ท้าย
a
เป็น
little
มา
bit
ร์ติ
worried
น
that there's still a
Why
second
not?
player around this position, but instead
เฮ้ยต้องจุ่มเลย
He's
นะ
going to
เนี่ย
go all the way around.
เฮ้ย
Might
เอา
get a little bit nervous, but he's just going to play the game.
Hela.
Realizes, okay, maybe my opponent could have been sticking this. I have to go for the run. I have to sprint into this one. Flash, dodge,
โอ้โห
can't quite land the
มัน
shot.
ก็เห็นหัวไหล่แล้วมันหลบไม่พ้นเหรอวะ
We'll have enough
Ini
time to
Mario
get that
Kern
defusal
Han
over the
Malat
line. It's a second,
Oh, Han Malat
but it is desperately close.
And in those last 2 seconds, we were seeing Martin actually getting ready to dodge that flash, not very sure. He saw Mr. Fallen already just peeking up with his flash out.
Don't forget, it was a pace save.
ซาเด็กงง
สวยจัด
เฮียเลยวะ
It's not a pace save till 50.
Why are you so keen to get other
Got in
people to do
there.
your job?
Got in there.
We gave you a role coming into today. Gotta do what it says in your
Sorry,
contract.
I'll stay in my lane.
จริงๆมันหันมารับแฟด
I
จริ
gotta
ง
say
พี่
that
เต็ม
Martin,
เต็ม
like
เล
I
ย
said, 4-0 in opening duels, 12-4 on the server as well. Sugetsu's been heating up, but you add up all the kills on KC, and they're still
ให้แข่งกับพุทธเหมือนแข่งกับ
paling in
ไอ้
comparison to what
ปาตาคับ
Martin's doing. 2 ultis
วอ
so
ลคลาย
far.
แข่งกับนักรบ
Fast go kill to Martin go kill. Sanak truly is a mastermind.
อุ้ย
Oh no!
Oh, he
พี่
needs
ไฟ
to
หรือเปล่า
this round.
พี่ไฟ
That'll be 4-1 in opening duels now.
เราได้
Great
มา
shot
ติด
by
ด้วย
Mr.
ครับ
Fallen. And that's
หวา
now
น
เทียบ
2
เลย
kills
ค
in
รับ
a
วัน
row
นี้
for
พุทธ
him
ครับ
up against
เกมนี้
good old Martin. Side take attempted,
Thấy
but the
mà chạy
rolling
cặp.
thunder back in response. Great delay. Sees lands. They know there's a
Ui.
player trapped up close. Paranoia catches
Ui.
one, but that's not the player.
Oh.
They've got to deal with Aves, and they
Ui,
do.
thiệt đi.
That's the spike now on the floor.
Thiệt đi, nó thiệt
And
đây,
Sadik
thiệt.
and Elite in a 2v4,
Ê,
spread
Kiel,
out,
Kiel.
surrounded, and not even close to the spike.
อุ้ยอุ้ย
Still moments of
Ui.
diciness. Sadak trying to take this round into his own hand.
Oh, I
The
love
problem
it.
though is where the
Well,
spike
yeah,
is.
You know,
โอ้แล้วบิ๊กเบนจัด
Ramping back
ดู
around
บิ๊กเบน
instead,
ของแซนฮอกว่าจะ
realizing
ทำยัง
that
ไง
the picks
ถือมีดอ้อมมาหลัง
far
ไว
more important in this case, especially when he's so low. The
เริ่มสง
element
สัย
of
ครับ
surprise, but yet as
โอ้เสียงมันคำรามมาแต่ไกลเลย
มันเงียบแปลกๆ
เสียงไอ้เหี้ยตะเจ้ก็คำรามมาแต่ไกลเลย สปอยจัด
เสียงสปอย
much more reactive. I think that we saw it also on the previous round with Waylay ultimate used onto the side, trying to prevent that plank from even happening, not having to play for the retake at the same time. Here with both
Là
Ada
đủ
Captain
bọc pin.
and Cracks playing together,
Tài
you're
khi mà
getting
đi hà
the
lên
most
đây.
out of that paranoia, the most out of the utility to get most out of those duels when you have the advantage.
I want to know
หัน
what guys
หน้า
say.
หันมายิ้มนึกว่าได้
Me
วิน
too.
You come back, win
แพ้
อารมณ์ดีเกิน
the pace
ยิ้ม
save
ตลอด
from
คนนี้
Thrifty.
Thank you, Tom.
ยังยิ้มได้
Job, Tom.
เป็นเท่าดีคนนี้
Managing to double that up with a very quick
ตก
opening
โลก
kill.
เหรอแป๊บนึงเข้า
Maybe
เกม
told
ก่อน
them to stop dying to Martin. It's definitely a good strat. But already a much pacier looking hit straight in towards C coming through.
โอ้ดูดิ
For
วิธี
KC,
กา
or
ร
at
เล่น
least
โคตรหลาก
it
หลายอะ
seemed
ฮาร์เบอร์
selling it as somewhat of a ruse, maybe trying to pull rotations, but FUT have not overplayed their hand. They have kept their positions.
I wouldn't quite call that pump fake in-zone flawless. There's a couple problems because FUT still have some control over B. They've still got that push up on A with Zeus keen to just jump spot and keep the information late. We see a ping go down from KC. They're looking to retake this control. They're going to smoke it off, rob them of the information, use the
มันบอกว่า
cascade to do
ดึ
the
ง
same
ไม่ได้
around
เพราะอยู่
rope.
คนละ
In
dimension
goes the Prowler. 3 players putting utility down on this angle. It gets Paranoia out of the other side. But you know that they've retaken the control now, but you also know there's 2 players towards A long. At that point, there's either a rotation off C or a push up, and they've learned it was the latter of the 2. With Yedeje taking only 1, the C side seems to be up for grabs, but great ultimate to contain that info.
Now there's 30 seconds. They don't know if they're running into a stack of players because
มัน
they've
อยู่
been
คนละโหลด
delayed.
อะ
It would be foolish to try and
ไป
play
สุด
through a site
พอดี
with no sound. Zeus about
Ui.
to lose his weapon, but that ult takes a long time to activate. That's enough for him to get 2 kills off the back and up close
เป็น
and
เรื่อง
personal.
เป็นเรื่อง
It seems like FUT are the new kings of the shotgun, as there'll be another round won by that gun.
Well, Vice said adapt or die, and they certainly did, taking out those secondaries. But actually, you notice before the ult even went down, they wanted to use that shorty up close to the smoke. So playing into their hands almost, and 4-4 now as a result. That's 3 in a row for FUT.
คิดว่ากลับมาแล้วครับ
Yeah, Yeah, but you think of the position, like from the beginning of the round, we were speaking about them maybe being more eager to take those duels. The moment that KC puts a little bit of utility onto C, we see J ready to take on that first fight. You also have Press with his ultimate that can be reactive with it, help him with it. And throughout the rest of the round, that's what we see. FUT playing to the most of their advantage, always taking 2v1s, 2vx's, and probably that is what puts KC in the situation of taking a timeout here. Taking a lot of time to make those decisions and trying to prompt some reactions onto FUT that are not really happening.
I think Zeiss has been watching Barbar demos because he decided to take things out on the table. Or maybe he's been watching Alex, you know, the fellow Frenchman.
Zeiss watching Barbar, Geist watching Pipson. It's there's a lot of inspiration in those coaching booths right now. With the 9th round set to go fairly soon. I mean, KC, they've called this timeout. When we saw FUT do it, it's 3 in a row. It was big resurgences, although I'm not sure you could have communicated much of what Mr. Fallen ended up doing. The Red Bull clutch alongside the phenomenal opening pick he got right afterwards. Put Martin in his place. He was 12-4, now 12-6, stalling out in a lot of these fights. No doubt that's what they're going to look to put an end to. I mean, all the success they've had so far has been off that man.
Well, the success versus Koi as well was based on the attack side for KC. Now, I don't think we can really use them as a litmus test, but kind of have to hope there's going to be a little bit more here in the setup from Yedeje. Has just garnered 2 easy picks with the weaker weaponry. He has no plans of trying to be a hero anymore. This comes down to FUT just playing the advantages.
Yedeje's been such an annoyance the way he's putting down those really passive trap wires. Reality is though for KC, this isn't a round that they should be winning. They've got weaknesses. Even just look at what they've got in the late fights after players have fallen. Still a Stinger and a Sheriff, and I was going to mention what Elite had, but he's already gone, dealt with as Yedeje storms the site. And Sagetsu's left to do it all. FUT continues streaking rounds together. And it's Yedeje streaking kills one after another, a 4-piece to take the lead.
An in-zone flawless. How did I do?
That's Tom's
Tom?
job.
Aw, don't be sad,
I can
Tom.
just leave.
No. Stay with us. Stay with us.
Nothing left.
He has 3 more call-outs before he gets dinner.
Oh,
yeah.
I see. Sorry. I was going to say, you were speaking about and highlighting Jeje's utility, and of course it's going to be brilliant, as we know, but probably one of the things that was said in that timeout is like, you know, they want to fight. You need to fight up against them. If they want to take on those duels, let's duel it out. Probably that round wasn't the best example because of the weaponry, but you see that FUT is going to be ready. And now the aggression coming onto Rubble. A place in the map that KC has not been eager to fight at the beginning of the round at all.
Just left Zeus in position. Now though, with the Reckoning, they know that they can force Yedeje out of position without too much trouble. Now they've always wanted to fight forward, and this time they're a little bit more aggressive with it. Even still though, Avez bites a bullet of his own, and it will still be even on this retake with Zeus ultimate online. This is not going to be easy.
Martin's caught stepping forward. A player down now for KC. Time taking it Elite with a double. They're right back in it. The walk through the smoke gets nothing. And Mr. Fallen, he's all alone. We've seen him win clutches. Oh, that was desperately close. A headshot, but the wall got in the way. KC right back into winning ways. It's 5-5. The lead won't be held for long.
Damage onto all of them. Just KC going back to what was working for them at the beginning of this map. Those very frontal C hits. Very quick, get the spike down, just work through the post line, work to get the best out of the positions that you have, and for FUT to be working against the clock, Tom.
Yeah, I'd say as well, it's another scenario. I can think of at least 3 rounds where they have either the Reckoning or the Dimensional Drift, and that is the pinnacle piece. It's like, okay, that gives us sight. In post plants, we can be a little bit cheeky with our plays. And well, I think you're pointing to it now.
Whoa.
They've got the Dimensional Drift again. I don't even think Zeus knew where he was.
No, he's like, oh, they put a box here.
Oh my God, I can do this?
Wow. Well. Floating in here. Luckily, it's a trade out.
No Sadak to get in this time, though.
Yeah, you're missing that utility. Martine's going to bridge the gap already, seizing so much space out of Captain, though, picking off Zagetsu. Couple taps through the wall. He's landed lots of damage, but a few shots fired back at him will send them away from the C site. 3 players have been rotated in. Yetije in the spawn. There's nobody. In fact, if they go to the A site, there's no one anywhere close by. For B, there's no one to deny the plant. It could be found. Just moments from now, it will be. They're tapping. They're tapping to draw a find out. The rotation through the door, perhaps with Elite set behind, but no, they go back into the B plant. And Elite, I'm curious to see what he does. He was up close on the boxes. His teammates now leaving. He's vulnerable to 2 angles. It's not an easy position to play from, and they need to win this fight against Yetije in the spawn. They do not. A first pick, but no follow-up. He dodges the flash that isn't there.
I think it was a team flash that was about to come through. Aves looking for the fight and will be gone at it. Even goes back for a little bit more. Maybe having the expectation that somebody was down below on the plant, a little bit nervous that things could run away from him. Instead, though, it is FUT to climb back in, and I really like their almost pre-take, like seeing that initial usage of the dimensional drift. Mentioned it when they were giving up the site and playing retake, they got owned. So they don't give it up. They fight for it before their opponents can even take it.
Yeah, and even though Zeus was only good for 1, it literally goes against what KC has been doing at the beginning of almost every single round.
Nice!
Rich is living it. I don't know if it's getting through the mics, but sometimes he's screaming, he's giving it everything.
Oh yeah, you can definitely hear
You might have thought it was only Yetije, but no.
No. They've got consistency in their signings, I'll tell you that. 1 round left to play for KC. On the attack and sending it in quickly. Aves already using his ultimate to clear out that right side. And they'll grab themselves a plant nice and easy off the back of it, but it will be returned. FUT sending theirs through. It's already being used as the Prowlers track down these players, but the plant's secured, and they're looking for control up in heaven. They've got it too, but then using it as an extra angle to fight from the cove, blocking off some of the players. In fact, FUT are able to float back in, isolating duels, and it's Zeus taking them all. Martine, he's locked out.
It's done.
There's nothing he can do about this unless they make big mistakes. And Zeus, well, he has no blemishes on his record there. 4K to close out the half with a 2-round lead.
Really impressive stuff from Zeus.
กดเกิดไว้ภาพแบบ3ล่างๆอะ อืมอืมอืมอืมอืมอืมอืมอืมอืมอืมเรียบร้อยเทคเจอกูหนีไปเล่นเกมแม่ง
แป๊บ
อ้าย
แม่งปั่น
จริง
จัดดูดิคนดูอ่ะ
ปั่นจริงไอเทคพอด
เฮ้ยโกเทคพอด
ลองเอาแอดมินไป แล้วก็เสกไอเสาวาร์ปมาแป๊บนึงนะ เดี๋ยวเอาให้
Gonna put a focus on Elite. Again, he's had a bit of a quieter match, but we know that
He's a second half player.
if he can have that C-site hold on lock, it really does change the game for KC. That's not the start they were looking for.
เปิด
Paranoia
แล้วพิมพ์ว่า
utilized, but
เกม
after
โหม
the
ด
pick has already been
เว้น
found
วรรค
by
แล้วก็ 1
Zeus, that confidence on the waylay seemingly there. Still have some delay, you two. In fact, they've thrown the thorns in towards tree on A to help out. It does leave Elite with a little bit less on that C site, but will mean if they go towards a lot of potential to slow things down. In fact, they put the wall there as well. It is basically just Sadak playing around the full setup.
Oh!
And he's out.
Oh, the refract
Trigger the
used to get him right back out. But the spike down on the floor, the wraparound coming in. Sadek's not long for this world with Mr. Fallen roaming around the backside. A third map that they're hungry to see. It would be Ascent. And for KC, they may be able to climb back into this, but surely not in the pistol. You mentioned Elite has had a slower start, and indeed, in both of these maps, the first half has not been kind to him, but the start of the second doesn't look to be any gentler on KC's hopes and dreams. 8-5 now with a pistol under FUT's belt.
It made it look a little bit easy. Having the waylay just going onto the side, even if you don't get the kill, it doesn't matter. You can always
พิมพ์ก็ก๊อปไว้ก่อน
go
ดิ
back.
ก๊อปคำว่า
Even
เกม
Casey
ชนะ
getting
เกม
that
โหมดแล้วก็
opening
เป็นวรรค
kill,
1
doesn't
พอ
matter,
ตาย
the
ปุ๊บ
rest
ก็
of
กด
the
ที
FUT
แล้วก
was
ด
already coming
วาง
onto
แค่
the
นั้น
side.
รอดแล้ว
Easy fun and round for them. Probably within the preparation for KC. I would think that waylay was on the books.
Well, this is the problem when you run so much sort of util and delay. If somebody disrespects it, a lot of the time you're not ready for it. And that's exactly what
Oh
Zeus
my
is
god,
gonna be
Sadak with the
doing
classic, Tom.
the entirety of the match. I can only assume that Sugetsu hit the shot first, and that wasn't just, was that, or was it just the smoke assist?
No, but there were 4 players lined up at the Classic, so yeah, I'd imagine there was a few shots landed to allow that headshot to be so deadly. A firing squad that...
And the rotation is instant.
Yeah, the big rotate 4 players in the spawn. If FUT get aggressive and try to take extra space, they'd be in trouble. But still having Yedege alive, they've got their back secured. There's no need to go walkabouts and take that extra control. Cam destroyed, Trap destroyed, but Sadik on a wrap back towards the B site. They'll burn the clock down a little bit. And to be honest, even getting a few more kills here is going to be worthwhile for them. But 3, really, they got to make it close. But if they can contain them to go down to that spike, could definitely leave FUT in an awkward position for the next.
Yeah, FUT doing well, though. Managing to isolate a lot of these battles, stun coming through to help out. Sure, it's becoming costly, but the main thing is that they get this round over the line. A 9th onto the board for FUT. 2 rifles retrieved as well.
And I think the other thing is what they had 2 rifles, 2 pistols, and that weapon there. Yep. Your Marshall. So realistically, 2 Bulldogs coming out of that round, we talk about this a lot in the games. Some teams will go for those buys, some teams go 4 rifles, and you can see just how impactful it would have been if they had that kind of an investment, but they gave themselves a margin for error and operated within it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we see Mr. Fallen just with the Ghost, but it doesn't matter. He has a lot of utility to set everyone up. And it looks like KC now, even though they were not very interested in Ruins and Rubble, when they were on the attack from the defense, it's a different story.
I like this, though. They show the flash on one side of the map, sells the idea that there's 3 players there. You've seen the smoke go down. You've seen the Harbor util. And well, they've now seen Elite as well. Zeus has been on an absolute tear, even going into this attack side. I was going to say that allowed Martin to quickly get into position, but he was not ready to help out his teammate. And well, Aves wasn't ready to either. Luckily, the IGL of Sadak
เนี่ยเราพิมพ์ slash เกมโหมด
a nasty
ใช่ป่ะ
spam which
แล้วก็
will
ก๊อป
get
ไว้
him the reckoning.
แล้วพอ
That's
เกิด
all
มา
the
กดทีแล้วก็
information
วาง
they need.
มันก็เอามาตัด
Yeah,
อะ
they know exactly where
But
both
don't
players
handle.
are. Flooding back into the site, Ada Captain staying up close, will grab Sagetsu and another. It's all on to Sadik. We've seen an ace already, but Mr. Fallen wants to be the only one. He shuts down Sadik and puts another round on the board for FUT, now double that of their opponents. Hell, there's a world where we could see this being FUT's pick instead of Pearl, and maybe it should have been.
But again, we're going back to a FUT that has a new idea for a map that they have already played. And this round, even though very, very close there at the end with Sadat using that Reckoning to be a little bit faster. You know, as you were saying, you know where the players are, but you need to be fast if you want to actually spot, maybe catch some of it. But with that plant onto C, the Cascade is not going to be enough. Maybe a Cove could have done the trick.
They've upgraded their spam. Sheriff's doing the majority
and that's
of the
why they
damage.
didn't get the kill.
Oh, over the top he goes again. Paranoia to support, even leaving him blind after the pick, but the pick was all they needed. It does seem like that extra distance on the dash, now moving away from the jet, if anything, makes Zeus look even more dangerous. They're just putting utility in to make that player have such an awful time when he comes flying through. Well, for the remaining 4 with only Sheriffs, you can't really expect much here.
No, you really can't. At least getting an ult out of Cracks, it's some sort of a trade-off, but when it comes to the fights themselves, it's nothing but victory for the attack side with Sagetsu left alone. An 11th round about to be connected on the board. Good shot, and that's about all you're gonna get. And with that, FUT continue this streak here on their attacking side, putting KC to bed and putting Ascent as the next battleground, most likely on the board.
Actually, very excited to see this, and if we get there 2 rounds away for FUT, that first map, everything came down to that overtime, but KC walked out with the victory. FUT with this new plan and this new set rounds.
The funny thing is the Paranoia didn't even reach. Like, he was so quick to get over that position that the Paranoia actually only ended up blinding him. But that's sort of been the problem is, I think a lot of teams will come into this and you'll have expectations of, okay, I've watched a team literally counter this composition with a jet. How different can the Waylay be? Very, very different. Like, not only have we seen just the distance he can get into sites, but more importantly, he can literally set himself up with stuns. Like, throwing in all of that extra utility just to help him out. It has truly left things in a horrible position. And now, well, Zeus 19 and 11. Is the only player even close on the server. I think this one is done. Unless we're going to see the stand up of Eng and maybe having to go at his opponents at his team, because since that pause, there has only been one round going against FUT. I don't know what guys said in that moment, but I want to know.
Since even before that, Martine's now 2-10 since round 5, somewhere in that ballpark.
You're becoming obsessed with
love
this,
Martine.
Mitch.
Well,
But you have
to see so much more.
Point.
I want to see so
and
much
is that
more, and
right
I think
now on this defense, he's not finding impact.
no. Well, the same on the attack as well in the second quarter, kind of. And like the Yoru was working well when it was catching them off guard. Think back to the ult and the shorty play coming up behind them, but from that point, FUT have had all the answers, whether it was on the defense or here on the attack, taking the hyper aggressive stance.
He's pie. Yeah, he is. He is pie.
Not
Sorry, looking sad on the KC side.
What? Well, he heard you. That'll do.
A bit more of that.
Just running, sprinting headshot onto Mr. Farlin. Why didn't he think of that one earlier?
Exactly.
Now wants to look for a little bit more, trying to get ahead of all of this utility. Let's be real, they've had to switch up their setup because Elite has been getting wrecked. He has been having a horrific time trying to hold down C with players diving into his position, killing him off multiple rounds in a row. So they have put big boy Martine in his place. The question is, can the other gaps be exploited by FUT as they move elsewhere?
They're moving a little bit everywhere. We see Jetij making some noise here, but he is by himself. Rest of the players now we see Adacapta moving away from Mount. I don't know if that Prowler got to spot him. But not, right now, if you're KC, they think they're everywhere.
Void of info being filled in at least.
ไม่รู้ด้วยเข้ามาแล้ว
In just a moment, that swing is going to come round from Zeus. Sagetsu's holding it, but the crouch into the angle. Masterful stuff. Sagetsu can't respond in time. Zeus now takes his fight elsewhere. He's looking into the spawn, but the ult's being thrown in and having to break the haunt. It pulls Elite's crosshair off the angle. Zeus with more. And it's already 4. FUT already have an ace.
รออะไรอยู่ครับวัยรุ่น
And looking for a 12-5, hammering it home. But Martine's running. He doesn't want to give the ace away or the weapon that's in his hands. As this may have to be 7 in a row. A huge resurgence from KC needed. As FUT, well, they are just 1 round away at this point from taking us to Ascent.
Funny that you say that. 7 in a row is what they need, and I think 7 in a row is what FUT have right now on the board. 1 more, and we go to Ascent. Again, FUT, it doesn't matter that they have that 1 player down. I feel like for KC, they're struggling a lot setting Martine up, right? Because while on the other side, we see that the Breach is going to be accompanying Zeus on most of these plays.
Not in this round, because he died within the first 2 seconds. That's been the crazy thing about Zeus is, I genuinely think you might talk about like teams that are the best on this map.
Oh my God, Mitch, look away.
It's a handstand. It's beautiful. Taking a turn FUT fan to another level.
I think that you look at this and go, okay, FUT probably aren't one of the best teams in the EMEA on this map. Zeus might be the best player, like genuinely. He just has a field day. It was 33 kills the last time they tasted victory on this map, or maybe the time before. And well, I don't think he's going to beat that this time, but just because of the pace of that victory, they finally managed to deal with him. Might be a chance.
เดี๋ยวดูจบแบบนี้พี่อาจจะไปแล้ว
Completely caught.
เกลียดดู
Back
ไม่
from
น่า
Static, going straight through the wall as well for that spray. Couldn't see him, but took him down anyways. For FUT, 12-5. They're not giving up on this one. They've got plenty of runway to work with. Jetij has already claimed the A side as well. The spike on its way, and no one to interrupt it. Jetij going for that deep aggression. Cam online in 4.
ดูจบคู่นี้นะ
No real traps to work off of here. That their back is secure at least.
เล่นอยู่เนี่ยมีโรลลิ่งอ่ะ
Smart will have his ultimate after this plant if they want to use it. Even in a 2v4 situation, this could change the game. This could change the round.
They've been able to win any round they wanted. Like, look back to the previous map, the amount of 4Ks, aces. It was absurd. With Rolling Thunder ready in place, this could catch almost everybody. Immediately thrown through and separating the players. Decent use of the cove, trying to keep one alive. And that will at least put it all onto Mr. Farlin. 1 versus 3 to try and end this map here and now. First goes his way. Spam doesn't quite connect, but he has been able to deny that defusal, at least for the moment, expecting them to let go. Another kill goes his way, and he'll get them all.
เดี๋ยวว่านึง
เอาจัดหลังจากโค้ดอ้อนวอนว่าจะตกงานเท่านั้นแหละ น้องๆก็เลยจัดให้เลยเน้นๆ เฮ้ยเลสแอสเซนต์ว่ะอาจจะต้องเรียก เปเปอร์เล็กมาดูคอมนี้ว่ะน่าจะต้องเรียกเล็กมาดูงานหน่อยละจังหวะนี้
One, few more tag pauses, why not? But not in this one. Not yet. 0-0 as barriers go up. We're starting ascent, and the defensive side for FUT will be put to the test. But the B side is not a passing grade. It's already been overtaken by KC with a post plant imminent before even a lick of damage is done.
Thinking back to old school Sadak deadlocks, it was some of the sweatiest deadlock you're ever going to see in your life. So expect cool setups, cool ideas. Already the wall going over the top to block players as they attempt to try and rotate in, and giving this agent a post plant is always pretty terrifying. A lot of damage done initially, and Martin thought maybe he was going to be in a sneaky spot, but gets nothing done. Luckily, his teammates are doing a fantastic job, even if some of them are low.
Well, that frenzy could clean them up, but the shots don't land, at least not for FUT, as KC claims another pistol round. That's 1-0 here on Ascent, and well, they got a pretty easy site take, but I was worried about the retake, especially with that low HP. Cleaned up nicely in the end.
Yeah, there was a lot of damage being done there by FUT. So you were saying at the beginning of the round, decided to stack more towards the A side, playing that B fully for retake. Sadak, of course, in charge of Fountain. The spike is something that we see in every map. We also have seen in every map today that strong start for the side of KC, and especially having this double duelist with them on the attack is more of what we can expect. Now, those two duelists will be waiting outside of B. The rest, battling it out here on A.
Not a lot of expectations. You mentioned that a lot of teams will go for the 3 rifle 1 pistol, or sorry, 2. But this time they've gone heavier on the rifles. So for KC, they can only afford 1 player to fall. Anything else is a mass amount of cost and will be a gun that's missing for the next round. Of course, on Ascent, there are a lot of longer range angles, especially if a battle comes into mid. They'll have a pretty hefty advantage, but it seems like they've missed the timing, as the duelists will now look to group up with the rest of the squad, and FUT are not just sitting back. They are taking an awful lot of space, but if anything, the timing couldn't be any better for Aves. That's just as he rounds the corner.
Now looking towards the A site, you know, spamming the cross. You can see a lot of damage done with that in many games, but when you've only got the classics, it's a bit harder to do anything meaningful. Sugetsu decently low, and talking about the margin for error, we touched on it on Lotus in both of the follow-ups, and there was always like 2 rifles in play, maybe a Marshall, but they could afford to lose so many players before they felt the sting of that damage. This time around for KC, not the case, but they've done this wonderfully, getting the 4 rifles into the A site, and a little bit of a risk being taken by Elite, but of course he is the player that can fall, but playing just with the Ghost.
But he didn't start with it. That's the interesting thing. It was Sadak, so what they did was they sort of swapped it over so that he could farm orbs and try and get towards that deadlock ult, which of course is very good for takes, because if there's a solo player, you can basically pick them out of position and then fight onto anyone else at the same time. For FUT, not wanting to overextend. So they're going to make sure that they go down to the spike, don't allow for any more orbs to go into enemy hands. That will be a clean enough round for the side of KC.
Now's where things should start to get interesting for the side of FUT. That full buy coming alive for all of the players. Cracks, I hope that you buy some form of shield. Eddie will be good. No?
He's thinking about it. He's got time.
จะดู Crack
Okay, there
Crack
we
กับ
go.
KO เวอร์ชันใหม่
All right, 2 seconds left. That was a little sweaty, but he got there in the end, and I think he even went for full shield, swapping it out at the last second. So KC, attack side, decent weaponry, very good weaponry. In fact, for any fight they go for, and being able to move as a unit always has its advantages. But Mr. Fallen, good to find the opening. They know there's a second player there now. And the net that's spread by KC across the map looks to catch any extra aggression. FUT players pushing short, maybe they push up B, maybe they try to take some space on mid to catch them off, and that's why you've got Elite waiting outside B, you've got Sadak on mid, and then even Sagetsu creeping his way into Wine. But FUT have an
คือต้อง
advantage,
ส่ง
and they know
ต้อง
they're
ส่
up
ง
against
ส่งอเล็ก
some
มาดูงาน
weaker investment.
KC หน่อยตอ
There's
ม
no risks being taken just yet.
Something I want to bring up as well is when I think back to this map for FUT, maybe not one of the strongest overall, but for Mr. Fallen and his aggression, he was always so awkward to play against, especially pushing short, spamming smokes. The man really does have no fear. With the amount of damage he's already done, this is looking a bit rough for KC.
His push comes to shove. It's out of Captain, who's caught in the corner. Good for one, and fades his way back out. Beautiful stuff with the shrouded step. Zeus with a real opportunity. I think the Paranoia almost just blocked him from vision of the first fight, but nothing stands in his way now. A clean little double to close out the round, and very little damage taken by the defensive side. Again, this isn't a weak follow-up round from KC. They had weaponry here.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though that was not flawless, it was pretty flawlessly played. It's not like FUT did anything that was completely out of the box. This was a very simple round of Ascent, just playing your positions, trying to get KC onto taking a step in the wrong direction, just playing with the timings of everything, your own smokes, the control that you have over the map, and just being confident in the angles that you're guarding.
Turns out Yumpy was Turkish all along. We just never knew. He would fit right in down on the stage with the volume that he brings to the screams.
Next week, we have the FUT BBL on Wednesday.
Yeah, we're just going to mute all microphones.
Okay.
It's going to make comms a little bit more awkward, but, you know, it will just go off feeling, which I think for the Turkish players sometimes can be enough. The feeling
เวลา
that guys
จะ
are
คัด
watching.
เข้าทีมอ่ะจะเหมือนแบบจะมีผู้เล่น4 คนมายืนนั่งอยู่ครับแล้วก็ต้องมาก็ต้องมายืนวางให้ฟัง
Mr. Fall in the first
เวลา
fall
ไป
out
ป
of
ระกวด
Captain
งานทุกอย่าง
grabs one, but the wrap
วา
up
ร์ป
behind him
ผ่าน
has
ก็ได้
dealt with
เข้า
him indeed. 33 HP left on Zeus, but he's got 2 skulls on his belt. It's Aves and Martine that are the last ones standing, still have to go back and grab that spike. And it's going to buy time for this rotation from Yedege. Nothing to watch their back on KC either, so with just a raise and a jet left, the 2 duelists, it's the perfect time to go for a flank.
Yeah, they're trying to bait out players to fight before they plant. But if anything, FUT want that extra time. They're trying to sell the idea that, oh no, nothing's coming in this direction, keep focusing on us, and while they do eventually find that flank, but there's so much more they need to get. Cracks does actually take that one isolated. I was a little bit nervous for
ไป
him
รอ
there,
เพื่อน
but
แล้วดิจังหวะนี้
he's on his agent of choice. He's feeling confident
ต่าง
at
จาก
their
คุณ
level.
อะ
Yeah, and I love to see the Zeus is keeping up with his performance coming into this week, one of the top 1 in ACS, if I'm not mistaken. Now playing from a jet, something that he should be extremely comfortable with, and in a map that even though hadn't been in the pool for the year and is the first time that they play it, it's a map that everybody has played. Everybody is just going back into it. So important for him to even things out, because we were seeing KC with that double aggression. Usually you would just see the jet dashing in. Now you have that double menace having with the race as well. Looks like they're gonna give it another try. Weaponry is gonna be a little bit weaker this time around.
ลงของเขียวเหรอเอ้า
Oh, bye.
Well, the early duels was a big conversation on Lotus for Martine. Not getting off to a good start here. Without a captain firing back and taking another. It's Aves who is able to claim Zeus in the end. And that's been a big troublemaker for them. Even last round, 33 HP after the first fight, still gets 2 more. Now he is in the dirt and another hero is needed. Thing is, FUT, no shortage of players that can step up in the moments when they're needed. Nice connection by Sagetsu. Elite finishes off Mr. Fallen, and now it's looking a little dicey. Showstopper. Maybe it does need a buff. It finds nothing by Yenaje. The spray for 2 has left Sagetsu with it all to do. Both players tagged at least. Maybe a chance. His ult online with the plan, but what's that going to do for you in a 1v2?
They're grouping up, potentially lining up his TP. Couldn't have
โอ้
been
โห
worse
ดี
time.
พอดีครับ
I don't know what he was expecting to happen, but that couldn't have gone any worse for Sugetsu.
Is it disparity, right? Like you see, for example, Aves using the showstopper extremely quickly once he gets it because he knows that FUT is going to fight this tooth and nail to prevent that plan from even happening, even though they have already gained the control over sight. And then so he doesn't expect that they're going to flood quickly, even there's a 2v1 and he just planted this back.
It's in the process of even using that showstopper that pulls them into the open. It being fired up top is exactly when the player takes their time, and Yenaje with the double spray down and then the finish off on reposition. Cerebral play from him.
I feel like Mr. Fallen is quite an evil laugh. It's almost like a Count Dracula.
Yeah, but he's so sweet.
Oh, here we go. Zeus is out here looking to claim some scalps, but
He
it's
is out of
Martine
here, I agree.
fighting back. Nice
Been
opening
long
duel
coming.
for Martine. Punished in the previous round, but this time he's delivering.
Aves down low, tags on multiple other players. Seems like there was some connection, even if it wasn't a pick. Well, information to be had eventually, though. Shoot the drone, but too many walls between Mr. Fallen and any additional damage.
สรุปมันจะสู้ตรงไหนเมื่อกี้ถ้ามันสู้ลิงเพื่อนก็
Odin doesn't have
เพื่อน
anywhere
ก็ส
near
โม
as
ก
much
ท็อป
play
มิด
on
ปะ
this map.
Especially you, Midge.
แม่ง
Yeah.
เพื่อนสโมกลิงเฉยเลยงงรั่วเลย
You
ตอ
were
นนี้
celebrating. Now I can play SM again.
No, I don't think that's what I said. Look how they massacred my boy. Still see the same Killjoy setup over on B for the information. That turret, although the spams won't follow it up, at least gets them the info that no one is there at the moment. Content to perhaps send extra bodies towards the A site if they had them. Already losing Zeus in the early round leaves them limited for options. Now the wrap comes around though. KC making noise. You know what they say. Put a drone and boom bot in on A. Put it on one side, no follow-up pressure. You know it's fake pressure. Now they're on their way to B with a TP used up by Ada Captain. There are numbers.
Nice damage.
That shock dart has done damage. And now so many of them low. Aves and Sadik barely holding on. And another spray down from Yenaje. Sagetsu, no chance but to save this weapon for the next. And that round falls firmly into FUT's grasp.
Sugetsu, only hope here is to just try and hold on to the gun.
There is one thing that's caught my eye and probably has to do with this
น่าจะไม่
timeout
ได้
as
ซ้อม
well.
แอสเซน
We're
ต์มา
seeing
ว่ะ
Elite, right? He's just waiting outside of B, yada yada. After that initial aggression coming in from FUT, when Elite is going to go onto the side, we still have the full pack of utility. It looks like they were just literally waiting around to see if FUT was going to double down on the aggression. And even though it was a 5v4 situation, it didn't feel like it. It did not feel that there was an advantage in this round going in for KC. And the read from FUT was just picture perfect.
I think the thing I enjoyed most about that round is what you were doing, though. I'm sure the TikTok stream would have really enjoyed it as well.
อเล็กบอกตอนแรกจะบินไปดูงานตอนนี้สั่งให้กับตันบินกลับ
You definitely forgot that was there. It would be a shame if someone showed a replay of that. It would really be sad.
I'm not going to move.
Well, you
for the
were
rest of
sort
the
of
ก็มีของ
almost doing a rap along to
I
Mitch's
was just,
casting.
because I was hyping him up, you know?
Some would say hype him up, some would say mocking, but you know,
No,
it's
That's what you would do. That's what you would do.
Correct.
In Spanish we say, se cree el ladrón que todos son de su condición, which means a thief thinks everybody steals.
Oh.
That's true.
Kinda. It's a very weird translation, but it's, you know. You get it.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
Makes sense. It adds up.
quarter two. FUT with a streak of defensive rounds, and so far, this double duelist has maybe not had the impact they were hoping for. The surprise factor of aggressive takes is being dealt with comfortably by the side of FUT. An immediate pop of the Hunter's Fury, and it may not have got a kill, but it has done damage, and while the disruption has also allowed for Adacaptain.
Oh man, Zeus in there with the Outlaw too. And he's got a chance onto every remaining member of KC. One bullet. Only one bullet in the chamber right now. He's going to pop the reload. But if he lands one shot to the chest, Sugetsu, Martin, and Elite will fall by the wayside. So they move away from the Outlaw, but back into the waiting arms of Adacaptain. Paranoia off contact to the cam. Repositions and cleans Martin's head from his shoulders.
5-2 โนวิกเตอร์
The rule about picking a scent into Turkish teams.
They must have
Right
forgotten.
Yeah, it's been a while. To be fair to them, the map has not been in the pool for a while, and not many people have been playing it. So they are the team, unfortunately, look like they are getting punished, because even just on angles and individual duels, it looks so comfortable for FUT. They're not losing a battle in the early round. And when you're running a double duelist, there's a limited amount of things that you can do on this map. It's why we see so much investment into initiation, so that you can get that info, you can find that space, you can force people into awkward angles. Well, they're the ones being forced into awkward angles.
And this round was so well pre-planned, right? You know that their economy is not going to be the best. We're speaking about FUT coming into that one with a 4-round lead, 4 rounds in a row. You can't expect to have those light shields, and you also know that Mr. Fallen is going to be using the ult. So doubling down with the Outlaw just gives you such a good perspective.
That is so much info. It's just making things easier and easier for Zeus. We talked about the setup.
แมนแล้วนะ
Well, that was pretty much
back.
Zeus, they are there.
เฮียซีกูโดนแล้วสินะ
Do what you want with that information.
You know, a long time ago we had those conversations about this map, about it being what the Turkish teams called the 82nd province. And it wasn't that anymore. Teams caught up, teams figured them out well. It looks like this might be a return to form with
In zone, flawless.
FUT are looking good. 6-2 in the lead, and that's 6 in a row. KC from the pistol, the follow-up, and nothing bar an opening duel or two since.
Oh my God, and Zeus 10-4. You know, we've heard it a lot, and he has played the operator. And we were very surprised the first time that he did it, because he wants to be that headshot machine. But he's so efficient with this Outlaw. He understands, and he fits into the mold, he fits into the plan and what the team needs. And right now, what they need, apparently, it's an operator. He doesn't really need it, but just in case, there's some heavy shield here. There's some full shields here.
I mean, there's 3 full shields. So
he's gonna be like, I cannot spam with this. Where's my second shot?
Can't move quite as quickly either. It's not zoomed in either, so it's harder to see where you're aiming.
Oh,
just a terrible gun.
Spot it there.
This is the difference. The value is there for free. And knowing that 4 players are there, Zeus is feeling confident enough to go walkabouts into a long shot will be missed. And actually, Adacaptain's the one to bite the bullet. Sacrifices had to be made.
Unfair.
ก็มารับ
Might be
แท
the
น
right
เฉย
sacrifice. The man's 10 and what was it, 4?
It's disrespectful to Adacaptain, Tom.
Look, I'll sacrifice
think
myself.
ถ้ามันขึ้นช็อตนี่ว้าวุ่นเลยนะ
You're not
Do you remember when Adacaptain was moved from the 6th player onto the main roster? This was his first map, actually, playing the race. Oh my God.
Nano's active. They're going to push them forward. Great setup from Yedije. That gets Mr. Fallen an easy duel reveal on its way. Didn't get a pulse out. Martin and Elite. Oh, they're overrunning the B site. And now Zeus, the man who has Adacaptain's blood on his hands. Well, he's going to pull off a 1v4 with the op. More likely, he's got to save this for the next round. They've got plenty of cash. Well, they know where he is now.
Sugetsu not wanting to let him run away with that operator, and he won't.
Honestly, I think Zeus has learned the lesson. Just not the op. Just not the op. He was doing just fine with the Outlaw. He was finding a lot of impact just following around, but I think that one of the things that was said to KC on that timeout is once you get the advantage, you need to be faster. You cannot freeze the round for that long, because it was allowing FUT to get in such comfortable positions that at the end, that advantage looked like nothing. This time around, they just go in faster onto the side, full execute. Just rushing onto B.
It was a nice trap setup that Yedege had, but yeah, it ends up being KC springing the trap on them. 3 rounds in between the two, still recovery in the half, very much possible for that attacking side. So it was 2-0 to start with, went 6-2, but a response, a resurgence at long last. Focus towards this site. Drone's already gone. I didn't see Yedege, and now he's filled in the space, but they're ready, they're watching, and Martin's the one to pick him off.
เลยครับ
Wasn't really a bait. So
พี่
that
พงษ์แปะ
angle
ให้
was
เพื่อนเล่นหน่อย
comfortably cleared. Zeus in position though, rifle back in hand, push through the smoke, flash actually, I think left
Hello?
Mr. Fallen completely blind. These flashes are just not working.
Whoops.
แปดสวย
Maybe
เย
the
อะเมื่อกี้
update has thrown him off a little bit, but whatever it is, that has
Yeah.
not gone well. Even still, they managed to even things back up, turn it to a 3v3.
Chance. Zeus has backup on the side, and a captain's just outside. The shots don't land though, and that's a heavy price to be paid.
ไหนเมื่อกี้ของมาหมด
2
แล้ว
versus 3.
หมดแล้วดิ
And Casey are not in a rush. They're
Một quay
waiting
thật.
for that extra player. They know the rotations will have come through, and as the smokes come back online, they'll still hold the line.
30 seconds left.
Zeus
Just
can
expecting
leave.
that retake, but eventually, well, time ticks away. They have to make a move to the side. They have to walk into Cracks, who's found one already. Waiting for that reswing.
อย่าลืมคือแครก
Lines them up for the 4K.
เคโอเมนครับ
FUT. They lost a
จะได้เห็น
round,
เลย
but
ขโม
they
ยล็อกเลย
answer
ครับ
back
ใช้ไปแล้ววินดิจิตอล
immediately.
Sometimes the cracks KO is not about the KO, it's about the confidence you get along the way, because his utility in that round sucked. His aim, however, was wonderful.
Lack of practice, lack of practice. We've all been there. And I was saying, like, Sugetsu had the spike, had his ultimate. At some point, and after you've been brawling for such a long time on B, you decide to just, you know, TP away. To go on to A and just think of easier and smaller paces and what's going on?
They've thrown the net immediately.
Ultimate ready.
They've managed to catch that player up top, but
ผมนึกว่าซาเด็กเล่นเดดล็อกกัน
been
ตอน
able
แร
to
ก
do too much.
อ๋อ
Sending that boombot in close this time,
ที่มั
making
น
sure nobody
เซน
can
เล่นเซนเป็นหลัก
be in position. The knife will delay any further utility, but that showstopper will be retrieved. And that's what we're looking at in this round, the stack up of ults. Of course, so far that Hunter's Fury
เห็นบอก
has
อีฟ
been
กด
used
ผิด
as a deterrent. They've not
ไม่
been
เห็น
able
คอ
to
มของ
utilize the
ใน
lockdown, so I think
พุทธ
both of those ults will likely just stay
เก่าจัด
until necessary.
โอ้โห
The annihilation
คอมโบราณโบราณ
alongside a showstopper, that should be enough to clear any site.
วินิเคซีต้องได้อะอันติ4 อัน
Possibilities for FUT. They could give up the space. They're sticking around anyways. Zeus was spotted. In comes the showstopper. Dash up top. Good angle. Door closing as well. And Zeus picks him off from above. The showstopper, it gets them at least that little bit of space with the player falling and the trades coming in. Hunter's Fury post plant possible. That spam's not quite going to work. The Jenny is quite a thick
He knows.
box. Shock darts fired through, but dodged as well. The reposition perfect. The plant down below found in time. The Hunter's Fury setup. Not sure that they'll be able to get to a position to use it. It's instead going to be kept to be fired in. You would imagine.
That one.
I thought it was going to be fired at the ult instead. It's
Oh,
sent
yeah,
straight into heaven. An attempt to drop these players. A very early ultimate put through by Elite. But his teammate sees there's only one player they have to focus on. And that looks like a bit of a mistake from KC. Success for FUT now 8-3
เมื่อ
in
กี้
the
ซา
win.
เด็กมันน่าจะยิงไอ้นี่ไปเลยนะ
I understand the logic. You're thinking that with a few
Lockdown.
seconds left, they're going to try and get close to that wall, and you want to pick.
ยังไงมันก็ฆ่า3 คนไม่ได้อยู่ดี
Timing though was when Mr. Fallen was in the drone. It was just that you didn't know that if there was 2 players behind, maybe you don't get the kill, but instead the ult misses. And that's such an easy final pick onto Sadax. More was needed from Elite in that moment, unfortunately, and it really hasn't been his day today. It seems like playing versus
เมื่อกี้เนี่ยมันไม่สตันหรอก
brothers
นะ
has left him out to dry a bit.
Absolutely. Last round of this FUT defense. Doing pretty well. 8-3 on the score. And Zeus definitely finding a lot of impact. Will have his ultimate to play with. Same for Mr. Fallen, who's been very, very successful with that Hunter's Fury.
But they used 3 on the other side in the last round, so to not win it,
Yeah.
it's going to put them in a pretty nasty spot. Had a captain again set up ready, with that paranoia, likely to potentially put a couple into play. No, he's putting himself into play. He's going for it alongside the Hunter's Fury. It's all too easy. The second that is online for Mr. Fallen, it's used as disruption.
Now they're caught looking the wrong way. Heavy traffic
เดดล็อก
creeps
ฟอร์ม
up
ตุร
on
กี
him.
ไม่ถึงครับผมเดดล็อก
Just
ฟอร์ม
this
บาง
being the
ที
last round, there's not a lot of hope.
He's rung the bell.
Versus 5. Low HP on Static. He's down to 25. That turret could have put him in danger.
Unlucky Timmy.
Timmy's going to be wiped out. Couldn't quite get the pick. Still a nano.
พี่แสดงมันห้อยนี่เหรอแชมป์โลก2022อ่ะ
เออ
The second he spams at this, he better hit it. He gets it. Okay, that's something to start with. And knows there's a player close, but didn't know about Zeus on top. 9-3 at the half. Neither of these teams have played Ascent this stage, but I gotta say.
Let's go Heretic
See Elite using his utility at the beginning of the round and the impact that he can find.
93จะเคิร์ดหรือเปล่ามาดู
เออยาก
Recharges.
ยาก
ดูคอมดูนี่ยากมาก
On one paranoia immediately thrown, but I think Zeus was a little bit delayed to try and make that move. Over the top he goes, but he is left completely blind. I wonder whose flash that was.
Yeah, it's not
Kyria.
not a track record that's looking too clean so far. The lead down below still to be taken out. Cracks is the one to do it, but Aves straight back in there. Martine in the same boat as the defenders flood back into the site. And KC will claim the pistol round. But let's not forget, this is the very same thing we saw in half number one. They went 2-0 up, and well, that was their 4th round.
Yeah, they only managed to win one of the rifle rounds,
That's
as you were
what
saying, Mitch. Quick round for KC, quick on the reaction, quick on stopping FUT on their feet.
Have you replayed him flashing his teammate?
There was
Dave?
That is
จุงอาจ
toxic.
จะต้องไปซ้อมเข้าซ้าย
Hey,
ใหม่
was that you? Say sorry. Right now.
Type it on the screen.
Come back, right here, right now.
Okay. Martine, you know, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's saying. He says that the comeback is on.
Oh, Timmy's just tanked the shock dart, but fair play to him. Saved the rest of the squad from being electrified. Lots of utility that they'll be running into here, and you can see there was a trap setup that FUT put into play with the nano swarms. Same thing's going to be in play with these little sonic
Interesting as
sensors.
well that they are setting up the orbs for the null command. It's not normally the ultimate that you go for. Maybe look for a Hunter's Fury, but clearly just realizing, okay, their opponents setup, Elite more so, it's definitely going to be more awkward to face into than most setups you have if you're dashing in. So if you can just remove all of that on your way through, that could be huge. For Sugetsu, fairly easy kill to start things off.
They'll have the ult online for next. If Cracks can just
Oi.
get away with the 4K, he'll get nothing now. Put to bed right away, 3 orbs away. Coming into the next, and they can try to farm those in the rifle round, I suppose, for KC. They know exactly where Mr. Fallen is. It's a classic in hand, and really no challenge should be presented. Big investment from the defenders, 2 kills, and they'll feel the pinch, but where's Elite? Yeah, he's there to pick up the weapon. All good. Nice, clean follow-up round from KC.
Yeah, now is when things start to get serious. We heard Martin. Yes, the comeback is on. Is it really? I think that the bonus is almost compulsory in their current state, as we were speaking about the double duelists coming in and what they can do in this defense. Elite maybe not having the best day today.
Nice, let's go! Feels like they're getting pumped up at least, but yeah, I think this composition, you look at it on paper, and it definitely seems like it would thrive a lot more on the attack, or should have done. But again, this is where you look at Elite as one of the players that could potentially do that damage. Martin already going to be forced out. Sugetsu was the second layer to that mid push, and we'll get rid of Ada Captain. That's the smokes out of the round.
Such a performance that we're seeing from Sugetsu today. Leading the board. Martin with his outlaw. He was successful the previous round.
เข้าแก็บหรือเปล่าครับ
Sada just about snuck into this corner. They have no idea that he's here. He can even wait out the paranoia and claim a clean double. Now they'll know. Now they'll turn to deal with him, but it's Zeus on the back foot as Sugetsu easily deals with him. The reinforcements all over the site, and the spike down in the open. 10 HP for Mr. Fallen. And KC, well, they had Martin calling for the comeback, calling that it was on, and it certainly seems to be the case. 9-6, the gap down to 3.
More down to a mistake than anything else. An angle not checked by FUT on the way into the site, which when you have that double initiator, you kind of have the expectation that they should be able to garner a little bit more info. But I like that, a little bit of a trap play. The initial setup as well was fantastic. Just having that immediate sort of fight within mid from Martin to sell the idea that there isn't another position you need to check. And then Sugetsu just sat back. And I'll be honest, considering how far down KC currently are in the match, or have been in the match, Sugetsu is still right up there at the top of the board in terms of kills. He's having a fantastic game individually.
He's like, what, 17, 18 kills already with 8 deaths? This one, beautiful. And he's always going back. We also saw it in the previous round. It doesn't matter that if there was an eco on the other side. Also the patience here from Sadak to get 2 very clean kills with that Spectre. Well, I said that they needed this bonus round to keep the dream alive. Now, of course, the credits are not going to be the best for FUT. But they still have a long way to go in this map. Still, anything can happen. Still need to figure out how to find the gaps into Casey's composition.
Elite is here, and so is Aves. It looks like we're going to have a combo. The nade perhaps thrown out. Off contact as the Boombot is the first one round the corner. There goes nade. I think grab net as well, but no one's going to be caught. FUT being quite cautious around that A-long angle, and it's the push up through short where the main body of force is coming. Aves, though, picking off Zeus, the rifle, the one rifle that FUT have to play with, now falls into the hands of Yedege. He'll be the new man to lead the charge. They've left Ada Captain. He's walled off now. And making the shrouded step, trying to convince them he's gone back, and he'll see if he can find something late. And for now, it's all about just seeing if that rifle can find a pick, can cause some disarray in these lines of KC and make them think it's a B play. Open the door, perhaps, for Ada Captain to get some damage late round. Although I see him rotating already. Looks like they'll just commit to a full B pump.
Cross being held. All too easy.
Rifle down.
And retrieving it. A little bit tougher than the last. Smoke has to be used, but at this stage, that time is starting to get to a point where finding any impact almost seems impossible. Sadak, knowing the positions that have been given up, is not really willing to just let this go for free, and with the sensors also catching them as they drop down. Spike only just going back into that, and this round seems more than done, but Crack still manages to find one here.
Hey, Plant is a Plant. Is going to get some money here. The drone is going to spot him.
Drone didn't turn around for Ada Captain, but luckily they'll deal with him anyways. It
ไอ้
goes
เข้า
the
มา
second
เรื่อย
hit off the kill. Aves able to box Cracks into the corner.
นายคนไม่มีปืนเข้าไปวาง
him. The second got the reset of the grenade.
ๆ ให้คนมีปืน
Got
มา
them
วาง
around.
A bit unlike FUT. I think that they're taking duels. I know that this was an eco and whatnot, but I feel like the duels are being very
You guys are so toxic with your replays. Why have you just shown a net bouncing backwards because they missed it?
I did say no one got hit by it. I didn't think it was quite that shallow.
No, that is...
If you lose this round, guys, I would literally give you all 1,000 euros.
Oh, thank God.
All right.
I like that bet. I love that bet.
I'll be honest, I was a little worried after last week, but that's all right. We'll allow bribery of your teammates.
And we have it on camera just in case.
KC now, if anything, may even be considered in the driver's seat. On this defensive side, operator in hand.
เอาเฮ้ย
Well, you're not as sneaky as you think, Martin. Timmy the turret is not going to be falling for that. Zeus, though,
Aves is.
เอา
the
ละครับ
thing. You know how good he can be individually. Mentioned that Elite being caught by the null command. It's an important. Oh, it was one they were building towards. And now with the quick res, much faster.
ทั้งยิงทั้งลูกทุบอะครับจังหวะนี้
ทำทุกอย่างครับ
ทำทุกอย่า
Two
ง
players left. Economy's good, but I think holding on to the operator is going to be far more important than fighting for this round.
5v2, Yedajay containing them as well. Even holding onto these weapons could be difficult, but won't be. As they're spotted falling back, the op going to the other side. No one there to contest it.
Sada can look for damage. Like they've got so much in terms of credits that him taking guns out of the hands of opponents is more valuable than just saving his own.
And working towards his ultimate as well, right?
Yeah.
Can prevent some of these situations. But right now, FUT just go back to classic Ascent. You set up your jet for success. Try and find those picks and just gear up.
Was there setup on that first, or was that just Zeus? Because in my mind, it was just Zeus.
No, or I said, or you find the opener and you gear up onto the site.
Because that's the thing that is worrying me a bit for FUT. Like, you've got a round on the board. Great. How recreatable is that one? Because that almost just felt like, okay, Zeus has just got you the piece that you needed. There was a drone, and that was all they needed.
Definitely not set up. Definitely not a smoke, not a drone before.
Yeah.
Definitely no pressure put onto the player, Thomas.
Three-round gap. The operator in hands of Martin. Won't be looking for an early fight. Often you'll see that around short or even the push-up B main. I mean, maybe we will see the push-up B main. At least got his utility down. And it's just early on getting rid of that pesky little turret and anyone that might be behind it. Spreading the net. FUT have got a lurk outside of B with Ada Captain. And the point of contact is Zeus. He's heard the drone, awaited out. Has to actually destroy it as it's going to get a little bit closer with that smoke fading. And I thought maybe he's going to continue up that push to market, especially with that deep smoke, but that's what he wants KC to think. Instead, resetting for a fight on short, but we've seen this before, sometimes off a cam, when it was FUT on the defensive side. This time off contact of Aves, there will be a paranoia to fire through on short.
Oh my God.
That's when you know you're nervous about your opponent swinging an angle. Just putting down the nano. Info gathered up, paranoia sent through just to avoid it being denied from the knife. And counter smoke utilized. Again, though, they look to walk into the lion's den. That knife already being used, so they can't take away the util this time.
No, and there are some traps waiting. A reveal up top sent through, and it will catch some info. The spam now with the trap, stunning Cracks, but he won't be punished. Zeus is up close. Aves and Sagetsu on their way, and that's one picked off immediately. Pressure on backside, Bladestorm active! They don't land, though. Luckily, Cracks is there to save the day. But there's still some saving to be done at 2 versus 3 that were left in, and a shoulder
Martin
that brings us back even. Bladestorm up top, doesn't land. 3 blades left. Needs the kill to refresh them. The Bladestorm is hunting them down, but Zeus down below takes Martin first. One step towards victory and just 2 away from claiming this series. I mean, They started on the back foot, losing their own map pick 14-12, but came back with a stomp on Lotus, and now it looked like they'd given KC a way in. They opened the door on danger, but soon to slam it shut in their face.
This really breaks this round. It's just the proactivity of FUT.
แบบละชั่วโมงถึง
Zeus
พออี
within
กชั่
the
วโมง
smoke, but it's the reposition from Yedajay. You can see the two players looking to come down lane towards the end of the round. They have no idea that he's already gone back towards the stairs. That meant that the angles they had to fight were nigh on impossible. Already, Knife is going to catch, no opportunity to get away, but with an easy pick onto Yedajay.
มันเอาเงินมาซื้อออฟเลยเยอะโหแล้วมันรวยด้วย
Showstopper fired in.
Okay.
Clean kill. And the advantage hammered home. Cracks. Oh no!
What?
It looked like it could have gotten very awkward, but Sagetsu's there to keep numbers in their favor. Now they'll look to isolate him with an aid into the right side. They know that he must be on the left, but the reveal is pixel perfect from Sadek. Last man standing, Mr. Fallen, spike in his possession, but the full force of the remaining KC members are waiting for him.
Mr. Fallen is literally the antagonist to Angel. Like so many of this round, we see one player alive. It's just Mr. Fallen.
มีเมนชั่นถึงนะเอง
But yeah, round completely necessary for KC. I think that they're also thinking like, if you are to call a timeout after you lose a couple of rounds, you're also giving one to FUT, and that could separate them from getting those two last rounds.
He knows the sensors are there, so he's trying to walk past them to almost sell the idea that this could potentially still be an A hit. They've held long enough. They know. An aggressive position though. You should never doubt Mr. Fallen in these clutch scenarios. So good in the late round, forced to crouch, but they get isolated into the 1v1. Tries to bait the peak, and well, Sugetsu takes the bait, but wins the fight anyway.
Bites the hook clean off the line there.
I thought it was Lotus all over again. I thought I saw that 1v3, gets the spike down. Mr. Fallen knows he can win the round. And Sugetsu.
Do you reckon they're having a mini tactical pause?
Probably, yeah. Like if you have time.
They've almost just lost like a bit of a silly clutch because I think it's the run through from Elite. Like that was so disjointed in the 1v2. You know exactly where he is. You caught him in a net, and Elite goes way before Sugetsu's even prepared.
เสียเวลาอยู่ใหญ่
I think that you use that time.
That dart was from B.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Towards the spawn. Well played, well handled. KC calling a timeout. Never mind attack. They'll go for the full-on attack.
ทำไมมันเสียวๆวะพูดเนี่ย
Decently positioned when it comes to map different space they played, so the two would have done it. But yeah,
ผมขี้เกียจดูเฮเลติกแล้ววะอยากเล่นเกมชิบหายเลยแล้วก็อยากดูคู่เฮเลติกอยู่ดิดูดีกว่าเกมเล่นเมื่อไหร่ก็ได้ครับพรุ่งนี้ตื่นมาเล่นตั้งแต่เช้าให้นำไปเลย
That's going to be tough for the people at home to figure out, Tom. You've done well. Speaking in riddles, Ada Captain already on the site. He uses his ult to get in there, and the rest of the squad, I mean, they're on their way, but they're almost still in behind the spawn walls. This is going to be a big battle for Ada Captain, and he's on his own, finding just the one, and then they walk right into Martine. They're still pushing the site where the rotations will undoubtedly have come in, considering the ult from Ada Captain. Cracks good for one, but the ult is still running riot on backside. Sadek just through. They know without a doubt that this man is here. They have a choice on where they take it, just a pixel away. Sagetsu will find one. They know.
Down B.
This can be an easy wrap from Zeus to the other side of the
โอ้
map.
มัน
But he
สู้
wants
เลย
to
ว่ะ
force the issue, force the fight, catch Sadik unaware. And they just do that. 40 seconds. Reveal goes deep, and he just
ก็ไปแล้วเหรอ
เรียบร้อย
dodges
เซเด็ก
it.
แต่
Sadik should think he's on the other side of the
Ow.
map now. This swing,
Ow.
cautious, and rightfully so.
เชื่อเลยเนี่ย
11-9, KC bailed out of a bad situation by their IGL.
I need to see a replay of this round because it was so chaotic. As you were saying, we see Ana Captain just TPing onto side, and everybody else is so late. The rest of KC are in very good positions. The utility is not really having an effect anymore. Martin has a very clean shot
มันยิง
onto
แบบ
main.
เอาสองไปพอ
If you want to see this round again,
โอ้โหตอนแรกนึกว่าเสียงยังจะเจอเสียงไอ้หมอนี่เองโหเสียงยังดัง
you'll end up because that was incredibly messy.
ตุยอยากไปโตลอนโต
But very nearly won. That's
ซุย
the
แม่ง
thing
แบบ
that's
อยู่
most
ดีมีเสียง
surprising
เฉย
about how disjointed everything was in that fight. It
เรา
almost
สำคัญ
worked
ไง
out for them. You probably would have bet on Zeus being able to take that over the line. Lockdown into
ไม่
play.
เจอใครเลยครับ
Doesn't look like there's any opportunity to deny it. A firing squad lining up outside of the site to try and spam their way through. Middle has been taken, the drone utilized, but that's the kill that was needed. Zeus removed, utility offline.
That was a really clean shot. Straight through the smoke. Good spam, good prediction on the player. Yedeje very low, out of captain up close, and he's taking a fight alone with the advantage, with the time on their side. That is a mistake, as we can see, plain as day. Utility cut off for a moment, but the ult now fading. Zeus up close. They should know these players have been quite aggressive. They now know about Zeus. He's got a little bit of backup from main, and he got a lot done there. A three-piece. With Yedeje low, it's the site itself that we look to for the fights. Cracks and Mr. Fallen, an op to contend with. A shot from Sagetsu and Martin that leaves Yedeje alone, trying to do it all. The defuse baits him in.
เฮ้ย
Sagetsu
ไม่น่าจะเป็นไปได้อะเราเนี่ย
piece of his own.
โอ้โหแต่มันเหลือเชื่อปะ
A gap of 0.1 of a second. But it's enough for KC to keep climbing back.
And Martin is determined to win this.
เหลือเชื่อจัดอะเราแล้ว KC แม่งไม่ควรได้แล้ว
leading on those kills and had a great performance even for this round. Him pushing with the operator onto the side, very aware of how the time was working against them. And so he gets to always be so reliable with those bullets right to the head. What is that?
For timeout.
The thing is, this does again seem like a moment though where, well, 0.1 FUT literally didn't need to
ยืนเลยครับ
like they have the back of the site, they have players in control, they have a player coming round from behind. There was no need for them to even jiggle or swing. If you just wait for the clock, you're
โด
out
น
of
พอ
there.
รัว
So I think overplaying.
ๆสถานการณ์เขาขั้นวิกฤตทำไมจุดวางเมื่อกี้มันแปลกๆวะ
นั่นดิ
ใช่ไหม
มันคือจุดวางที่เอาไว้คนเล่นข้างใน แต่เมื่อกี้คนข้างในตายหมด
ไอคนข้างในก็เลยกลายเป็น KC แทน
ใช่
สุดทุ่มเทเมื่อกี้สุดทุ่มเทเพื่อนแม่งทุ่มทิ้งหมด
In my opinion, Heretics.
วินนี้ครับ
Yeah, yeah,
เป็นวิน
I agree.
ไฮไลท์ประจำสัปดาห์
Day as well.
มีของฟุต
Just to be sure.
จะพาฟุตเข้าผังฝัน
Down in between them, and
Rò
what
đủ
an
lệ, hai
impressive
là-
comeback
hai là
from
tà.
KC.
Ui,
7
là khuyên
rounds out
phỉ
of
tăng
9
lại
have
thiêng.
gone their way. This defensive
Ui,
side
trời
will
ơi,
be
nó
a
mới
whole
đột
lot
ọc
better.
nhìn.
Even think back to the previous map. FUT were in full control.
ครับ
A 9-3
มาแล้วครับผม
scoreline
จัง
here
หวะ
then
นี้
as
เข้ามา
well. It seemed like KC had ran out of steam, but that is far from the truth.
หายเลย
An opening for Sadik.
เฮ้ย
Pistols in play for FUT. They are conceding this round. Chance to at least do damage onto Martin, but he's got backup.
เจ็ดมัน APM
Sadic's
เท่าไหร่
on the
วะ
rotate. Mid control is theirs. No upsets here with the pistols from what
เหลื
we're
อเชื่
seeing.
อพี่
11 to 11. The game really is on.
Enemy remaining.
Looking like a trusty in zone flawless. The defensive side has been more than dominant.
คนขวาใส่หน้าแล้ว
Blips here and there for KC.
โหมันฉลาดจัดอะมันมายืนตรงเนี้ย
The blade storm getting
มันรู้ว่าจะโดนอะไร
Hunter's Fury, all that can be relied upon going into the next round and FUT. Oh, they've decided to throw in another pause.
I mean,
เฮ้ย
I
มัน
think that
ใช้
it's
พอสรัวๆเลย
good
เมื่อ
to
กี้
use
ใคร
that if you
ทำเอา
have
วะ
both of them available because you've had a 9-3 at the beginning, right? Now you're in a situation where
เดี๋ยวนะ
11 to
มันทำเอา
11,
รัวๆเลย
and if
พี่
you
หรือ
go
ว่า
to
เมื่อกี้มัน
overtime, you will have
KC
another
มันทำเอา
tactical pause available for yourself. I think that the tension might be getting to them. Gaius probably is going on about. Oh, Eng is laughing, so that means that on Casey's side they're just having a giggle. But Gaius is probably speaking about, hey, talk to each other, mind the spacing, mind the duels that you're taking. I think that the pressure is like kind of getting to you
Nervous
after
for that
Casey.
notepad.
Yeah, that notepad's being pulled like the string of a bow right now. I don't know who his target is. I wouldn't want to be it. You can see though the difference, right? Harder to hit. Say that. For KC, you can see the difference in their coaching staff. Earlier on, we had Zeiss slamming the table, saying GG when they were down, I think 4-1, something in that ballpark. Aang was not looking happy. I think the best we saw from him this series was a small smirk, but like you said, Bea, now he's laughing. Now he's having a good time, and of course they are. 8 out of 10 rounds.
I mean, Sugan stood up saying, I am him, and he is him.
Right now he is. But FUT looked to change that in round number 23.
6-11.
Back-to-back pauses. The chance now to at least guarantee themselves an overtime on a map they looked certain to win.
An immediate pop of the Hunter's Fury, and it has been dodged. Over the top goes Zeus
ลัก
with
ดี
Sanak. I don't know if he's been seen. I don't think he's been spotted at all. It's completely fallen flat again. One
Hey.
player in the
เฮ้ย
side,
เอาวะ
but
สุด
that
มันทุ่มเท
player
มากตอนนี้
might
ทุ่ม
just
เทมากตอน
be
เนี้ย
enough.
เดี๋ยวดูว่าจะมีคนทุ่มทิ้งอีกเปล่า
The guy that seems undefeatable within
เน็
this
ตซะ
server,
น่า
the
กลัวเลย
guy
นะ
trying to
เลือด
drag
ก็โล
FUT, kicking and screaming to a victory, has given them a chance.
Spike planted.
That nade made me nervous. It was damn
Yeah.
close. He's on 7 HP at the moment. Spam through the wall would get him. He was in prime spot for that spam just a moment
Annihilation
ago.
is available.
Annihilation, where's it going?
จับไป
ตกใจเลยจะยิงเข้าไป
They
เมน
don't know. They'll go for backside.
Oh.
Great connect. That's Mr. Fallen taken. Zeus holds the line, grabs one more, and Yenisei's in. It's a 1v1 with Mr. Fallen already taken and dealt with.
Ow.
Nano activated. You hear the sound cue. He's got another. It doesn't quite get put out in time. Elite already getting it to halfway. Yenisei playing with him.
Oh,
And
it's gay,ว่ะ
just about.
ที่อย่างที่12ก่อน
FUT make it to 12. Overtime, the worst case scenario now in regulation. And just one round away from claiming this marathon of a series.
That second time about it might have been it. I don't know, but especially starting off with this round being a 5-3-3.
แม่งกว่าจะได้ดูคู่
in favor
2
of
จะตี
KC
2นี่แหละ
Zeus being able to turn
นึก
the
ว่า Fnatic
tides around, being able to get
สุดมัน
three,
โคตรทุ่มเท
even
แล้ว
in
เนี่ย
in the condition that he was, Tom, was extremely impressive.
I was going to say, unless the timeout was something to do with Zeus's chair position or res or I don't know, something that can make him hit headshots even better. I don't
แก่กว่าอีก
know
อะ
how it made a difference. And well, you can't afford
โอ้
to
โห
miss versus this
ทุ่มเท
man.
ว่ะทุ่มเท
ซุย
You get
ซุยควรจะ
one
ปิดได้นะเนี่ย
shot, you miss it, you lose.
มันรัดเลยว่ะ
Spoke about the
เดือดจัด
82nd province and FUT. They almost claimed it back with flying colors now. The opening pick is there. 20 HP on Zeus, but so much damage returned onto KC.
เฮ้ยอย่าใครก็ได้อย่ายิง
Spam is
ซุด
so
อย่ายิงซุด
close. They don't know
ยิงใคร
quite
ก็ได้
how
อย่ายิงซุ
close
ด
they were, but he's still alive. The demon lives, and it's not looking like there'll be an easy way back through for KC. The blade storm of Martine
GG.
needs to
GG.
be big, and it's shut down from miles
GG.
away. FUT
จบสักที เมื่อกี้โค้ดบอกว่า สัตว์รัดแม่งเลยไม่ไหวแล้วนะทำเอาไปอีลิทไม่ต้องจ่ายสกิลอีกเนี่ยถือว่าสูสีครับคู่นี้
ไอคนนั้นมันเคยโคสตรีมกับมิกเวลหรือเปล่าไอที่เชียร์ฟุตอะอินเหมือน
น่า
ตอ
จะ
นไปแชมเปี้ยนนั่งอยู่ข้างๆมันเสียงโคตรดัง
โอ้ยไอ้สุดจัดให้ว่ะ
อีได้ยิงมีกี่ตัวเมื่อกี้
อะไรนะ ไม่รู้
อี
เล
ได้ยิง
ย
มีกี่ตัว
อีลิทไม่มาเลยวันนี้
เขาบอกว่าฟุตอีลิตตัวนี้
พลังตุรกีว่ะ เล่นอย่างนี้เขามีโอกาสเอาซีเน็ตกลับมาไหมพี่
กลับมาทำไม
กลับมาทำไม เอากลับมาเป็นดูเอลไงเออ
โอ้ยน่าจะยาก
ซีเน็ตของผมไปเป็นไอ้นี่แหละผู้จัดการทีมไปเป็นคอนเทนต์ครีเอเตอร์เนี่ย
โอเคแล้วมันเคยแบบอยู่จุดสูงสุดมาแล้ว
อืม
สักเซสแล้ว
ลงแบบสวยๆใช่ไหมเอจูเจแม่งมันจัดอะ ไมค์คราฟดีกว่า ระหว่างรอ
อีลิส3แบบ
เกม
ยังมี22 ชัดแล้ว นี่มันฟุตอีลิสชัด
ใครเหลือใครวะเนี่ย เฮ้ย โห มาดิ วัดปะล่ะเฮ้ยวัดไม่วัดละไม่เขียนสะท้อนตาย
ๆอิมพอร์เตอร์ครับผม
ตัวฮิวไปไหนหมดวะ ลูกนูหมดอะทำไงดีไม่ผมได้สกิลเหรอสเปลเบเกอร์วี ไล่องุ่นยังอยู่แล้วองุ่นเยอะด้วยอีลิตแมววิป่วยเป็นหัดแมวอาการน่าเป็นห่วงมากจากเลือดสารไส้แห้งขอกำลังเป็นกำลังใจให้นะครับผมหัดแมวโหหนักเลยหนักจริงมีหนังอยู่9 อันทำอะไรได้บ้างวะตกคาตัวเลยแบ็คแพ็คอุ้ยใช้ทองนี่หว่าพี่ผมจำได้ว่าไอหมู่บ้านนี้มีทองด้วย
คู่นี้จบตี 4ครับผม เดี๋ยววุฒจัดให้
กัดแรงจังอะไอ้เหี้ยกัด2 ทีตายเลยเหรอ
ผมไม่ไหวพรุ่งนี้3 โมงอะดิ
Here we go again ไอ้เหี้ยไม่ต้องคราฟแล้วมั้งชุดเชิ้ตเนี่ยมันมาอีกแล้วเฮ้ยมีฮิวเหรอเฮ้ยมีฮิวแถวนี้มีฮิวมาดิมาดิมาดิดีนะเดี๋ยวนี้มีคนฮิวโลกกูหายอีกแล้วโอ้ยโอ้ยอุ้ยโล่หายอีกแล้วไอ้ดรอปอยู่ไหนวะเนี่ยตีโล่กระเด็นหรือมันอยู่ในนี่อยู่ในตัวจริงโอ้ยเหี้ยแล้วน่ะโอ้โหเวล7แล้วอัพก่อนอัพโอ้ลีแกลบยึดถึกซะด้วย เวล7อีกแล้ววิทองใครอ่ะปนขอยืมหน่อยด้วยวิใส่ได้แล้วนี่ว่าโกลเด้นเฮมเมนเนี่ยบ้านใครวะทำไมของเขาเยอะจังเลยยืมของไปใส่ได้เหรอบ้านใครไม่รู้อ่ะแต่กูปล้นบอนฮาวเบิร์ดลองบ้านใครวะบ้านพี่กิฟปะวะไม่รู้อ่ะขอยืมกันแล้วกันโต๊ะครับอยู่เนาะโอ้โหใส่ไงกระเป๋าใส่ไงวะคู่นี้ไม่น่ามีแบบ3น่าจะจบเร็วต้องบับเบิ้ลที่เป็นรูปเสื้อเมื่อกี้ผมก็ลากใส่ไปแล้วเนี่ยมันใส่ไม่ได้อะดิกสปีดแอคแท็กโอ้โหมันจะดีจริงเหรอวะมันห่วยแตกเลยตรงนี้
ไม่ได้ดูรายการนะครับพี่ดูเซตรายการเมลเบิร์นใหม่เช้าสุดๆโอ้ยไม่ได้ดูครับผม
ขโมยนี่มาใส่
ไทยกี่โมงรายการเมลเบิร์น
มายืมหน่อยนะครับพี่กิฟลองกดคลิกขวาก็ลองนะ
ไม่ไหวครับผม
ใส่ไม่ได้
ขอ
อยู่
พัก
ดี
ร่างกายก่อนนะ
อ๋อใส่ช่องโล่อะใส่ช่องโล่คือถือหรือว่ามันต้องถือเอาวะ What the hell อ๋อกดชิปตี แล้วเวลาเราจะดูช่องกระเป๋าเราทำไงวิอัพสกิลก่อนดีกว่าอ้าว ถอดไงอะทีนี้ อ๋อ อ๋อไอ้เคียบอกเก็บไว้เดี๋ยวสมูเก็บไว้ก่อนไมนิ่ง8เลยวะยืมเลยนะพี่กิฟพี่กิฟบอกไอ้เฮียยืมหมดบ้านเลยมึงเนี่ยเฮ้ยจะอ๋อเฮียตกใจนึกว่าหมุนนึกว่ามีอะไรอยู่ไหนจ้าเอาวะเก็บสัมมโนครัวก่อนอยากเอาไอ้ตัวฮิวไปด้วยวะนี่ผมอยู่นี่เพราะไอ้ตัวฮิวเนี่ยทำไมเดี๋ยวนี้ไอ้ตัวตาเดียวมันเริ่มเยอะขึ้นเรื่อยๆวะพรุ่งนี้จะไปโตลอนโต้หรือเตะ2เอ้ยมันต้องโตลอนโต้ดีวะตัวฮิวมันชอบดอกไม้ถ้ามีดอกไม้เยอะโหนี่ดอกไม้เยอะเลยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยไปออกเดินทางได้แบบเดียวยี่กูกลับไปฮิวก่อนแป๊บนึงนะไปด้วยกันไหมน้องรักษาให้หน่อยหรือว่าเราสร้างบ้านอยู่แถวนี้แหละจะมืดอีกแล้ว ใครมาอยู่ตรงนี้วะฟอสอ่ะมีลูกหนูด้วยขโมยลูกหนูมืดอีกแล้วเราจะต้องผมว่าจะฟาร์มแถวนี้ดีกว่าวะเราสามารถจับไอ้นิ้มไปขังได้ปะวะขังไว้ในบ้านอะทำไมติด mining fatigue ตลอดเวลาเลยวะมันเกิดจากอะไรวะได้ใช่ไหมอัดดัสไปนั่งเรือวะน่าจะมีอ๋อนี่ไม่ใช่ดิเสื้อนี่มันโอ้โหมันโยนเลยดีบัฟเหรอมีหน้าปะนี่ไอ้กระเป๋านี่แหละใช่ไหมใส่ไปเดี๋ยวอ๋อ นอนหายแล้วน้ำหมด กินแทนน้ำไปก่อนนะองุ่นออกก่อนแล้วกัน ดูแข่งก่อนค่อยเล่นต่อ เบนจี้ฟิชชิ่งหรือเปล่าวันนี้ มาดูกัน
ปิดชิงแน่นอนวันนี้
กิโลมันลั่นแน่ออกเลย ที่คนผมหยิกโคตรเท่เลยวะเหมือนพวกแบบวัยรุ่น80อะเท่
คนไหน
จัด
นะ
เมื่อกี้เนี่ยในกล้องอะเป็นผู้หญิงผมหยิกๆอะวันนี้โดนพี่วูดแน่นอน พี่วูดแม่งลั่นมา2-3 วันละ2-3 แมตช์ละ
พี่วูดกลับมาแล้วเดี๋ยตอน
เอ
เนี้ย
อพี่วูดโดนลั่นจัด ขนาดในแมตช์ที่มินิบูเฉิดฉายก็ยังมีพี่วูดเป็นแบ็กอัพยิงไป20 กว่าตัว
เฮ้ย อย่ามายิงครับคนนี้
เฮียดูเลือกเอเจนต์ก็ถูกใจ แต่มันดูดีขึ้นเยอะนะพอจอยพูดไปเล่นอะไรพวกเนี้ย
ใช่
ดีกว่าเอาไปเล่นโอเมนเลยไม่รู้โคตรเลอะเทอะเลยแม่ง
That's just
Let's go up TH ทำไมทุกคนในแชทดูเล่น Minecraft เป็นหมดเลยดูวาโลก็ด้วยเล่น Minecraft ไปด้วยเหรอนี่ผมไม่ได้เล่น Minecraft มาเป็นปีแล้วลืมแค่ปีเดียวปีเศษๆลืมหมดทุกอย่างปี2 ปีเนี่ยตอนนั้นเล่นอะไรนะมอด
expectations.
มอดที่มัน
I like the
Extend มั้ย
first map.
นั่นน่ะมอดนั้นเล่นจนละเอียดเลย
Heretics looking good on
แต่
this
หู
map.
เจอมอดนี้ไป
But
ที่
Pro
ช็อก
and
เลยครับ
Split, if we're getting there, I think Navi could have a chance.
It could be that start strong for Heretic comes in, but we wait and see. Obviously, who knows what they've come up with. Last time these two met, Artis was in that Navi squad, so you got to roll your minds back.
พี่เลย
It
ได้
does
เก็บ
give
รูป
you
อะ
a bigger picture of what to expect in the future here. Can they really vie for the top if you're looking at Navi?
เก็บแน่นอน
Heretic's already sitting at that 3-0, and Navi on the attack here.
ถ้าอยู่ดีเห็นนะแองเป็นโยรู้อะเท่เลยปะ
Heretics, I believe, running the same pistol as they did last time. Retake C, but they're going to have numbers in for a flood.
Yeah, waiting to see that come through. For now, it
Oi.
is going to be Navi getting to set
Wang.
the tone.
Yep.
Spike down. And let's wait for that flood to come in. Maybe Woot to set this in motion. Miniboo stalled out towards CT. And the first strike comes in. Rien's from afar. Beautiful. I'm sure we'll get that on the replay together if we're lucky. Nice
one way,
good
back.
reward here. Woot goes down. Hero gets what he wants. But the back of the site now. Under fight. Heretics and Navi. Back and forth we go. Rien's
เหรียญน้อยหมดเลยเหรียญ
round already.
อ้าวเชี่ยเหลือ1 คนงง
Smoked off. And forced
โอ้ย
away.
น้ำแม่นไป
Tries to get a
เอ
shot.
อ
น้า
Rien's
สเปรย์
losing
เคาน์เตอร์เลย
today. What
ที่
a
เหรียญ
round from him.
I believe that shotgun might have been off of that undercut.
It had to have been,
Combo.
right?
มาถึงที่เหรียญเอาไป4
Do we get it on replay? I hate to do this to our replay ops, poor guys. But that would
They're
be
usually
sick to
good
see.
for it. They're usually good for it.
normally on it. We'll see. We'll see. They're like, I hate you guys. Let's have a little look. Yeah. So at least we get to see the shock dart there. Oh, see,
He was just off of the undercut, but he was damaged. So we'll give Woot the assist mentally.
For re-ends. And when we kind of talk about
ไอ้เฉามันยิงไม่โดน
looking a lot towards Mini
เหลื
Boo
อเชื่อ
recently
วะ
because of that form has been very good. Bully
มันก็ยิง
obviously
ฟรีตั้งนาน
highlighting that one there. But Rien's is one of those sleeping giants. When he kicks into gear, good lord, that
Chào
man
có
is
gì mới đồ
scary.
này.
However, now for Navi, they have to try and suffer through this round.
2-0 มัน
I think
อัน
I'd
นี้
like to highlight though is Woot
สอง
on
ศู
this
นย์เนี่ย
map.
นี่
Mm.
ล็อก
On
หมด
defense side,
แบบ
against
ไวๆวะ
Vitality, I believe he was 17-7. So
Impressive.
for the defense on this map is a
จะ
lot
บอก
of
นะแบบ
moves,
แบบ
but as
นี้
you
ไอ้
highlight Rien's on that Sova,
อันนี้
when
ได้
he
แบก
gets
อี
to
ก
play it in this meta, it's a little bit hard to get the Sova out sometimes,
Yep.
but probably the best Sova in our region so far.
Says that.
Active.
Active,
in the
yeah.
season.
I was waiting for the word Leo to come
พวก
drifting
โปร
through,
เคาน์เตอร์
but
มันไม่ค่อยมี
always
แบบ
there.
หน้า
It's
ใหม่ๆ เข้ามา
always
บ้างเหรอ
there.
พี่
On the other
พวก
side,
นี้เดี๋ยวนี้ก็หน้าใหม่แล้ว
see if they can
พวก
gather
ด
a
องอะไร
silver
เงี้ยใช่ไหม
lining
เอ
here.
อหน้าใหม่แล้วดองก็หน้าใหม่แล้ว
Heretics will
โอ้
wait
ช่วง
patiently.
นิโก
Woot
อะไร
in
อย่างงี้อยู่ยาวเล
to
ย
be rewarded first found. No problem
อ๋อ
so
อัน
far.
นี้ก็มันจ
And
ริง
the
ๆมันเป็น
smoke
รุ่น
to
แบบ
reinforce this choke.
Bye
No
bye,
one's
I
going to
think
be making
what?
it through that.
อืม
The ISO judge a bit
นิ
of a
โก
new
สติ
look.
วี่สติวี่
Not
ยัง
what
อยู่
I
ได้
see often, but
ทีวีส
approved.
ตรีมเมอร์แล้ว
Oh, mini
Phải lắm.
approval.
Many approved.
ไปแล้ว
Now, I'm
Tam
going to
Thalik
put it out there more in a round like this. Mini's a little sleepy today, so he might be getting a
เนี่ย
little
ยิ
bit
งหัว
edgy.
เลยอะ
You might be on for After Dark Mini here. And Mini
Oh.
Boo, speaking of Mini,
Spike down A.
he's looking clean. Ruxic, it's just try and do what you can.
ง่วงแต่ก็ต้องดูไง
Rien's was the one
คู่
running
มัน
through,
แบบ
maybe
นี้
getting close towards the ult. But Mini Boo there to secure. Really nice from him. Lovely mechanical work.
ขนาด
as
มันยิงไป
expected.
2 ไป 3 หน้าไม่ยังขมวดคิ้วเลยมีบู
Here's where we start. For Navi, they played against Apex last time. It was a very close game. They had a good attack side with this comp, which is surprising given it's a double sentinel. Quite
I
often.
should ask you about the comp too much because I know you were a little bit.
Oh, I hate it. It's awful.
Oh, we're
เมื่อก่อน
on
ออฟมันช้ากว่ามาเชล
fair
นิดเดียวเอง
enough.
นี่หว่าใช่ป่ะสมัยแรกเลย
Enough already.
It's
Yeah.
true. It's true. Hatred.
Wait
jump
for
in
a
with
map
it.
when they get
สมัยที่มัน
stuck.
ควิกสโคปได้
It's not good either.
ออฟกับมา
And I
แชล
want you to
อะ
explain as to
ใช่
why once we
แรก
see
ๆเลย
it
ก่อนที่มัน
re-show
จะแก้
things. For now, though, obviously they have the better buy, but I don't know if we're going
จำ
to
ได้
see
เลย
the
ตอน
results of
แรกๆชวน
the
ไอ้ก้า
comeback.
มาเล่นไอ้ก้าบอกว่าผมไปเล่นเกมนี้แม่ง โอเวอร์เตอร์มันโหดเกินออฟโหดเกิน
But already we see the preparation boost up on that A main
พอมันเนิร์ฟ
already. Full
ได้เล่นละ
information for Heretics on this A side of the map.
แล้วมันมีอยู่แพทหนึ่งมาที่เนิร์ฟราคาขึ้นไป 5,000 อะ
That's where we see
Bad job.
Navi creeping towards.
Yeah, slowly reacts. It's tentatively leaning that way, but we've seen them posture for these
Wait,
retakes.
ปืน
Again,
มุด
though, he had to go back to it, noting that decoy ahead. And from afar, Rien's, we're talking about that ult in play. Doesn't get what he wants, but they still have a player advantage here. And Mini Boo, another tag. He's locked in today. Angel going to be one suffering off the back of this with Hero, already HP lower.
Yeah, util here for Heretics. We got Paranoia still.
This is so cheap. Yeah, Rien's could set this in motion with the combination of the two. See how they started. Mini Boo still firing.
ไม่งเอาจนตายเลย
Still close
มินิ
down
บู
there. Oh, we're running wide. Mini
What's
Boo
that?
just hitting shots, man. What is this? Angel, show
Ui,
me some
nah.
magic. 8 bullets and a prayer. Oh, it was a damn good try. But the bonus falls to the hands of Heretics, and they'll be grinning like thieves with that one.
Flashbacks to when we casted Angel
ในเกม
versus
ก็
the
ตึง
Fnatic.
พีพีก็
We're
ตึง
all
ตอนนี้
doubting. Vando in the same position. Not this time. Look at them. But yeah, the retake from Heretics, curious. They didn't go off of the paranoia, just Mini Boo running in.
สบายแล้วมี
Scans
บูยิง
knives, no scoping people.
The 40-year-olds in chat loving that
Love
That
it.
Marcel.
Sliggy's lapping it up.
Yeah,
Say Marcel
he's having
young
a little
kum.
grin. But that's a big round. And look, I love the fact that
What the
Mini Boo
Chaito?
highlighted this Mini Boo presence. He is the 19-year-old sensation, right? The guy has got some real craft to his work. He's exceptional to watch, and now on the outlaw, massive farming opportunity here. Very hard for Navi
คุ้มเท
to
มาก
make much of this. We have the sheriffs. Koala does have the Vandal though, so that's something to maybe keep in your mind as we have a little check-in. He is towards mid and Boo's position feels like the checkmate, doesn't it? Let's see. Mini Boo, Boo, asleep at the wheel. Maybe a mini-map moment there for him. Say that a couple times in a row. Woot, only good for one. This is good trading for Navi. And these are individual fights for Heretics now. They slow the roll, or do they have to respect the Navi? Now have the sight. Beautiful flash. Koala Noob outdoing Benji, and again, isolated. Mini Boo, this would need to be miraculous. It's already a good start, but Angel better just below the window.
ไอ้ยังอยู่
Juliet falls as Rien's the last one alive in a 1v3. He's already on, what, 49 HP. This has been marvelous from Navi.
The economy is good, so he could have gone for it, but smart option. Playing it safe with the save. Yeah, and this was a massive round to win. Like Heretics, I was getting into the mind frame of the economy's flowing.
Yep.
Navi's economy's not flowing.
Yep.
So huge momentum swing back towards Navi.
นิโกะเบบี้
I'm impressed with this. And it feels like it kind of started, I don't want to say ended, but it felt like Boo was just looking at the minimap, which is always going to be that
เอ้ยล่าสุด
brutality
เห็
of
นกลับ
being
มา
the
เทิร์นโปรใหม่
IGL. Your mind's not always
ได้
locked
ทีมยั
in
ง
on just the crosshair, you're thinking about everything else that's going on. And it was just a lovely reaction from this side. You know, again, Koala Noob, credit to him in that to find it. And then the individual follow-ups here, Rupsik, lovely, instantly springing forward to take control of the connector. It all looked great.
โอ้โหไม่เวอร์
Angel.
แต่
Sorry,
Yeah, some of those.
Angel. No, don't laugh. It makes it feels like we're not expecting it. Be like, yeah, of course. Where's our nonchalant king?
Two big aim rounds from Angel.
Has Angel been in the range? Is he even
Maybe.
working?
He saw Boaster doing his stuff yesterday.
True. Maybe that's it. Just lit a fire underneath him.
อุ้ยต้อง
Boom,
จด
right
แล้ว
off
นะ
the rip though this time. Okay,
สแกน
this
มุมนั้น
time
อะ
focused on the
โอ้
crosshair.
ส
It's
แกน
rare
ต้น
you
เกม
catch
ได้
out
เลย
all
เหมือน
of
กัน
the
ในพวกนั้น
observers, but this time it was so quick they didn't even see it coming. Now we're going to see what they do with this. 4 players left standing. Koala Noob did, I mean, ult's down with him at this point, but Mini Boo on the bigger green now. Oh, in his hands too if he fancies it. One away from Woot. Going to see those cycling in pretty soon.
Yeah, 5v4 for Heretics. They don't need to do too much. Navi just trying to figure it out.
Mini Boo wanting that info. Nothing waiting out of B. This should free up that rotation potentially
โอ้โห
towards A.
ไปหมดเลยเหรอ
Obviously gets him over towards his side, but does that then cause pause for thought for
ไม่
Navi?
เผื่อเอากลับเลยดิ
Re-explore the rest of the map. They do have a couple of ults for themselves. Or I want to say a couple. Angel's got his. 1 away from Hero, 2 away Shout, 1 away Rupsik.
And again, Navi going towards B, and I think this is a good choice for this composition. Not too much util. B is an easy site to take.
To be forced to respect at least the ultimate coming in from Vice, force them away. Woot's ahead of this though. Double tap Goody wearing thin, but now it's gone from one. He's finding two back-to-back. Shao and Rooksik suffering on this. And they feel like they're learning on their feet here for Heretics. Can Hero live up to the moniker? Oh, the paranoia is just gorgeous. Boo sending that in. And Woot
ใครมันวิบวะน่ะ บู
flawless reply.
เกือบโดนสวนตาย
Yeah, so
คา
I talked
นี่
about Navi using this B site there, but I think with the Vice ult specifically, I'd rather go for a site where we're set up better in a post plan. B is an easy site to retake. Why not go towards A, use that Vice ult, set up into a better post plan, because A is disgustingly hard to retake. I don't think Angel even needs to use the Vice ult to get onto B there. I would have saved that for the post too.
Could have been nicer, couldn't it? Little smile from Boot, looking happy. And it has forced the Navi timeout. Lovely golf claps, audience. Well done. Very respectful. Yeah, one round so far posted for Navi. And it was, honestly, them hitting some nice shots. That walk into B, it looked good. But now this pause, they've got a couple of ults to work with. Shao only one off from his. They could maybe make something around that. Or do you think this is more of a holistic change now?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to call something for this round specifically, but holistically, something does need to change. The problem is this composition.
Talk to me about the
คอม
context.
นา
You
วี
kinda
เพิ่งเห็น
wanted to,
สอง
right?
เซนเร็ว
Do
อะ
you think
กะมากัน
it's
เต็มที่
short-lived?
เลย
It doesn't have the versatility here. What are the
Well,
big downfalls?
When you're playing a Vice and Cypher on this map, on attack side, you're going to be in a
นั่
bit
ง
of
เห็น
trouble
เขาเอาเด
because
ดล็อกมาได้ไง
it's
นี่
difficult
เลย
to
ลองเอาไว้มา
take
ดู
space. It's difficult to do the XX. You don't have that util
กันเหนียว
power.
เลย
The default they
เดี๋ยว
have
นี้เขาใช้
usually is
เอา
that smoke
เขาเอา
on
ไว้
A
ไป
mains
แก๊งบุกไงมันไอ้นี่ไง
make the information game
ได้ใช่ไหม
hard
ได้
for Heretics to get, but Boo has just been disrespecting it the entire time. And the Vice don't
มัน
seem
แส
to
บหา
suit us.
ข่าว
But I didn't see
มีจังหวะ
many more
จังหวะ
looks
เขาท
against Apex than that. Like
เล่น
if
ได้
Apex didn't make
อืม
them
มัน
struggle,
มันแทบกันโย
or
รุ
make them answer difficult questions.
Right. Well, we're going to find those responses now. Looking like it is going to be this work towards A,
Yeah.
considering the util.
I expect this round more of a straight approach with the ults. So a bit of an easier out for Navi this round.
Woot's got his ult as well, though. But if he does get any real inkling of where they're going, the investment feels pretty solid. Util going to be removed, though, at the 1 minute 15 mark. Back to B, is it, boys? No? Where are we off to? There we go.
Maybe some fake pressure towards B.
What?
But
Well,
ยิงตามเซน
usually you'd expect Woot to ult there, but doesn't even need
รี
to.
พอร์ตดิสกาย
no, Koala Noob is going to be committing his ult to try and clear that C space. So he should be able to confirm what's going on, but they didn't manage to catch Boo, who's gone away with daylight robbery. Punishing Hero on the push-up here. Koala Noob trying to get back to business to try and secure this. But it
Woot
feels
ไม่ต้องดู
flimsy
เลย
already with
สบายๆ
only 3 to secure. Shao does get the ult off the plant, so that's something in the back pocket, but do they have it to depend upon? Looking to reposition with this and leave Koala Noob and Angel to be at the forefront.
The Vice 1 CT could be something.
เอามาสักคนครับ
He's not going to play off of it.
Don't think he caught anyone with this, and Koala Noob trying to be an instigator to a different outcome, but Boo's patience pays off, and now it gets harder for Shao in these scenarios. He's going to need Angel to give him a little something, get some work going. It's already been destroyed here. They're going to just face the music. The defuse isn't stopping. Heretics holding it down.
พี่วูดเอาไปสาม
Oh, right under their nose is NAVI, hitting a bit of a brick wall here, Mini.
Yeah, and Rooksik going down immediately is such a big pick because Boo doesn't snowball that into a 5v3. Garage would have been smoked off in that situation, so it would have been winnable.
Oh, that's unpleasant. Boo's having some ratty impact. You know, like, it's not going to be your highlight kills, right? He's not in the montage, but he's got some nice little ratty kills going on. He's
I mean, even the impact him disrespecting that A utility early was pretty big. Not the kind of thing that it's like a big thing, but subtle. And Rian's again.
backing
Kids on
himself.
fire.
เปิดก่อนได้
backing
ปูดด้วย
himself
ดิ
in that fight. Didn't want to even back away from it. Took the damage and took the kill. Angel, the one with the Vandal now,
เฮ้ยทำไมมันเร่งอะ what
running the remix here.
They could catch Heretics off though.
ทำไมอยู่ดีเร่งสปีดอะ
Again, this contact play will at least catch one, but do they expect the second? They don't. Rienz was the one that they noted earlier, but he's still getting away with more damage. They managed to carve out some room on the side. Root gets interested, and Angel greets him at the door, sends him away. Suddenly, side looking theirs. Angel looking up for the challenge. So Miniboo and Benji,
Spike planted.
it's tough to play this back in. Operator to try and work these angles, but look at them. Waiting. Trip gets broken. Miniboo waiting for a swing.
อยากส
No
แปม
one
กล่องนั้นวะ
on it yet. Clears graffiti, looks left, spots Angel, takes him away. Where's the
แล้วเป็น
swing?
เรื่องแล้วที
Benji
นี้
couldn't see it, but he finds that one. Off comes in.
เป็นเรื่องไงแล้วเป็นเรื่องเลยทีนี้
Beautiful from Benji, clutching up here. I thought it might have been mistimed there. Awkward on the counter swing, but Benji controls in the end and keeps this lead building for Heretics.
Yeah, massive round from Benji. And Benji, honestly, someone this season, like, I think all of Heretics have been on fire, but Benji has been a bit quieter. So if we can see more rounds like that from him.
พี่เฉาไม่ยอมออกมาเทรดในแรกจบเลย
A clutch player. And as said, it hasn't been it hasn't been a highlight run for him yet. But as you said, if he keeps
ทำไมเป้า
having
มันดู
those
แบบ
sort of
He's got it
impacts,
there.
จับ
that was magic,
คนเลย
right? That was real magic. And,
Wong
and I've
ถึง
got
นะ
to
วอง
flip
ถึ
the
งวันนี้
script here too. Angel is
แต่
leading the
คู่แรก
fray
เทค
for
บอส
Navi at 7-6, and that round I felt was off his back too. The entries were great from him.
Yeah.
Where's the rest though? I don't want to see Angel having to be that main man forward.
Yeah,
You've got-
that 3v2 was not played well at
เห็น
all.
แถบกระลาดแล้วแบบ
The peeking off each other.
ยัง
The
ไงก็
first
ต้องโด
kill
นให้5
with
1
the
อ่ะ
op. Okay, fair
But
enough.
then-
After that, there was no trade.
ไปก่อน
It's
หนึ่
all
ง
coming in.
เก็บแถบเบนจี้
Nice undercut to
ให้มัน
deny the drone.
โดนใบไล่
ดีเลย
Again,
Don't be a
with
thing, yeah,
Navi's
that's how Kalada,
composition,
don't
denying
yep,
a drone
innit?
like that, that's big. There's no other initiator util really to take this space. It's going to be a lot of
Yep, well.
contacting, and that's maybe why they're looking at this operator as a potential win condition.
เอาไปติดที่เดิม
เออ
Current in hands of
You
Carl
would say.
and Miniboo, obviously. And this
Mm,
feels
like a
very
pang.
indicative of, again, this B pressure building. The thing that worked before isn't working this time. Miniboo takes a glimpse towards it and he finds his man. Xiao's gone down. Now Wu under pressure, but he wants back in too. They're not giving this up. Navi are not getting what they need here. Looking to pivot towards C. He can't get away from Miniboo. He's just ever present. Ruxic, yeah, takes him down, but Benji was still here. Taking the space on C long.
อ่ะมันวางมาที่เดียวกัน
Wallenoob
เนี่ย
and Hero gonna have to really step
เป็น
things
เรื่อง
up.
เป็นเรื่องละ
We're going to give away his position, but Benji could work with him. But an
โดนตัว
isolated
ปลอม
fight
โยรุเล่น
gives
เขาให้
over
ไง
a potential situation. Plan needs to come in.
อุ้ย
Plan is down. Oh, it's good. Wallenoob, lovely shot. Can they find Rienz and Woot
Oh,
though?
one
Woot
in the end.
creeping closer. You want to play contact plays? I'll do the
Okay.
same. And
พี่วูด
Wallenoob just
พี่วูด
lost
มอง
to
ทะ
the
ลุกล้องอย่าง
source.
กับเห็น
Focus down on the
ตั้ง
other
แต่หน้า
side.
บีแล้วนะที่ยิง
Woot
โอ
takes
เมน
him out of the game, and
อะไร
Heretics-
ของเขาเนี่ย
Look, we said this map sits with them.
เปิดแล้ว
Didn't
มัน
expect
เปิด
it to this extent.
I think with this comp from Navi,
Ooh,
I'm a
look,
bit
what he had been saying there.
pessimistic. I think attack side with this comp, I'm, you know,
30 seconds left.
Don't like it?
no.
No.
I don't want to say I expected this. I expected a bit more of a fight from Navi.
Yep.
But they're not finding any answers. And they are trying stuff. Like, they tried that operator there.
แล้วยิงเข้าที่หัว
They tried to get messy towards
Oh,
C
ไม่
with
มัน
that
รู้อยู่แล้วว่า
Ruxic
อยู่หลัง
op,
กล่องมีทีเดียว
but it wasn't enough.
7-1. Brazilians around the world unhappy.
จุดสแปมมันแม่นจัด
Outlaw is in. So, look at
นี่
the
ไง
light
คอม
shields.
สองเซต
It's plentiful.
ตี
Hero
ไม่เข้าเลย
a load of damage. Was that
Oh.
just a spam through
เฮ้ย
towards window? I'm not
ไม่เป็นไร
sure.
เพื่อน
วาร์ปอัน
There's
นี้อ๋อ
Rienz
ไม่
to
เป็นไร
find Wallenoob now.
พี่เหรียญเก็บงานให้
Rienz
อุ้ย
needs to
โอ้
keep
โห
dodging. Oh,
อยากรู้
he's pretty slick with it.
Movement.
They're throwing everything at the guy, but he's coming out running, trying to do what he can, but eventually just too much utility to deal with. So Miniboo goes fact-finding. Has a look around,
เห็นครบ
and
4
he's
ตัว
going to
แล้ว
be in a dodgy position to deal with actually, because he's got another player joining him too.
And flank's necessary against this Vice, in my opinion. Vice got Thorns and Wall ready.
อืม
CT.
เช็คเถอะ
Miniboo, this is really tough to clear though.
ข้างบนไม่ทำเสียง
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The Grand spotted. The paranoia in. Oh, you
Check
can
it.
see the
Oh.
synergy. It puts Xiao now in a must-win. You lucky boy, Xiao.
Ui.
Sometimes the gods
Ah.
favour you, sometimes they don't.
Nah,
But
không
Angel
xin
is
đâu.
right here. The only one showing up, it feels like, for Navi. But Benji, you don't have another clutch in you, do you? He's going to get half the least. Yeah, this comes a little bit unwinnable now. Xiao
Indeed.
in sewers. Angel on the site.
น้องๆ
The
ให้
two
น้าแบก
that
อยู่เลย
made
เฮเล
them
ติก
get
เนี่ย
up to 2 rounds.
When I talked to
Don't know
Angel
about
about this
that.
comp in the post plant,
Yeah.
we were saying, you know, Shao back on Sova, what was that about? Like his back, and he was like, you know, if I want to play Vice, then he needs to play Sova in this comp. As if like he was the reason that that was happening.
Yeah.
And you know, he's putting up a good show. He's winning them this round.
I mean, Angel actually
นับ
looks
ตีอยู่รุ่นในแรงก็ดี
really
ครับ
good
แต่ต้อง
right now.
คอมมูนิเคตเยอะ
Again, still at the top of the board for Navi, 9 to 7.
ดูน้าดิมันบุกได้2ยังไม่ซีเรียสเลยแม่งกาบกันล้วนๆเลย
invested for that one as well.
I do think this A site is something that Navi could be exploring more. It was something in my notes that Heretics had a bit of a weakness in the mid rounds holding that A site, but right off the bat, Heretics realizing that potentially 3A.
บอกเลยอร่อยแน่นอน
Crossfire. For Navi, it looks like that B approach again.
But what's the reaction to that trip getting broken? They have to find a solution because obviously they're leaving such a drastic gap on the map.
Launching thorns.
Woot's still got his ult, I guess, but Benji getting curious. I feel like Koala Noob's got the slam dunk on that. He does. Dipped in towards Garage earlier on, going to hit those shots as well from Woot and just reinforce towards that B site.
Surprised Benji didn't wait for Woot to clear that together.
Hero feeling overwhelmed. Does at least get a good read of the amount of bodies coming from that side, but tricky to now clear the back of this B site. Navi looking for some safety by filtering through towards that C connector, but the rest of the squad's coming in from Heretics now. A bit of a stall out with the paranoia, and Rooksy trying to reposition. Does he get predicted on the spam? No, he doesn't. He makes a meal of it though. Abu gonna punish. Angel again unpredictable, but can he get the reward? Rienz is not stopping. Angel, you have to find the
น้างงไอ้เหี้ยออกสโมกเกี่ยวสโมก
kept it safe on the defuse. An 8-2
น้าบอกเอ้า
Heretics.
ออกสโมกมาไม่เจอสโมกอีกลูกนึง
Yeah, very messy round, and Navi are going to be kicking themselves there for not winning that one. I think Woot made a pretty big mistake going by himself, retaking a bit too early, not waiting for the flanks coming in. When you're by yourself on the retake, you want to just wait for your teammates to come in. But ultimately, it doesn't matter.
Remaining.
The on-site post looking a bit awkward there for Navi.
เป็นดอม
Are you a Phantom enjoyer?
It's one of those things where I know the
You know you
Phantom's
should.
better,
Yes.
and I've got to pretend when you're coaching like you should buy the Phantom as much as possible. But then
you
as soon
never
as I
put one
play
in your
ranked,
life.
it's like I'm Vandal only.
Literally. Look, Scream made me believe. Okay, it didn't go well for him in the end, but you know.
Whoa.
What?
อ๋อวูมันทำเป็นกลับ
Which team's he playing for?
นี่แล้วเอช็อตก็จะเดินแล้วบูก็ดักอยู่
Guy in shambles. Rooksik
กระบูยิงไม่โดน
มาแล้วครับ
getting involved. It feels like Navi when they
Normal
play this
lah,
kind of fast
จับ
and
มา
loose
ฆ่า
it
เขา
almost
หนึ่ง
works.
นะ
That should be a nab.
และฮีโร่เป็นผู้ถูกเลือกครับ
No buy for Navi,
Hey.
but getting on this A site, not
เฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Angel
เฮ้ย
again.
เฮ้ย
Angel's
ดี
just
นะ
a
ตานี้
gunner.
โค
มันโดน
He
เข้าหั
has
ว
been in aim labs, he's been working, he's been doing all sorts, but the
มันไป
problem is
เก็
you
บ
can't
มันคนละ
see
ที
มี
that.
โค่ซัด
He
อันตี
actually
ไป
the
ส
tag
อง
on
แล้ว
Angel, he got down shout.
ไม่ได้เดี๋ยวไปฟาร์ม
Keeping
เอาใหม่
the player up to the good, but into the post plan we go. I like Benji on this eventual flank as well.
His Vice post plant on an A again. You see the wall and thorns.
ของ
จังหวะ
น้ำแน่น
จังหวะ
ๆ
ดี
เลย
เทสมันจะน่ารำคาญเลย
Nasty
ล่ะ
to get through.
ดูดิ
This, I feel like it's on Benji really,
Yeah.
but the timing. You know, you got Angel here with some nice post plant utility. He is costing them a lot of this time. I love what we're seeing. They've got to make a go of this right about now. They've waited on Benji, but it's time to go. We're going to take... Wait, how have they just done this? Angel! I don't know how Benji and Woot just got two so simply, but maybe just not expecting the flank at this point.
May work,
But
right?
confused now.
I think just the economic difference there.
มันยังมีแบบว่า
Probably pretty
จังหวะ
easy kills
ต้อง
from
เสีย
their
เราผ่าน
POVs.
เข้าวอร์พร้อมกัน
But Navi, again,
ถ้าเป็นสมัยเก่าไว้อะที่วาง
I wish they
ไอ้
had
ลูก
gone
หนึ่ง
more
สิบ
for this 8
วิอะ
earlier.
แล้วก็อีกลูกหนึ่ง
Like, it
สิบ
looks
ยี่
good
สิบ
in
วิ
the
แล้ว
rounds
นะ
where they
They're getting
shouldn't be
the
winning.
ball, they
That's
get, you know,
two like
yep.
low buy rounds where it looks good.
สมัยก่อน
But if they had done this
โกง
earlier on the gun
กว่า
rounds, potentially a little bit better.
โอ้โห
Enemy remaining.
A pretty nice shot.
Yeah, fair play. I don't think there's much to
It's
really
Woots
critique.
again though. 14 and 6. I mean, him and Winnie Boo 14s and 6.
They're both
เล็งเหลี่ยม
doing very well. We've had a couple of Benji
Bye-bye
finding
lah.
impact in those kind of like post-plant clutches. We've had Rienz at the start. It's starting to look a bit scarier, right? You see the strength of Heretics starting to return, and it does make you nervous because this team gets scary as they get on. Miniboo going walkabouts down middle as well with the support of Rienz, but you can see Navi once again wanting to explore this A, and I think
Yeah.
rightly so.
I think it'll be
ด่าน
hard
นี้
for Heretics to hold given that
พร้อม
Angel
ของ
does
ไอ
have
โซ่
the
นี่
assault.
มันเอาไอโซ่มาทำอะไร
I would have loved to see him save that and see if
Bait
there's
เขา
anyone on site
เอามายิง
there
อะ
before
เอายิง ก็จริง
saving it for the post potentially. But
เอามาคอมโบกับโซวา
I'll
เนี่
take
ย
the
เนี่ย
side.
Oh, the combo! Angels
Hey,
lucky to
like
get
him,
away from that. Sorry, it wasn't even
hey,
Angel to get
hum,
away. Who was it who
hey.
got to quad? I can't even remember now, but bloody hell, that combination
Like
is
what?
so lethal. And
I
Navi now
thought.
trying to play on the site, feeling a little battered and bruised. We're going to try and work it from CT, but that's a three-man stack. Still going to get one. Rooksik falls. Zhao! Going to find one, but
Oh.
Benji again
Hello,
in
what?
these post plants working back in. Heretics thriving in all this chaos.
12 นี่ไม่ค่อยโอเคหร
Look,
อก
we knew
สำ
this
หรับ
map
ฮิเล
was
ติก
going to be good for them. We knew this was their strength and starting point,
Oh,
but
oh,
10-2 is a very one-sided scoreline.
ต้องหก
Yeah, and going into
นำเยอะแล้วใจคอไม่ดี
แล้วคนวางไม่ตายคนเดินมาตายแทนเมื่อกี้โคตรสวย งง
ดูโคราชถูกสิเป้าไว้จับเลยมันได้ยิงก่อนด้วยนะ
นี่เขาทำรอบกลัวเลยเวลาเนแล้วเปล่า
รีบ
On this side. And a lot of
like is a little bit underperforming, especially when we consider Apex aren't Heretics.
yes. 10-2. Navi, make me a believer that there's something to do with this comp, right? Make me believe.
They've got the read, it seems like. Big stack towards C.
Yeah, right place
Would
for
go
it.
kill.
Been noted and in trouble. Oh,
เอ้ย
you like
วู
to
ดโอ้ย
see
คิว
that?
ไปวูด
Oh
โอ้โห
my wait, how did Guano pull there? I thought it might have been
Oh,
Rubsic
you
on the side to get
good.
caught on that, but no. That's a little bit of a chip damage on the way out. We're going to spot them backpedaling away. 1-for-1 trade out.
ยืนให้เขาสแปม
Good
แบบโดน
preparation
แค่
from Navi. They,
พูดบอกผม
Heretics
มี
love to
เกาะ
do
ผม
this
ทำอะไรก็ได้
They send him
Lua
up C
chặt
quite a
thật
lot,
lý.
either by himself or with numbers, and it gets a bit of a pain for the defense figuring out if it's, quote, just Woot or 5 people.
Okay, so put Shao then really in the driving seat. The support is not nearby. He can't really afford to fall here. It's a long rotate over towards this side of the map. Is he trying to find comfort? Looks to try and posture a bit more.
He's going to need to do a lot of work here.
He's trying to stick around, and he does have help now. Angel has made it. Jump spot from the back of sight as well. Should be seen. And he's Mini Boo's on the hunt already. Going to divide it. Leave Shao to his own devices. Going to be spotted and dealt with. Very heads up from Heretics. Mini Boo as well. Denies any support from CT.
วิ่
And it's
นะเอ
just
งกับแตก
methodical in approach. Very well considered. Rubsic does
Ah,
have the paranoia, but
มอง
Angel
ไปที่
already
เพิร์ล
down so low. Going to make it very
Why is that?
tricky to find value in the way
ได้พกแบบนี้
of retaking this site.
พีเอสกลับมาแล้วครับล่าง
They
ล่าง
know
รอง
that
แชมป์
now.
เผื่อโหดกว่าเดิมเนี่ยแหละ
Beckoning for Heretics, and Rubsic has to swing.
น่า
And
จะโห
there's
ด
no
กว่ามินิบู
spacing,
มันอั
there's
ปเกร
no
ด
chance in this. That felt
Upgrade to
so
A.
well considered by Heretics.
Yeah, they got
Would
unlucky
upgrade.
running into the stack towards C and
Which was
still
well done by
able to,
Navi.
yeah, of course. But composed enough to reset this
Mhm.
round. I mean, I
ชิ
do
วจริง
think I want to
ดูจากการยิง
highlight
เขา
this
ยิงมา
because the double sentinel you usually say good on defense. I think on
ตู้ฟนาติกได้ไหมโอ้โหสบาย
three site maps.
เดี๋ยวรอดูเลยแมตช์หน้า
It was
First time moment, guys. First time moment.
First time moment. Brand new to this role.
3 site maps. I don't love it because 3 site maps you need to get active and rotational to just
ดู
sit
วิดี
back
โอ
and
มัน
just
เป็น
pray
จอยการ
that
ซื้อ
they're going
มา
to
เชลอย่าง
go into your sentinel utility. I'm not a big fan of.
Okay.
ค่าดู
อุ้ย
He's
ค่า
very
ดู
good at this game, isn't he, old Mini Boo?
หาเข้า
Young
สุด
Mini Boo. Boo, should I say. And I can see what you're saying. I guess it encourages a behavior that may not be conducive to what you like seeing, which is that proactive approach, taking space. I feel like you could play around it a bit more, but I don't know if Navi are the team to be playing around it yet. We may not even really get a chance to look into it, because this is probably 12 here. Obviously with the classics coming in.
พีเฮดมันจะคีนชีเลย
Angel usually does his
5-0
best, right? He's running around the map, putting
แต่
seeds
ถ้ามันชนะ
everywhere, trying to
รอบ
play
นี้มันก็ต้องไป
dynamic,
ชิง
but
กับฟนาติกว่าใครจะเป็นแชมป์ตาราง
They've got it all free.
โคตรเดือด
Silence becomes quite obvious. Flank feeling very likely. You can see Boo in a very deep off angle. That's going to be steps
โอ้
heard.
โหได้ข่าว
And
เยอะ
that's going to be called out.
อุ้ย
Riens.
ฮะ
bro, his long A, that angle is just his.
กลางอากาศครับ
He's quite good at it.
ดูขนาดสู้ปืนพก
And
มันยัง
it's
ลง
who
ยิ
goes
งได้
farming? Who's collecting?
Then
Mini Boo's
sure.
only one off the ult, so he would want to get this. Riens nabbing.
He's out
ให้มินิบูมาฟาร์มแน่เลย
นี่อ่ะ
I want to see it from his side, but it's in zone flawless to get up.
นี่
เรา
มัน
ได้
ตั้ง
ตีแล้ว
อันนี้มัน
And a
ตั้งใจ
reminder,
นะ
if you're playing along at home with who locks in which side, if Navi lose this map, they cannot lock that first seed. That becomes impossible for them. Let's have a little watch back on this one. Wow.
กลุ่มนี้ต้องบอกว่าไอ้2ทีมล่างที่มันตกรอบอะมันซวยจริง
อะไรนะ
กลุ่มเนี้ยกลุ่มนี้มันเดือดจัดเลยมีทั้งฟนาติกทั้งวิท
I thought he was going to hit that there because we had the replay.
Yeah, I want to see this one as well. Yeah, he makes Val look good. Real good. Nice play,
Nice,
Angel.
guys, let's go. Thank you so much for boosting my KDA.
พุชมากี่ดี
Top two.
Thank you so much
Need Navi to bring out the big guns. If you got something made, if you got
มี
something
อย่างงี้ด้วยวะ
Yeah,
you
I mean,
thought
they,
up,
Yeah,
this is it.
they opted to full eco last round, so
Thank you so much
playing with 10 to go. This is the round where they got the Vandals.
อยากสถิติดี
And you can see already, defense from Navi is very passive, very bunkered.
ก็
Heretics
มัน
are going to
เหมื
have
อน
the
กับเมื่อกี้
time
เพื่อนมันชงให้มันไป
and
เก็บ
space
อัน
and
ติ
very
ใช่ป่ะ
little risk to do
โย
what
รู้
they
จะได้
want
อั
at
นติ
the
เต็ม
start.
ไวๆครับ
Which is again,
แต่
I
ว่า
guess
มินิ
something
บู
you
มัน
didn't
บอก
love
คน
the
ตีน
idea
บอกว่า
of
ขอบ
that
คุณ
this kind
สำหรับ
of double
คิว
sentinel
เปอร์เดสอะ
encourages that
เหมือน
behavior to a
เหมือน
degree, but
เหมือน
I
อี
guess
โค
it's
อะ
also
ได้
hard to be
อี
brave
โค
when you're
อะ
facing 12 rounds. You don't want to be
Kill
made to look
ประเด็น
silly
มันจะ
going
สวย
for
ๆล
these
งในประ
aggressive
วัติ
plays,
อะไร
maybe
เงี้ย
getting caught, higher risk, but the reward's certainly there. For now, though, going to be on the receiving end of that Yoru ult, coming right towards the A site. Anything to couple it with? Not yet.
Thorns for a stall though. Mini Boo's going to be isolated.
Yeah, but Mini Boo's fine. Mini Boo is
โอ้โห
fine! How is this guy so ice cold under
ก็ต้องคอมโบ
pressure?
กับบีชก็ได้ครับ
Oh my god
พลาน้อยก็ได้
But
เอ้าโคล่า
Koala
มาซ่อมว่ะ
dives in and gets things back. It's not over yet.
บอสยังอยู่
3v3. Rooksik waits.
Planted.
Keeps the space on that CT.
บอส
แต่
บู
One
ทยังอยู่
tucked on site, one towards graffiti, one towards hell.
โอ้โห
Traditional
บ้าจัดเมื่อกี้มั
crossfire.
นจ่ายแบบบ้าจัดอะทีมอื่นมันจ่ายนิดจ่ายหน่อยนี่มันจ่ายแบบ
The flash comes in, he drops down,
Good one, Keith,
isolates Shaw, but down to Boo and Benji's been hitting, but not today. Koala on the gaze. Boo's gone down. There
ไม่
is
เป็นไร
life
นะ
in them yet. Navi staying
ตกกระตุก
alive.
อันนี้เรื่องศพกระตุก
Crazy round from Koala Noob.
นี่แหละครับ
Yeah, heroic
พลังของอันติโยรุ
pretty
ฮะ
much.
Navi did have the read, they were there.
แต่ว่า
I thought Mini
ไอ้
Boo
วิ
was
นนี้
going
ต้อง
to
ช
be
ม
in trouble there
โค
by
ล่า
himself,
มัน
but the Yuta was
เม
lovely.
นโยรุเหมือนกันเลย
Mini
มัน
Boo
รู้ทันเห็นปะ
dug himself out of that situation nicely. But yeah, Koala Noob here.
Absolute
โค
hero.
ล่าเลยวินนี้
One enemy remaining. Last player.
Begging for the Angel Ace.
Angel fans in the crowd.
ตามเอา
Now, time
ตาม
out
จริงทันไหมเนี่ย
3 rounds. We asked for perfect Valorant.
Timing out after winning a round is odd, but maybe, I mean, Happy didn't like what he saw.
Don't remember when he smiled last.
It's an ironic name.
It is.
It's like how I'm called Mini, and
And
I'm
so tall.
giant.
6'2".
Yeah.
I really want to just get a picture of you next to Potter standing up.
There are pictures.
Yeah, but I want one for myself. And maybe Dryad there as well. You know what I mean? Just add a little height chart in.
Like Russian dolls.
Yes. A big gap between a couple of them though. Crowd's been good today. They
Yeah.
cheered on a tech pause earlier.
Yeah, I liked it. I think I presume they're bringing in a PC. Nice
Yeah, I
little
think
cheer.
so. I think it was pretty good. I actually the monkeys.
Monkey.
Monkey. Monkey on the car. Can't do the rest of that joke. But Outlaw out again for Mini Boot. 3 chances to get some pretty clean kills. Angel Shao hero only on those light shields. Bulldog still in play, but Koala Noob has ult, and he just had a big round. We're gonna need more of that though. A lot more of that.
Deep breath.
trying to think of the rest of that joke. Sorry.
It's more of a meme than a joke.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry.
Navi seem to be set on the idea that Heretics are going towards B. Double stack in. But Heretics once again just taking it cautiously slow. Some proactivity from Navi.
เหม็มจัดจังหวะนี้นั่งซูมอยู่
Heretics just ticking off the boxes. A main control.
ไปทำอะไรกัน
Navi clearing this
A4
tower
วะนะ
space, making sure that Cypher doesn't have anything to give Navi information. But nice re-clear here from Navi. Boo
ประ
is
กาศ
ready.
1-1แผนที่ไหมมีครับแต่น้อย
On this one, the barrel will give away.
ประกาศให้น้อยนิด
And that's the heavy hitter from the
Nói
last
mạc.
round gone. Koala making the...
Nói đi, tinh tinh.
Rusick.
น้อยนี่
What was
มึงเป็น
that?
คนที่รู้ตำแหน่งคนที่สองมึงก็ยังเดินออกมาแบบชิว
Ramsey, I want to do the impression. You know
ๆ
what
เหลื
I
อ
mean?
เชื่อ
But now, Boo. Oh God! How is Woot just still? Maybe thinking, oh, they could have stacked it 'cause we've already seen 2, but the awareness is there.
30 seconds
Hero
left.
and Angel.
Last player.
Yeah, you're absolutely fried on
Yeah.
that one. In zone.
ชิวเกินเกมนี้ คู่แรกแม่ง4 ชั่วโมง คู่2ผ่านไปแค่50 นาที ไม่ถึงด้วยรวมเวลาที่มันพักไป ต่อไปด่านนาวีเนี่ยนาวีได้ข่าวว่ามันด่านมันเก่งจัดเลย
ต่อไปนะ
ใช่ พี่แอปไมค์ครับซื้อผ่านไหน Xbox ครับผม Microsoft สมัครพาร์ทก็เล่นได้ฟรีอะอย่าบอกนะมึงเทคพอร์ตอีกเนี่ยอะ โอ้อีเชี่ยพี่วูดเจ็ดว่ะเฮ้ยพี่วูดเจ็ดว่ะเอาได้เอาเรื่องวะล่ะไม่ต้องมีแล้วเคลอะ2 ดูเอลไปมัน
หรือว่าเขาควรพบแล้ววะว่าต้องเป็น2 ดูเอลเฮ้ย เรียกอเล็กมาดูงานหน่อย เรียกอเล็กมาดูงานด่วนเลย
เรียกอะไรก็ดูงาน
เมื่อกี้ก็พูดอย่างนี้ ถ้าคอมนี้จริงเล่นอะไรครับโหไม่ได้ดิอาจจะต้องนั่นแหละเจ็ตฟินิกซ์
เมื่อวันก่อนเด็กใหม่ใจแอนโหดปะ
โอ้โหโหด
เดือดอยู่ฮะ
โหดแมปเดียว
โหดแบบนี้
ไอดิวอลิสอะแมปแรกๆโหดแบบโหดเลยอะพอแมป2แผ่วแมป3หลับ แต่คนชื่อเฟกเลดโหดทุกแมปเลย
แม่งเทคพอร์ตแล้วทำเนียนนะเว้ยทำเป็นแบบเกมมาช้า
พิธีกรของอีมีเหนื่อยอะเจอเทคพอทีจะชวนหาเรื่องคุยแบบไม่รู้จะคุยอะไร
อืมคือแม่งต้องได้รับเงินเดือนเพิ่มแล้วไอแคสเตอร์ฝั่ง EMEA เนี่ยเทคกันมันเลย
มันชิลนะพี่เหรียญอะเทคพอพรีเซนต์บายแพนซี่
ไม่เนียนแล้วนะ อันนี้เกิน 20 นาทีโอ้โหแม่งอันนี้ก็มาเทคอีกแล้ว
Player have report hardware issue replacing PC
เปลี่ยนคอมด่วนครับ มันจะให้แบบแมตช์จบไวๆแล้วไปนอนไม่ได้เลยเดี๋ยวไอ้พวกเนี้ย มันในนี่ใช่ไหม มันสามารถแบบรีเพจทั้งงานเลยด้วยแบบรีเพจไปที่อื่นหรืออะไรก็ทำอะไรสักอย่าง
มีเพลงอะนะ
รีเพจเนี่ยรีเพจซิ่งพีซีเนี่ยเห็นนะมันสามารถรีเพจสเตเดียมรีเพจทุกอย่างเลยได้ไหมเป
อ๋
ลี่
อย
น
เปลี่ยน
เปลี่ยน
เปลี่ยนให้หมด
แม่ง
เลยใช่ไหม
รีเพจให้หมด รีพูฟเลยแม่งปัญหาเยอะเหลือเกินทุกวันเลยแม่ง โอ้คนจะดูแข่ง มันใช่ว่าที่ต้องมาจบตี 4เนี่ยแม่งเอ้ย
มันถ้ามันรู้ว่าคอมมีปัญหามันก็ต้องเอาเครื่องใหม่มาเลยปะเพราะมันมีทุกอาทิตย์เลย
ไอ้ที่มันเทคทุกวันมันเป็นปัญหาเซิร์ฟเวอร์แล้วหนึ่ง เรื่องเน็ตเวิร์กนี่ก็ยาวอยู่ แต่อันเนี้ยปัญหาคอม
จ รีพอร์ตฮาร์ดแวร์อิชชู
อันนี้ปัญหาคอมมากเมื่อไหร่จะทำเสื้อแขนกุดให้เบนจี้อุ้ยนาออสโดนเอ็กกอต20เลยเหรอ
อาออสมีคนหนึ่งป่วย
โอ้โห
พอแข็งๆอยู่ไอใหม่หลุดเลือดออกอะไรก็ไม่รู้ หายใจไม่สะดวก
โอ้ my god ใครเป็นเจ้าของทีม Z11 ตอนนี้พี่
ไม่มี
เอ้าเหรอเขาฟอร์มกันเองเนี่ย
เออสองคน
เชี่
เอย งคือคนงง
ดูว่าพี่เอ๋ยอยู่เบื้องหลังสิ
ใช่
เล่นน้องจริงไอเจนบูไม่น้อยแล้ว เล่นโอเมนได้แล้วมันคือน้องจริงผ่านแล้วตอนเนี้ยแผนมันฝืนไปด้วยแหละ ผมว่าเปเปอร์เล็กอะไม่รู้เหมือนกันนะสำหรับผมมองว่า อันที่มันเล่นได้ดีอยู่แล้ว มันก็เล่นได้อะมันจะไปปรับเปลี่ยนทำไมไม่ลองเล่นดูก่อนว่าจะชนะหรือแพ้อย่างเงี้ยหรือว่าจริงๆเขาอาจจะลองเล่นมาในซ้อมแล้วมันไม่ไหวก็เลยแบบอันนี้ก็ได้มั้งอาจจะปรับเปลี่ยน ผมก็ไม่รู้หรอกก็พูดไปตามเนื้อผ้าเพราะว่าความเก่าเปเปอร์เล็กมันก็เล่นดีอยู่แล้วไงไม่ได้ดูไอ้นี่ดิสปิตอะดูไม่ได้มันอยู่ในซูปอะรอเขาแบบเอาออกมาข้างนอกก่อนไม่งั้นจะได้ดูแบบดูวันตาแฉะไปเลยไม่ต้องทำอะไรแล้วชีวิตดูแต่แข่งอารอนน่ามีซิกแมนนะ
ไม่อะ
เคยมีแต่ว่าไปอยู่อะคาเดมี่แล้ว
เดี๋ยวมันสับสนมีซิกแมนอ่ะ
เผื่อไงเผื่อแบบคนมีปัญหาได้แบบเปลี่ยน
นี้ถ้ามีปัญหาก็ดึงจากอะคาเดมี่ได้ตามกฎเดี๋ยวนะ
ได้เหรอ
ได้เลยดึงได้เลยก็เขาเลยทำอะคาเดมี่ไว้ไง
กระทันหันก็ได้ด้วยเหรอ
ได้ได้
ทำไมพี่ถึงชอบดูแข่งก็เพลินๆดีครับง่ายดี
มาดูก้อยเดี๋ยเอ้ยไม่ใช่ก้อยใจแอนนะกระทันหันนะ
ก็จริง
เพลเยอร์กำลังเซตติ้งอยู่นะครับผมอย่าเพิ่งหลับนะกำลังลง
ใครวะ
วินโดว์
ยัง
อยู่ครับเมื่อกี้เห็
อย่าน ให้
บอกว่า
อย่าให้รู้นะ
ปรับ
ใคร
ไอออสนิดนึง
นี่ไงเจอแล้วโควาล่านูบ
ไอโควาล่าจับ
ใช่ไหม
ได้แล้ว
เลิกลักอย่างเงี้ย หรือมันวอร์มอยู่อะหรือว่าเป็นบัวเนี่ยเหรียญมันมองวะเนี่ยเนียนๆไว้ ซิกแมนมันมีก็ต่อเมื่อแบบแผนหลักมันไม่ลงล็อกอะเดี๋ยวหาซิกแมนมาแทนหนูเซตติ้งได้เซตติ้งเลยเนี่ยพี่ก็เอนหลังยาวๆแล้วนะช่วงวัน2 วันเนี้ยพี่เอ๋ยผมกินโซเดียมเยอะมากเลยผมรู้สึกเลยว่ามันบวมแบบบวมสัตว์อะตัว
แต่ถ้าออกกำลังกายกินโซเดียมมันก็ขับออกชิวๆนะมันไม่ได้แบบว่าขับออกยากขนาดนั้นโซเดียมอ่ะ
ขับเหงื่อแต่ผมเปิดแอร์เย็นสัตว์เลยเหงื่อแทบไม่มีเลยหรือมันมีแต่มันเสื้อซึมไปหมดแล้ว
ตีแมป3อ่ะโอ้โหน่าจะตี 5
โอ้ยมีแมป
ครั
3
ผมมีแค่
แล้วแม่ง
จบแค่นี้แหละแมป
ถ้าแม่ง
2
แมป3แล้วแม่งเว้นเทคพอสอย่างงี้อีกนะเจอกันเลย
เดือน3 โมง
เนี่ยเสร็จแล้ว
มาละ
โว้ยผมใครอย่าให้รู้นะ นั่งนิ่งๆไว้นะอย่าเลิกลักชอบเฮเลติกยุคใหม่ว่ะของดูเอลรู้ไงว่าบูธมันมีของอ่ะ
เพิ่งจะค้นพบ
อืม
โอ้โห เดิน เดินมาชิว
อยากจะเช็คไงแต่ว่าเอาตัวไปเช็คดีกว่าเสียงอะเอาลืมเปิดเสียงโทษ
He certainly is, but Rienz has fallen to Koala Noob, so
ๆอุ้ยข่าว
trying
ตัว
to bring back these numbers. Rook
ทำไมไม่ให้
6,
น้อง
the flash just caught him in the end. Koala Noob, the only one to really
จอยเปิด
keep this even in the realms of reality for Navi. But the plant's going to be in, and they are ready for this.
เฮ้ยตัวนี้
Stacked
ใจ
up
เย็นนะตัว
towards
นี้
Fit, does leave the plant a little
ตัวนี้ตัวคัด
vulnerable,
อะ
but now support can
ตัว
come
นี้
in,
คัด
and
บ่อย
they know where Hero is.
Tough task from Hero.
ทรงน่าจะยาก
Here before, but this time on the retake, going to be a bit more difficult.
ตายแล้ว
Oh, it is, especially on 19 HP.
อยากจะสแปมเลยตรงนั้นนะ
And you were kind of enjoying Navi on this map in moments, and we'll get into that once we get past this, once this is confirmed, because you can see the reposition from Heretics too. They're not taking any chances, going to make this very hard for Hero. Trying to pull off a 1v3 like this, if no one's giving you isolated fights, it's tough. And I think they know now the time is a huge indicator of this. Just a tap on the spike. Benji will give himself up for it, but it's fine again. Still got Miniboo and Boo there in case necessary. Navi on this map, Mini, because there's a couple of key factors that you like about this.
Yeah, I mean, we cast our minds back to the desk when.
Cast our back minds.
Blah 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 blah.
Yep.
Yes,
man,
you
man,
say I'm a
Lon,
Navi
Lon.
hater,
Yes.
and apparently, you know.
ทำไม
But it's
ต้องมี
not
พัดลม
true.
ที่โต๊ะด้วย
I actually
เขาบอกว่าไอ้รัฐ
just
แคลิฟอร์
hate
เนีย
teams
ของ
on
สหรัฐ
maps
อะ
where I think they're not very
อุ
good
ณห
at.
ภูมิ
And
ไม่
I
เคย
think
ต่ำ
Pro is a map where
แล้ว
they
ก็ไม่เคย
are
สูง
very good at.
อยู่
Specifically
ประมาณ
the
เอเวอ
attack
เรส
side,
20
so
25
hopefully when we get that map switch,
โอ้โหโคตรน่าอยู่เลย
half switch, we can see Navi pick up the pace. But
มันไม่มีแบบ
what
ห
I
น้า
love
ร้อน
about them
หน้า
is
หนาว
on
อะไร
the
อย่างเงี้ยหรอ
attack side, just
ไม่
solid
แน่ใจ
map.
เห็น
I think
มัน
most teams are going to veer towards that A main control, but Navi, one of the teams understanding that B long's a very important part of the map.
California.
Control is very important in this map, just like Heretics did last round. Defense, they're okay.
Okay, we'll see if they can make it through with enough rounds to play with. That's a bigger thing here as well.
อะไรวะน่ะ
Very patient and very aware of what
Oh,
Navi
hell,
might be
Malay,
wanting to
โอ้
do.
โห
Boo reading
มา
it
มอบ
like a
เขาเรียกว่า
book.
มามอบ
Again, Hero last
แล้ว
one
เฮลิ
alive,
ติก
been
แม่ง
here
โหรอ
before.
อย่างกันรู้
And this could be a really hard start. You're starting
Maybe
cold into this
นี่คือ
after
พ
a
ยายาม
blowout
เช็ค
map
PC
one.
นะ
A little extended
Would side
pause there in the
บอกว่า
middle. Obviously,
เออ
contractually, I have
ชอบ
to
แบ่ง
have
หา
a
พวกเนี้
tech
ย
pause.
โอ้
My personal sponsor
เหมือนแบบว่าเฮ้ย
paid
ไอ้
for that
บูธมันแฮก
slot.
แน่เลยแต่มันแบบหาโปรแกรมไม่เจอลงวินใหม่มันเลย
But it does mean the Navi are going to be feeling a little bit cold now. They
แต่นี่
need to
มันถือ
warm
ว่า
into
จัด
this
การ
game
เร็ว
here.
สำหรับเปลี่ยน PC นะ
Oh, that's
Oi.
not how you do it.
Hero didn't have a great
โอ้โห
first map.
ไม่โดนเลยนะ
ยังไงเทคประวัติศาสตร์ก็ผม
Does need to
ยก
warm
ให้
up
คู่
into
บีท
it.
อะ6 ชั่วโมง
Heretics, I'm interested by this comp. It's not a typical
Pick the
comp you see on
clan.
this map. A little bit off-brand. We saw a very direct approach on the pistol, and I think that is the strength of the comp. Just very direct. Anti-eco just seeing a very passive, safe approach. But into these gun rounds, interested to see what they do.
โอ้โห
The
ดูดิ
last time
เข้า
they played Pro,
เข้า
I was
หูซ้าย
also
หู
quite
ขวา
impressed with
หู
how
ซ้าย
they
หูข
approached
วา
the map.
มูเมนต์ที่จะเอมไม่โดนเลยดีแต่มูเมนต์
With a much different composition.
มันพยายามจะปิมมี่มูเมนต์เหรอ
Go. First big challenge, first big test.
เขาบอกว่าเป็นมี่เวลาที่ยิงสู้กับมันสู้ยากเพราะมันมูเมนต์
I
เนี่ย
thought it was taking damage, but it's fine. Beautiful reveal sent in from afar. That's a gift from Rien's there.
And aim was all a ruse.
อีกนั่ง
This art walk down.
รอบ
Nothing there
นี้
but great
นึ
control.
กขึ้นได้ว่าทีมมีอารามบอท
Yeah, going through the motions really
แม่งเลย
nicely.
ไม่ต้องตายที่อาร์ตอีก
Start to see those fundamentals in place. Got to see something to dissuade this outcome. As for now, they fought for the space. Apart from that, Kwanu has been finding this value. He was the one who found impact in the first, even turning the flash. Fight back from Hero. Finally, a player advantage here. Rien's, Boo, and Benji going to be put in place, leaving just Benji alive. A 1v4 too much, surely it is. Lovely synergy for the way back in for Navi.
We talked about Hero needed to warm up
พอ
into
เห็น
the
อย่าง
series.
งี้
There
ปุ๊บ
we go.
ตาเหลือบไป
3K
ดูแมป
off the
3 เลย
bat.
อะชื่อแมป
What
ว่า
I
อะไร
liked about Navi there, not committing to that A site being relatively easy to retake.
They get
So
me
if you do
bonus.
lose numbers there, I will be grumpy mini.
Also, I'm looking at the prompter here, and we're being rinsed.
Why is that? Many earned £148 at 3 epic lands.
Yeah.
Look, it was a different era. But
I only got 60 apparently at Epic Land.
I already have more kills than last map. Let's go. This is
Brutal. Brutal. I was coaching a couple of teams. I don't know if that counts, but you
to
know.
be fair, if we were to do the maths, you did earn on average more than me in that head-to-head.
Esports has changed these days. Koala Noob's got ult early on here, and I'm kind of liking what Koala Noob's been up to. He's been looking pretty solid on this. Redeeming factor for Navi, even their more woes.
อุ้ยคม
อุ้ย
Still gonna get that, are you? Fair play. Okay, Koala Noob goes down. I was bigging him up. That's what I get, I guess. Cursing him. My bad. And then 4v4.
You can always expect heretics
โอ้
when
แต่
they
วิน
bring
นี่
out
มันโดด
something new.
เดี่ยว
They're
ไป
always
มัน
gonna
โอ้
have
โหมัน
these
วาร์ป
micro
มา
plays.
อยู่ตรง
There's
นี้
new
แหละ
ideas. There's creativity from the coaching staff. Nice to see already on pro.
It's just slow mid-routing now, trying to reassess the scenario. We're going to be
เปลี่ยน
left
เปลี่ยน
inserted
เป้า
towards
ดอท
B
เฉย
long.
เลยตอนแรกใช้เป้าดอง
You can see here, heretics using the smoke, making it feel like a B long exec, but doing a little bit of shenanigans around middle.
Kind of posturing towards the side. Does that get rid of the alarm bot? It doesn't.
Oi.
So that keeps that security there, but they still have two players posted over towards this side. So Woot's creeping
ไอ้ปลาย
down.
ปืนเห็นมั้ยน่ะ
Shao
That was
touch
just
safe.
hidden.
Did he see a barrel? He did. Oh!
ฮะ
That's all you need if you
Wouldn't
Woot.
spam
Pixel
mental.
out of place. The body drops, but Angel unchecked on so far.
ไอ้เช็ค
His
เถอะ
position
โห
always
แล้ว
seems to
นะ
be
แบบ
rewarded.
วาวุ่นจัดอะ
เอ้า
Not today though. Benji clears it fine, and now they've got to respect that.
เบนจี้แม่งวิ่งมาให้
ทำไม
เม็ด
มึง
เดียว
ไม่เข้ามาวะมึงเข้ามามึงแดดถอยเฉยเลยอะ
That is beautiful mid-rounding from Heretics. It's something
น้าบอก
they
แดน
so
ปุ๊บเอ้า
strength them.
แม่งหายไปไหนวะ
Finding options here, and
เอาแดนออก
when they weren't able to get rid of that
คน
alarm
บ้า
bot towards
เข้า
up,
มา
and
แดด
maybe
ออก
they could have cheated that additional player over for Navi,
นะ
restored it, but again, Boo finding that space. The pixel that came through there, this is the one. Literally.
What I loved here as well is that traditionally you see a jet player there, keep going.
Yep.
Woot disciplined enough to just wait
ผม
for
มัน
his
เดินมาดัก
teammates.
อย่างนี้เลย
Yeah, very impressive stuff.
โอ้โห
Not happy.
เยี่ยม
แฮป
นะ
ปี้กุมขมับเลย
Good work.
I'm hoping to see some rounds here from Navi. I do want to see their attack side against heretics and how it plays up.
Well,
But not looking great so far.
not yet. Not yet. We wait with bated breath. Hope sky high.
แอตตา
And will it into existence. I've seen a Bucky.
เห็นปืนแล้วแบบรู้สึกไม่ค่อยโอเค
เพิ่งเอบไปแล้ววันนี้มุมเนี้ย
Rook 6 got any of that sort of magic? I don't think so. I don't think Heretics fancy going through choke points.
อย่านะ
Benji.
เฮ้ย
Nice little camera for Benji to be safe. Watching over middle. Heretics grouping towards A main.
เพิ่งมาปิดไปฝึกติดกล้องตรงนี้มาโคตรโกงเลย
มันดียังไง
What a good read
มั
of
น
the approach.
คอนโทรลกลางหมดเลยมันเห็นทั้งอาร์ตออกแล้วก็
A little bit of a chip damage coming in
Thằng
from,
Linh ỏng
I
à?
guess, towards Art, but that's about it. And the patience. Let's see if it pays off here. Yeah, very disciplined from
Vậy
Benji.
mà.
Might be overwhelmed, but
Bên
no,
đây.
that camera
Vâng.
keeps security.
เออว่ะ
Very
Lùa
well
ọt.
handled.
Không, không
Eventually
đi ạ.
traded in on, but he's done his job there. Now
เราก็
down
ติ
to
ด
the
แท็บไปตัด
remaining
ด้านหนึง
three
สมมติ
Shao
เพื่อน
Hero
ทำ
and
เอก็
Angel.
ติดแท็บบีคือ
Now
คอน
with
โทร
the
ลแม
odds
ปหมด
even
เลยคน
further
เดียว
against him with the divide coming through.
เพื่อน
Maybe
ทำ
we're
บี
just
ก็
gonna
ติด
wait
แท็
on
บ
the
เอ
other side in case someone dares attempt it. But it's towards Woot. Yeah, sharp. Yeah, very sharp and gets away with plenty of time to spare. This is looking sewn up again.
นี่ของ
Yeah, I
ดี
was
ว่ะเฮลซิ
interested by why this pairing of duelists for Heretics, the Euro and the Jet, but already looking extremely comfortable taking all the space with the Jet.
ไม่ยอม
Fragging out, just like he was on ISO last map. I was a little bit critical of the idea of them going double duelists on a lot of these maps, but it's been looking incredible so far.
Yeah.
นี่คือแบบดาวอ่ะ
You're getting rinsed in Sliggy's chat, by the
For
way.
what?
I don't know.
I mean, I was startering earlier, and I've only won 180
Ooh,
quid
gong
at
đi
the
chừng
grand
rồi.
apparently, but
กล้องร้านอาหาร
They're
อ่ะ
really going in. This,
what's
กล้องวง
this?
จรปิด
they've
เห็น
realised
หมด
they've been caught.
ใครใน
So
ร้าน
they're
ทำ
just
ไร
trying to
Oh.
hide the evidence.
What was
but
the evidence?
I'm just
แล้ว
letting
ไม่
you
ไม่ได้โดนดิสง่ายๆด้วย
She's
นะ
stirring the pot. She's stirring the pot. How did you
Con
feel about the
cuồng chật.
chance, by the way?
A little like, well, it felt like a rap to me.
Yeah.
Like a little rap.
Yeah. Remind me when you're like doing like in school when there was like, don't worry, we can make maths cool with this simple.
เราเล่นดี
rap."
ฟอร์ทุกตายแล้ว
Mate's
ตรง
got
ก
a
ลาง
real
Hey, I thought it was
Oh.
cool, okay?
Right. Well, for now, Navi fighting for the space towards A main, which is a bit of a difference here. It feels like traditionally to this point, Heretics had won that out. This time, actually going to commit towards it. Wonder how long Angel wants to stay here though, because it does get real tricky. Yet having to backpedal, but at least finding indicators of presence.
Here's a strength for the Navi competition. They've got
วูนมันมาเมน
the
แฟนทอมแล้วเหรอ
Astra, Teo to fight for that A main space if they want to. Usually you'll
That
see
will.
Koala Noob there with them as the Euro,
แดดเข้าอ่ะ
but Shao, Angel having a bit of a day with the aim, so maybe just him is enough.
He's reset the tempo a little bit, and I like the Heretics already looking for a new
โอ้โห
option.
เขาแก๊ปเลยครับ
Now,
โอเปอเรเตอร์
Koala
แม่งเล็ง
Noob's
ล็อกอยู่
position, though.
เอ้ยแต่เมนติ
Time is ticking away a little bit. Euro's going to be big though.
Yeah, he has to respect it. That's sight on a platter, really. Mini boot. Trying to find his
โอ้โห
man.
ว่างหม
And
ด
I think he has. Yeah, commitment made. He's
ไล่
taken
หมด
over
เลย
so much space
ก็
already.
โก
They're
งเลย
all
ติ
so
แปด
deep
จุด
here.
จะ
That's
ขอ
right.
ร้อง
I was talking about how the
Uh.
post plants on Haven A
ตี
side
โย
are
ลุ้
so
นโกง
strong.
กันตาย
Giving up this B
เนิร์ฟ
side
เพิ่ม
is
มา
a
อีกสักจุด
nightmare. The retake for Navi is going to be
ต่อ
very
5 เม็ดยังไม่โกงเลย
Euro might be
ขนาดอันตีบีดอะ
Might.
แม่งเก็บจุดเยอะกว่ายังไล่ได้ไม่สุด
Oh
เท่า
my word,
ตี
that
บี
is a lot of
Yung
bodies.
la-
This could be hugely valuable.
Tì à?
Oh no!
Tì à?
Wood had him
Im bot.
raised and gets another, bringing Navi to their knees until now. A 3v3, but then Mini Boo is so much potential here. Angel still standing though. Clears backside. He's got this. The first step in a long road back through here. Trying to check on the smoke, but the spam comes in, and both players now noted.
โอ้มี
Takes
ดาว
that next layer of contact. The time
ไม่ดึงด้วย
forcing the hand here. They've got to get
Oh,
moving,
maybe
and Navi know they're
Snap
out
to out
of
here.
options,
Hiểu
and they
chặt.
are out of this round. Another foul for Heretics, and the scoreline
โอ้โห
running away
เนี่ย
from
มั
them.
นจะเก่งทุกด่านเลยเหรอวะ
Yeah, and that's one of the problems that you'll see when teams are fighting so much on defense for that A main space.
ต้อง
is
ตรงเมื่อ
B
กี้
is a
มี
bit
คน
weaker.
ไลน์อัพโซว่า
And then if
เคลียร์
you're
ด้วยเหร
losing
อ
B side, the retake's hard.
มันต้องเป็นคน
We saw
ยังไงวะ
Heretics
น่ะ
with great post plant
ไลน์อัพ
theory,
โซว่า
having
แน่
the
นอนนะ
Astra and Sova
ในแรง
lying
บอก
towards
กด
that
แรงแล้ว
long.
ติดกล้อง
Rest
ตรง
of
นั้
the
นเจอ
players
แล้วเค
making
ลีย
a
ร์
delay on the site, but Gravwell shocked out some
โอ้โห
recons
เป็น
for
คน
that
ยัง
push.
ไงวะในโซว่าตัวนั้นอ่ะ
มันคงรำคาญอะมัน
เออ
เล่นอย่างนี้สมก็เป็นรองแชมป์โลกอะรองแชมป์มาสเตอร์ด้วยเอาสักแชมป์เถอะทีเฮดนะนอกโซนอะ
ปีนี้มันต้องมีสักถ้วยอ่ะ
ไปแล้วหนึ่งนะรู้สึกมาสเตอร์เนี่ยไม่ได้ออกไปเล่นด้วยซ้
งานนั้นเก็บตัว
ำแต่หลังจากนั้นมันเล่นดีขึ้นเลยนะ
เพิ่งรู้ตัวว่าต้องขยันกว่าเดิม
ตัวต้องเลิกตลก ไปโดน TL 30นี่คือตลกจริง ไม่น่าจะโดนอะถ้าฟอร์มเนี้ยแต่ TL ยุคตอนนั้นต้องยกให้มันจริงนะหูมันไต่ใส่ล่างมาแบบตบหมดเลย
โอ้มันระเบิดพลังอะดิ
พลังซูเปอร์ไซย่า
พลังตัวอ้วน
ตัวนี้ก็ยังสงสัยอยู่แล้วคามิกออกทำไมอยากรู้เหตุผลนี่เฉยน่าจะเล่นไม่เข้าทีมอ่ะแม่ง
It's scary times though,
Can't
so
be
having
you,
Wu
mate,
having a
you're
game here. This time Angel not even to
แบก
get
M8
towards
จัด
posturing that deep. Already forced away, so the question mark remains towards A main.
Yeah, but as I said, I didn't want Navi to fight for A main. They've left Arc completely open, and I thought Arc was going to be the place that they needed to play heavier. And it becomes a problem if Heretics get towards this A site and have arc control in the post plant, it's going to be difficult for
เคย
Navi.
เล่นคิวจอยแบบเนี้ยฝั่งรับอ่ะ
They have
ไม่
stacked
โคตรโด
4
ด
people
เดียว
now
อ่ะ
though, rotated across.
แบบคือหน้าที่มันเก่งสุดคือดูกลางใช่ไหมเนี่ย
Place.
ป้อมวางตรงนี้แล้วก็
That's
ส
where
ม
a
อง
lot of our
หรือไม่ก็
compliments
สลับ
were
สมอง
placed
กับป้อม
towards.
แล้วตัวคิวจอยก็แบบไปไหนไม่ได้อยู่ได้แค่ตรง
Still
นั้น
in
อ่ะ
position here.
Heretics
เนี่ย
doing
คือมันโดน
another
กำตัด
crossbow.
เทียบคือถ้าจะไปอีกเตรียมไป
Very
อีกด้าน
slow
เยอะ
input.
อีกไอ้ของอีกด้านก็หลุด
It's not 20 seconds yet, don't worry. Here we go. Oh, I love that. On the corner, very heads up and cleared. Heretics, it just feels like they're crossing the T's, dotting the I's. Now, they find
ที่เรียก
Hero.
มีอนาคต
There's
กว่าเรา
still
ก็
Koalanup. He's going to
ดู
go
ดี
heavy
ขึ้น
hitter.
ตอนนี้
And he's going to be spotted now off the
จริง
back
ผม
of
ว่า
the
ไซ
hat.
เฟอร์แม่งเก่งตรงที่มัน
And it looks like they still want to pressure the point, right? They're
ได้
still
ข่าวห
heading
ลาย
this
ที่
way.
แล้วแท็บแม่งแบบ
Disrespecting the operator in his hands, but Woot managed
ไม่
to
ได้
slip
เก่งตรง
through.
ที่
It's
คน
an
โดนแท็บแล้วแบบ
awareness
สโลว์หรืออะไร
shown,
ไม่
but
เกี่ยว
Woot is hitting today.
โอ้โห
And he slips
ไป
ล
เล
อย
away.
นวล
ครับ
Doesn't need to outstay his welcome. He's done the
โต
damage.
เฉียวแล้วเลี้ยวกลับ
Leaving Shao still alive with just a ghost. Rooks it. Yeah, he's got the Vandal and
Oh,
Koalanup
ninja
having
da.
to run this
ไม่ให้
back
โอกาส
with
เลย
the
แบบไม่ให้โอกาสแบบ
The
ปืนตรง
temptation
เลยแบ
surely
บ
to save becomes bigger and bigger.
เน้นจริงนี่มาใหม่ละ
He's going again.
Round
โอ้โห
Oh man, this is.
โอ้
I
แม
guess that's how you
น
answer a time.
เมื่อกี้ทำมิ่งนึกว่าจะโดนแล้วนะวูดอะ
For Heretics and Navi once again, the
Oh,
woes
man.
continuing. We were talking earlier about how this is a bit of a test of form.
ทำไม
How do they
คามิก
shape
โด
up
น
against
เตะ
the
ก็
big
ยัง
boys,
ไม่
right?
มี
How do they look against your vitality,
คำตอบ
Fanatics, your Heretics? And so far, it's not looking great.
No, yeah, Navi this season, it seems like they beat the teams that they're expected to beat, but against the tougher opponents, a bit more tough.
One enemy
I did love that from Heretics though, the little push through into the sewer side through middle. The little jet updraft to distract the crosshair. Nice micro from you. The discipline as well.
คือจังหวะมันมาเทคหน้าเทคหน้าปีแบบโคตรดุเลย
Over towards B.
Simple approach this time.
Yep. Keep it as
Straight
simple.
exit.
ถึงจะเป็น2ตัวลิแต่แบบใช้สกิล
Now overwhelmed. Can he try and make it out of this with any positivity?
เนี่ย
Already
เนี่ย
going to be
ดู
noted
ไป
and
เล็กมัน
spammed.
ดูงาน
Down to
คน
47,
ที่
he's
แด
in
นทีม
trouble.
บน
อันนี้
Hero
พูดจริง
fell.
นะอะไรก็มาดูงาน
He
นะอัน
finds
นี้
his
จ
way
ริง
forward. Finding one in a second.
เฮ้ย
Sprints for the
เฮ้ย
third.
ดูงานในลูซิกเนี่ย
Putting
อย่าง
up
นี้ไม่ต้องดู
numbers
นะ
for Navi.
อย่าดูอันนี้
But
ถ้ามาดู
Woot's
เดี๋ยวทุบ
still
แทน
breathing and Benji still standing. It ain't over
Player
yet.
standing.
This
Ui.
might be too far though.
ดูงาน
Benji late to the party as Navi off the back of Rooksik's work. Give themselves a chance for a second. Benji, once upon a time, these 1v3s felt almost fated.
ทำไมมันดูเหมือนคนเมาส์เร็วจัง
Shao
เวนจี้
there, and Navi
เวลามัน
making
หัน
up
เดียว
for
มัน
two.
ขยับแบบยกเมาส์อ่ะกึก
Yeah, beautiful
แบบ
round from Rooksik.
Oh,
He's had he
yok
had a
bal.
bit of a rough kickoff, but stage 1 he's been up there. I think him and Hero have been
enemy remaining.
Turkish duo looking quite good on this team.
Yeah, spot on.
6-6, baby, let's go.
Nice little exec from Heretics, the double dive, you saw the TP and Woot going into the heaven.
Yep.
It looked good, but heroics from Rooksik
โอ้
in
เล่น
the
ได้
end.
ไงวะขยับแบบยกเมาส์รัวๆกันนะ
Look, they got some ults now for Navi. This could be it. You know,
Mà không chạy
6-6, as said by
Ừ.
Koalanup. We got to run it back every round.
ไอ้ถ้ายกนานๆยกทีว่าเป็น
This
ค
is
น
where
ที่มันยก
I
แบบ
really expect them to
มัน
be
กลับ
able
ไม่
to
ให้
play
แบบ
these
เมาส์มัน
retake.
โพซิชันแบบไปอยู่
Hopefully
ซ้ายขวา
inside
เลย
the map. I don't want to see them dying whilst they
เอา
have
ง่ายๆคือถ้าแม่งวางน้ำไว้บนแผ่นรองเมาส์ไม่ตกโต๊ะ
Hero,
แน่นอน
Shao, and Rooksik are the three. One off for
ตัว
Angel.
คอมตัวแรกอาจจะแบบว่าโตเล็กก็ได้
Heavier emphasis
Oh.
towards this B site
Let's
with
see,
Navi.
yeah.
Hero
Yeah.
waiting. Feels that pressure building now.
It's clearing out the util. Heretics aren't fully grouped towards B. It's just trying to push off any info lines from Navi, making sure they don't have information towards B long. Inserted Woot for an option later on. Gonna go back and explore elsewhere.
So far, so good.
โอ้ยปล่อยกูไปนานแล้วเนี่ยจบแบบนี้แล้วกันนะน้อง เอาไว้หน่อย
Very different tempo to this round.
บูธมันซื้อ
Patience being
Vendor แล้ววะ
displayed.
แต่ยัง
Just
ไม่
better
มั่น
gap
ใจ
it.
Bit
May
of
NT
noise
lah.
towards A, softening up that B side, and Woot's got
Đây bên
a
mình.
free kill
Yeah.
to Hero. That's one of those big ults down.
Yeah, two remaining. Rooksik one, Shao the
ตีเข้า
other.
มาล่างบน
Oh, the double stack
โอ้
is
โห
so nice though.
ไอเดียนะ
The high low there, just
30
perfect.
seconds left.
But now they're looking elsewhere. They're trying to pivot back towards A, but it's
ใช้
going
ได้
to be
ใช้
late.
ได้
Yeah,
พอรู้
just
ว่า
two
Okay.
seconds left.
แอตตากับ
All I
ส
can
ว่า
get
อยู่
one
นี่
here.
ไอ้เหี้ย
Soften things up.
Oof. But this is getting so hectic here. 15 seconds. They ain't got much time. They gotta go now. 12. Xiao. He's in place, in position. Spots out another. This is good from Navi. There it is. The fight back we were waiting for.
2 วินติดครับยุ่งแล้ว
Yeah, I mean, we were complimenting Heretics' mid-rounding, but if you mid-round and something goes wrong and you've left a little bit of time, those are those situations that can happen, especially when you're playing against those ults. Those ults could be used to stall, as we saw from Xiao. A bit of a melons moment from Heretics.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Very nice. Heretics feeling enough of a resurgence to slow things down. Wanted to keep control of this. They have a couple of ults of their own, and of course, we noted earlier that Navi have 3 of theirs. So time to talk, time to check in.
Yeah, good time to take it. Lost 2 in a row, momentum shifted back to Navi. And Heretics have 3 rounds to work with where this timeout could be useful.
Is it Weber having the chat there? I saw that Niels had finally stopped talking. He kind of led the initial part, but yeah, it looks like Boo kind of maybe going through the options of what they want to be doing. Yeah, Weber having the chat. Which chat do you prefer?
Which chat do I prefer?
No.
I mean, the Omen one.
Heretics hater. Crazy.
I mean, if I was going to wear a hat, it would be the Omen one.
Okay.
I think it'd be a bit weird if I wore the Heretics one.
Or it's just a leak. Maybe you're the third coach.
Ah, the secret, yeah.
Giving over the strats.
That's not a competitive integrity moment, potentially. I don't know.
What's competitive integrity, you know, between friends? Focusing in now. It looks like Woot is banking on that ult. On the other side, though, they found a cure for the woes, Navi. 2 back-to-back. Koala Noob in place. Last time forced off from this by Miniboo's ult. Now going to try and stand his ground, at least for a moment. Not too worried yet until then. Decides to respect it and fall away, but look at the reaction they've caused.
Yeah,
3
rotating
เปลี่ยน
towards
เลน
B
ไม่ได้ครับ
now,
ผม
Heretics
โหเลน
moving towards his
สำคัญ
A site.
สำคัญทุกคนตอนนี้
Lovely. Xiao has to over-deliver. Already the knives start flying, the stall comes in, Woot trying to find his way forward. You can see them trying to gap close now. Xiao in trouble. He's gone. He couldn't stay alive much longer, it felt like, but still didn't even grab one with him. Sight under control now. Ult still here for Navi. We're hearing them go off here. Angel trying to find a connection, and he does. Good tags. Great pick up onto
โดน
Woot.
ได้วะ
And the
โอ้
plant
โห
not
เรา
in
ไปโดน
play
วูด
yet.
ไงซวยเลยทีนี้ อย่ายิง
Miniboo's going to have to fight out of this one.
Oh, the shot goes through. This is time. Oh my
Wee,
god, what a
Hey.
shot!
เอาดี
Miniboo dragging them down with him, costing them time and comfort. Divide on top. It's all 3 ults here, and Rienz might have been spotted getting closer now. I think they're aware of this.
ถ้ามีโดรนนี่
He's going to make the run. He goes down. But Benji ready and waiting, but it's up against Ruxik, the man who got Navi started. Gonna get it to half. Benji, patience, looking like it's
โอ้
gonna
ทามมิ่ง
play.
ดีเกิน
And Ruxik, a second to try and change
ทามมิ่ง
his
บ้าจัด
mind was never gonna work
ผม
out.
บอกแล้ววูดมันแฮกจริง
Yeah, and even
ดูให้เพื่อน
with
อะ
the Killjoy Astra ult combo, it's not enough for Navi. And I got to highlight Xiao there. I think he's got stuck on the back of that A site by himself. In a round where we have these big retake ults, I think that's a blunder by him, but great kills from Miniboo here.
โอ้โหโคตรเดือดเลยมินิ
Shot
บู
himself out of that corner nicely.
โอ้ทามมิ่งยังกับแฮก
Give me that handshake. Bang.
จริงๆถ้ามันกู้สุดไปเลย จบเลย
ใช่
Big round there. You love a coach reaction, don't you?
It was
อยู่ดีเป็นคนคิดมาก
this guy like talking to God himself. Just thank you.
โปรมันไม่ค่อยจุ่ม
It
สุด
is
แต่
pretty
ไม่รู้
sick
ทำไม
though. I mean, you just got all the ults out of Navi. You just turned that on
Time
its head after a couple of rounds that Navi looked like to be rekindling some of that fire, but pulling off the perfect fake.
Portal closed.
It's been a long day. He wants to get back. Another simple approach from Heretics, grabbing that orb towards A, moving towards B. Astra ult online, very strong towards that B side of the map, able to facilitate the plant and get into a good post plant quite a lot of the time.
นะธนูน้ำมันเป๊ะจัด
Good from Angel.
โอ้ยโอ้โหถามว่าคุ้มไหมตอบเลยว่าไม่
Down to 39. And there's commitment here. That's all the players seen. Want to try and play on this
Navi are
smoke.
here.
Navi have made the rotations, but the divide comes in as you expected, and it just doesn't. It feels like Angel just didn't expect Woot to go that far. He absolutely does. Now Navi gonna be held back, forced to respect this ult. Spikes in. Navi, what do you have left to do with this now?
โอ้มุมนี้ใครจะเช็ควะ
And now striking. Miniboo the first to find it. Shao falls. We're down to 3. And the chaos continuing on the site, leaving Hero, Rooksik, and Koala Noob in a world of trouble.
อุ้ย
Miniboo doubles down. And the save becomes
ไอโคล่าออฟนี่มันยิง
feels like
กี่คนแล้วเนี่ย
imperative. That operator a prize possession.
ไม่ค่อยได้ยิงเท่าไหร่
Dragged out of the hands of Koala
มันยิงไม่
Noob.
โดนไม่เท่าไหร่มันไม่โดนตัดเลย
Miniboo carrying on his march towards the remaining Navi man.
ที่บูอย่างโหดอ่ะตอนเนี้ย
Looks like Rooksik should get away with this.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Economy low for this last round from Navi.
ถ้าตายขึ้นมานี่เรื่องใหญ่เลยนะ
Heretics like the approach, very simple, very standard, very known. But I did like the little addition to that Woot updraft onto the box.
Okay.
Being able to go through that extra wall on a very good angle. But like I said before, playing retake
What's our
on the
shot
side
again?
of the map, that retake's hard.
Miniboo's got ult as well. 2 off from Koala
ปุ๊บ
Noobs.
ก็ไป14
Oh man, this is getting tough. Because as you said, we hoped we had enough rounds to witness the other side on this map, but 3 is looking minimal. Hoping they can get another here, so we at least get to see what that side looks like for Navi. And that's
คนมีของโอ้ยโอ้ย
oh
โอ้ย
god,
คนบ้า
Koala
โอ้ย
Noob
โอ้ยโอ้ย
takes a lot of damage just to pick that Vandal up.
ใครมัน
And
เปิด
now
แอค
Miniboo
วะ
gonna try and spring into action and take the space
การ
away.
คุมอาหารอะไรเงี้ยการกิน
Spots
โอ้โห
out at
น้อง
least
โทษ
another.
ทีว่ะอาหารมันอร่อยเลย
I think that was Angel potentially, yeah. It's Koala Noob the one over towards the other side.
พี่ศึกษามาแล้วไอ้โภชนาการอ่ะไม่ต้องบอก
Lots
พี่
to
หรอก
navigate through here, and a lot of problems to try and clear.
พยายามแล้ว
Just
พ
the
ยายาม
side
แล้ว
was ready for this retake. Nothing too much from
ตอนนี้
Navi.
นาได้แต่สแปมทะลุ
Should
ส
be
โมก
another
อ่ะ
comfortable position
กิน
for
ข้าวเก่งไปหน่อย
Heretics.
โทษที
Should be.
Cái
Can
cú
anything
sỏ.
change that outcome for Navi, though? No Rooksik to have that moment of the 3K again. Rien's gonna find connection and
เอม
Koala.
แม่ง
ปั่น
แบบ
ป่วนไปหม
Hero
ดแล้วตอน
doing
เนี้ย
well. Shao on the follow-up, punishing Miniboo. Hold on, it's not over yet. We're into a 3v3. But the time ticking, and Rien sets himself up
สิ้นหวั
for
งจัดอะ
success. As Hero and Shao trying to step into the ring, and it's not looking good. Shao is going to be
เฮ้ย
on
เอา
Eater.
ว่ะ
He's got his ult. He's got the right choice here. Boo has to play forward. And Boo does
Moment.
enough, calm and composed. And minimal rounds to be walked away with for Navi. Managing 3 is going to put a lot of strain on them.
2-0วันนี้เคิร์ดไหมเคิร์ด
ไม่มีเคิร์ส
พี่เอ๋จัดให้อะเคิร์ด
โอ้โหคิดว่าเช้าไหม ไม่เช้าเดี๋ยวก็จบแล้วครับผมวันนี้
จบแล้ว
ไม่ดูครับผมไอเนไม่ได้ดูนะ
ตอนนี้เหมือนจะมีพี่เฉาทุ่มเทอยู่
แต่เมื่อกี้พี่ชาวก็วิปไปช็อตหนึงนะพี่
โคราชดูแม่งหนักจัดเลยว่ะพี่ ซื้อออฟมาตั้ง2-3 ราวตัดยิงได้แค่5 ตัวเอง
เศร้าจัดอะ
อืมมันเหมือนมันตื่นเต้นหรืออะไรไม่รู้
วินแรกซื้อมาเขาก็ไม่มาไปอีกบอมหนึ่งโดนจากไทามมิ่งมายิงฟรี
อืม
อุ้ย
โคตรงงอะมาไงวะหรือพี่วูดเอาไป2เอาไป1พอ
มันคล่องจังวะ
เอ้าแน่นอนป่ะ เอาไปเล่นอะไรตั้งนานใช่ไหม
เออ โอเคผมละ
อื้อ
เอ้า
หือคมแล้วมินิมูมาหลังไง ยิงเหล่าให้ยิงยากเสมอ
เป็นลม
เอาลืมเสียงขอโทษ
ช่วยยิงแต่แรกก็จบแล้วพี่ชายจะได้ไม่ตาย
Angel pulls it off and gives Navi a lifeline.
Yeah,
Ooh,
I was about to
control.
say how Heretics were shooting so nicely into this round.
There's something about it though. If someone's turned around,
No,
it's
it's true.
just
It's true. I'll give him a free pass.
you get that. You get one. You get one. Especially at the scoreline. But that is a huge sigh of relief for Navi.
Player standing.
Yeah, needed that pistol, honestly. I don't think they had a
To be
chance
honest,
in
I
this
would
game
prefer
to get up.
Sheriff and Fist Bump Ruxic. Two things which
เห็
is
นมาหลายไล่แล้วไอ้พวกฟูคอนโทรลโคตรบ่อยเลย
เมื่อกี้ยิง
Ebo
เลย
does have a
พี่
martial
ชาย
arts
ไม่
this
ตาย
round.
แล้ว
Classics for everyone else.
2-1
He's
คอ
done
ส
so
หน้า
good
หลัง
today
โอ้
with
โห
all
ส
the
บายใช่ไหม
snipers.
อืม
But this shouldn't go anywhere. It really shouldn't. You're looking at 5 for Navi.
I'm trying to reverse curse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. Navi taking space. This is good. Boot timing. Ooh, I think one noob saw him there. Yeah, he did. The pathing from Navi.
It's curious, given, you know, you usually don't want to go through those tiny
Yeah.
alleyways against classics or potentially shorties.
No
มั
shots
นกะ
going in
ซื้อ
this
บี
time
แบบ
for Mini
ตาย
Boot.
เลย
Cross to be
2 เส้น
made, plant to be in, Navi. This could be another.
It's up nicely, the post plant, 2 killjoy mollies, art control.
น้าอยากได้คิว นี่ไง
นี่ไง
Okay, that's fine. Shao's there.
น้าบอกต้อง
Don't
ทำผล
worry.
งานหน่อย
Shao's in the building
ป้าย
now.
โชว์อยู่เมื่อกี้
Ignore
เอ็ด
what happened on that B side earlier. All good. Woot and Benji.
เฮ้ย
See much from it.
Last player
It's already, yeah, there it is. Nice. Navi, make it through with 4 standing. That's round 5. This is perfect. We wanted to see this. The fight back for Navi. Maybe a chance to show what they can do here.
Yeah, bonus round for Navi, but the economy looking good. If they convert this round, their economy is going to be insane,
enemy remaining.
and Heretics is in the bin.
What's the buy though? The bonus. Okay, that outlaw with Ruxic is interesting me. You've got 3 light shields to work
Light
against.
hit
That's some
buddy.
potential. And pace to start with. Navi
Light hit
bullying
mà
their
lớp
way
chập
down
chụp
A
đây.
lane.
Rusic's already out on that B line with that outlaw. He's going to get information there. Hero's in a tough spot though. 3 Heretics players right
ๆ
beside
ทำไม
him.
ปืนมันดู
It's just a
Mấy
little
phòng
pop
bạc
flash
cọp
waiting,
này.
isn't it? Look at this setup.
Trap play.
off
Yep.
บนนั้นนะ
They're going to hear these steps towards A mate.
Rusic's getting good information here. Might cool the team
ปืน
back.
อย่างเงี้ยแหละน่าก
มัน
ลัว
มันไม่ซื้อเวนดอลเลยนี่หว่า
Should be. And he would be right. Like I said before, if they get this B site, retaking B is hard. So good call from Navi.
It's a lot on Benji's shoulders. Got his cam
Lu
towards that
Benji
kind of
did tap.
mid link, but Other than that, very open towards long. Only one indicator of presence. A lot of util. I think he knows, yeah, he can't stick around on this too long.
ไปเลย2 เส้น
Calls in the cavalry, but let's look towards mid. Hero. Oh, he's cleared quick. I
โดน
thought
ฉี
he
ก
might
เป้า
be able
แบ
to
บ
maybe
นี้
do a bit of damage,
โคตร
take
ช็อก
one with him. No. Okay, game back on now.
Getting proactive with that mid
หรือมัน
push.
คือด่าน
Wanna
บุก
take some space back. I like this. Benji seems aware of the possibility though. Yeah, triple swing. Oh my word, Boo just puts himself to the
กูบอกกูซวย
to
จั
the
ด
blender. Benji having to turn it, respect it, but they punish him for this. This is great. But the trade out of space. Miniboo taken back from the site. We're down to 2. Rooksik and Koalanu trying to do some damage. Miniboo on a tear, but a 2v1 in time. They want the ace, but I think Heretics just won the round. And Rooksik might have to go wide to try and deny this one. Oh, we can't see the defuse.
มันกุ้มอกกุ้มใจมาก
And yeah, it's stunning, and it is an ace for
ครับ
Miniboo.
Yeah, the retakes are hard, but if Miniboo's running around, shooting them all, easy stuff for him.
Oh man, and I feel there for Hero because it felt like there was a chance for a bit more maybe,
If they're
but
going to be hypercritical, I think
Do
that
it.
he shouldn't be in
Oh,
that
man.
forward position already. Just
โอ้โห
slip
อะไร
back,
ขนาด
play
นั้น
back.
น่ะ
now,
If
yeah.
they push mid, you can see them run away.
Let's
If they
go.
don't push mid, then go
Let's
for that
go.
เป้า
lane.
มันโคตรเดือดอ่ะ
You saw Benji, he had the Cypher cam ready when that happened. I guess the turret is there for him, but overwhelmed in the end.
Okay, Navi, this doesn't completely change things. That was, I believe, their bonus, so
Yes.
again, they're fine. This is the buy back into it, right?
They're so close to being that round
know,
that could have
I
changed
know.
everything.
And this
Game
setup never
3
got
ใช่ไหม
found, right? It never got sniffed out, it never got
Yeah.
cleared or seen, so they
เกม
run
3
back.
บอก
That's
เทค
the
คอร์
beauty of playing traps on defense.
Game
If it doesn't
3
get caught,
bye-bye.
just run it again, because why wouldn't you?
แต่พี่เอ๋ยบอกว่าจะดู NA ต่อไม่ใช่เหรอ
This
เฮ้ย ไม่เคย
building.
บอกเลย
But Boo this time falls very early, and we've seen this as kind of like a
วันนี้ก็
1-3-1
ขาแตก
setup. That little trap play towards Art, but
ยุ่งเลยดิ
if they're going to hear any of these steps, I think they're going to be shift walking by the time they're getting closer, but
ประมาทว่าไม่คิดว่าเขาจะเอาล่อมาสัตว์เนี่ย
not getting a reward now.
ป่วยแล้ว
With this AX, I want to see what space Navi end up taking. Like, do they try and push through the CT for their post plant? Do they push through into Art to take some fight? What space do they want for this post plant?
I always wish Kwanu did take a look towards Other just to see what he'd find, because they're going to try and backfill this. Yeah, Woot's going to go forward. This is going to be a crunch now. Rienz actually gets Angel on the way through. Kwanu is the one to try and
เล่นใน
save
ไซ
him.
ส์เลยวะโคตรบ้า
Already slipping away though, Miniboo falls. It felt like it was half cooked almost. Rienz and Benji now, tricky, beautiful from Navi. Kwanu pathing back here to make sure that crunch didn't come into play was the right call. Now Navi
หลอนเลยเบ
very
นจี้
much in the
ใครโดนมา
driving
วะ
seat.
Yeah, Benji's going to go for the save. Not even a great gun here. Just the Guardian. Yeah, I think I got to be critical about Heretics there. Like,
Flame
Navi,
'em, Minnie.
they've done well,
in
they
there, Minnie,
AX
come
like
on.
whatever, but we're playing a heavy Art setup. Holding on to Art for that retake. What are Navi going to do? All they're going to do is they're going to have to push CT. As long as you contain that CT space, they don't have any space to work with from an A main X. Like, I don't think the post plant is good enough without Art control, in my opinion. So I think the flood-in attempt from Heretics there was a massive mistake.
And I mean, yeah, I don't think anyone can disagree with that. We've seen the outcome right in front of our eyes, and it's obviously the save for Benji, and of course another correct step for Navi. And this was kind of the midst of the battle, trying to flood back in, but kind of putting himself in that pinch position, right? It just didn't work out how they wanted. And maybe there should be layers to this trap play if they want to go back to it, but looks like that's off the menu for now, as the Classics and Guardian are all they can bring in with.
That was there.
Yeah, Heretics, just that Guardian, one Sheriff.
This should be 7. I say should. We haven't seen too many
Push
messy
for
enter. Oh
Heretics.
god, what was I saying? What am I saying? Miniboo. That was a headshot as well. Okay, but again, you know,
Yep.
realistically, you still got
Be
4
patient
cycles.
with rifles.
Yeah, and you've got the divide as well. Lots of nice stuff here. Lots of nice
Might have
stuff.
had this over ult, but someone died.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What's this about?
ไอ้เลย
ไม่รู้
Fully
ว่าแบบ
understand the
โคตร
investment
เนี่ย
of that, but it's getting a bit dangerous now. This reposition down long is coming in. Heretics need to make their move. Navi should be fine. Should be fine, should be fine, should be fine. Everything is fine because Xiao's here. Takes away mini boot. Yeah, lovely. This is good. Navi doing exactly
อย่าลื
as
มพี่เฉา
แต่
prescribed.
พี่เฉามาแล้วไง
Bloody hell, I get nervous.
A bit of a wasted
เป็น
ult
เรื่อง
from Shao, but
นี่คือ
got
การ
four
เล่น
afterwards, so he's, you know,
การเล่น
close
ฮ
to
อ
it
ให้
already
ถูก
again. Halfway though.
Have we seen? I swear these tail ults have been absolute bin juice.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah.
I feel like no one's really found something for
They
it.
look bad when they look worse than what they are sometimes, if that makes
Yeah.
sense. If someone calls or someone's close and then
หรือว่า
To
จะ
be
มีเก
fair
ม
to
เช้า
Xiao, he's already got it halfway back almost at this
Yeah,
point,
yeah.
right? So it's like fair enough,
well-
maybe.
he's having a game 20 tonight. I didn't quiet one of those quiet games where he's just popping off and not realizing.
But just don't love it, but it's all right.
Yeah, to me there, like using it for the post plant seems like a reasonable idea.
Sure.
You know, salvo as a backup. If we really need to use the ult,
Cool.
use it
Another tool.
as another tool.
Yeah.
Save it for next. If not,
And it feels weird to be critiquing usage of an ult when we're so often saying, oh, these teams aren't using their ults, you know, in the quote-unquote correct ways, or, you know, using them when they have them. But yeah, that one, is what it is. We're, you know, being a little critical, but
at the end of the day, won the round.
yeah. Round win. Love it. Big fan.
It was that low buy from Heretics.
Yep. And this is another timeout just being burnt
Yep.
through. So
The economy again for Heretics though, if they lose this round again, they're in a rough situation. Navi's bank account is looking tasty.
yeah, they've built up some good old money. Rubik sitting on 6k, 4k, 4.8 for Xiao, 6 for Hero. Yeah, it's lovely. And again, nice to see Xiao looking solid here. It is a quiet performance though. It's not like oh cool, another ace coming in, but he's leading the board overall.
Another A main fight for Heretics. I'm not sure exactly what it is they see on this side of the map. Navi aren't contesting too much.
And if only they had that little trap play in place.
Yep.
Not to be this time though. An Angel feeling some pressure, feeling the presence, and slipping away from this. Gotta be cautious with that spike. Don't want to lose it in these predicaments. Koala noob, hold on, easy. Okay. Gets out of there, deals with the util, and backs away. We're still above a minute.
Yeah, just taking that util out from Art, making sure that info isn't there for Heretics. They have inserted Jet into A main though. So there is a bit of information on that side of things.
Yeah, they've pulled the rotation, which I like to see. It's good for Navi. This might make him second guess. I'm waiting to see what the pathing is. It's weird again. Is this a Navi-esque round from Navi?
Both teams exploring this space. It's like weird. It's weird space to explore.
Yeah, Mini Boost is
They
agreeing.
have.
He's like, this is weird. We're at
Something's
35 seconds and something weird is happening. Where are they? Because they're not in art. They're not over. They're not in mid. Guys, I think they're coming towards you on B. Get ready. What the hell is going on here? Trying to play a little bit of a crossfire. Oh, Rien's
อุ้ยพี่เหรียญ
clean as you like.
โอ้โหหมดเลย มันเฉียบจัดอ่ะ พอหาเจอปุ๊บได้ข่าว
A little overcooked.
Smoke
and
lung
just
đụt lung.
not done in the middle. In zone flawless. What was
Chàng lút
the
liều hả?
intention, Vinny?
Intention was to do a B split.
เซตอัพเข้าก็โดนเลย
Heard me cast before. You probably heard me say that I hate B splits because you got to
Get
go
into
for
it,
a
Vinny.
tiny choke
Get
point.
into
Go
it.
through this the tiniest choke point in the game. You got to run out of. They've got to use a Euro 2P in the
โพซิชั่นยืน
corner.
โคตรดีอ่ะ
The
พี่เหรียญ
easiest kill
Oh.
of I think it was Benji's.
โอ้ทำเอาคืนทันทีเลย
เหลือ40 วิเงียบปุ๊บนี่อันตีหาเลย เพื่อเล่นง่าย ไม่ให้โดนกดดัน
สโมกลงดูดลง โอ้โห พอเข้าไซส์โดน ไม่มีข่าวอะไรเลย
จังหวะนี้
เกมโคตรเก่ง
ปิดแอร์รอเลยดีกว่า จบแน่
right? So they're very close. A couple mistakes, a couple missed calls, and that would be enough for Heretics to push through towards a 2-0. Na'Vi can't afford to be making those mistakes. They still have the money to get this purchase here, still have these ults that I feel like they've been sat on for quite some time now.
Yeah, the irony to me is if Na'Vi played with the game plans they have before, where they're using this B-long space, they would notice that Heretics are playing extremely weak on this side of the map, could get a very easy plant down and win the rounds like they have done in this half already. This time a B-long pressure, but look at these two ready. Looks like they might go for a little bit of a fake towards B-long with 2 lurkers coming through late.
Okay, like seeing the divide.
Top
That was
moment
Koala
ไปหนึ่ง
who barely came out breathing from that. And yeah, he stabbed Benji, backfilled the space, disrespecting it, doesn't
หัว
care.
แตกแล้วแตกอีก
Mini Boo trying to bait it out, trying to play this one forward, but they're just greeting Na'Vi on all occasions. Rien's from afar,
Big.
gets his shot as well. It looks like Angel took
ไม่ให้
a
เข้าเลย
full load of damage. What? Oh no, okay, it was Xiao who got that, but Benji is immovable, it looks like. Rooksik and Hero positions
เรียบร้อยครับ
โอ้โห
are seen.
โคตรโหดอ่ะ
This map feels inaccessible.
เหมือนแบบเตรียมหมดแล้วถ้า
Benji's
โดน
had
อย่าง
a
นี้
round.
จะทำยังไงอ่ะ
We noted this side looked weaker from the mini-map, but Benji putting up numbers.
โหดจัง
Once again, Na'Vi held in this terrible choke point. Spike down towards Long, trying to daisy chain their way in, but boom.
เกมเซ็น
Making light work of what Rooksik was trying to do as Hero's options become nil.
30 seconds left.
ปิงละให้มึงลองเดินนี้
Yeah, gotta say in this one, the chaos the Heretics caused and Benji at the helm of it was magnificent.
Yeah, Benji played fantastic, but the unsung hero that round for me was Rience. He
Okay.
droned back through middle and caught those 2 sneaky pests trying to lurk through that B doors.
โอ้
And
เบ
it
น
meant
จี้มัน
that
ยิงแบบแทบ
Navi's
ๆเลย
exec looked a bit awful because there's only 3 people there.
Feel good moment though for Benji. Quieter side of the map. Sometimes feeling a little bit behind the curve on it, but they're showing his presence. We've been seeing this A main push up from Heretics that I don't think has been challenged by Na'Vi traditionally yet. Oh, there's bodies here.
ไม่พลาดเดิมในมินิ
This
บู
is gonna work. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. But you check on Woot, right? You
มา
clear
ส่งฟูด
this. Yeah, there we go. Going through the motions, but it shows a lot of intent to invest this amount of utility here, especially the outrun to follow. And Woot playing it to the center, but backs away.
Yeah,
มันสู้ไม่
unlucky there.
ไม่ถอย
He
ดี
didn't
นะ
get the tag,
แบบ
otherwise
ไม่
he
ให้
would've
ไม่ให้พื้นที่ง่ายๆอ่ะเฮเลติกอ่ะ บีบ
Look at
จั
the
ดอ่ะ
damage he's taken for this as well now. Down very low.
ตั้งแต่หน้าบี
So
แล้ว
we
แบ
have
บ
the sheriff,
ไม่
but
ถอย
still,
ไม่ให้วางเลย
Shout one off from his ult here. Should be able to get that ult orb if they feel that they can secure
วาง
it.
แล้วโดน
But
โพสต์แผ่น
the
รั
amount
ว
of bodies from Heretics on this side of the map is
ๆแก้ด้วยกัน
vast.
ไม่ต้องให้
Looks
แม่
like
งวาง
Angel's going to set up his ult and pray, but Heretics looking to re-clear.
จังหวะแก้แบบรู้เลยว่าทำมาดี
Woot is such a risky player. Happy to take those chances.
รอสแกนน้า
Where do you place this one towards
น้ามีส
hit?
แกนแล้วนี่หว่า
Yep. 4
I
players
guess.
here from Heretics.
And they're not sitting deep. They're sitting close. Woot's fancying another go at this. This time going to be damaged up, but nothing there to really force him away. No Aldro now. The dart already got used. Now comes the fight though. You're going to have the Hunter's Fury coming in. Rien's going to find Hero. Finally cleared out his Woot though. Took a lot to try and push him off the angle. Boot's going to hold this down. Oh my word. We're down to Boo and Benji up against Rooksik, Angel and Xiao. Angel earlier on so damaged. Still a divide for Boo as well. Plant in play. Doesn't get to deny. Boo wants to fight. He gets it, but he doesn't win it. Angel still standing on only 10 HP. Looking bulletproof until now. Benji.
เอาละ
Can you clutch
ที่วาง
up?
หนึ่ง
Roll it back. No.
Ui.
Xiao.
นี่ถ้าได้เฉาที่รู้เนี่ยว่าไอ้ต้าอยู่อาร์ต
Navi's still
ระวัง
alive.
ปิดด้วย
อืม
Sound a little bit like a broken record, but once again, Heretics, I think,
they
overcommitting
lit.
on that A side. You know, they had the 4 players there. I mean, Showers had to hit some shots to go through and trade up all that out. I know playing towards that pit and playing for the retake would have been difficult against that tail ult,
Yeah.
but just maintaining that art control for me would have been enough.
Without Xiao, though, I feel like this map would have been wrapped up before.
Yeah. He's having a
Nice,
game.
Xiao!
Beautiful from him. Nice to see that as well, because I feel like we talk about a lot of the other players, Koala Noob having impact, and here and there others. And it doesn't feel like Xiao's had that conversation in a minute, but rinse and repeat feels like the answer. Adjustment made on the other side is Woot, though, with the operator. And this time, obviously, none of those ults to bank on, barring Heroes.
บ้าจัด
Not
ดู
going
กัน
to
6
commit to
ชั่วโมง
getting that ult orb yet.
นี่ตอนแรกกล่าวว่าดู3-4 ชั่วโมง
Yeah,
ไปเล่น
Navi have gone
ไม
back
ค์คราฟชิว
to standard pro,
ๆนึกว่าจะ 2-0
go
2 คู่
towards A main, maybe go back to explore B. It's showing Rooksik though as the Astra. that A side of the map. Not sure how he's going to get into play later. Who's going to peek after this drone?
Cool. Hero, there we are.
เป็นเรื่อง
He's awake. Benji, he over-delivered last time from a position somewhat similar to this. Are we going to have another Benji round, or can Navi hold on? Benji again, rolling it back. That's his site you're trying to take, and he's having none of it. Down to just Rooksik in a 1v3, and he could not be further away, Mini.
Timing
30 seconds left.
ดีนะเขาไม่หันมาดู
1v3 needed for Navi to stay in this one.
เฮ้ย
Gets the first.
อย่านะ
Bit
อย่า
of a
นะ
drive-by.
ดีๆน้อง
Got
ดี
more
20
of
seconds
that.
though.
All right, Rooksik, you pulled off that miracle earlier on that first half. That 3K was gorgeous, but this 12
ๆ
seconds.
อย่านะจีๆดูพี่เหรียญนั่งดิ
Does he wait?
Seconds left.
He does. Plants coming in. Rooksik
Do
doesn't
the-
get away. Eric
ไม่ต้องรีบครับรอใจเย็นๆวางใช่ไหมไปแล้วชัดเจอกันนอนดีกว่าอาบน้ำนอนนี่ครับราตรีสวัสดิ์ครับได้ดูยาวเลยวะ